Make sure you're watching because once the deals are gone, they're gone. Check out your Wall of Fame entries in this hour and be in with a chance to win £100 credit to your account. The Breakfast Club on Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to book towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. So visit our website for more information. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Love Jewellery Maker but don't have an account? You can now purchase items on the Jewellery Maker website through our guest checkout. To do so, select the products you wish to purchase and head over to the shopping basket. Simply enter your email address and select Continue as Guest below. After this, the checkout process is simple. Select your quantity and delivery option and then check out securely. Enter your billing details and either a credit card or PayPal account and proceed to payment. From here, you still have the option to create an account if you wish, making shopping online easier for you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Email help@jewellerymaker.com or drop us a message on our Facebook page.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations, and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker.
At Jewellery Maker, we're always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to put it into your basket online or speak to one of our brilliant customer service team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
Welcome to Jewellery Maker. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I hope your day is going spiffingly so far on this World Book Day. We are going to be turning the pages on creativity and giving you a library worth of information today. And the lovely guest designer who's going to be doing that for us is the spellbinding, wizarding world of Laura Binding. Hiya! It's so lovely to be with you today.
That's good.
World Book Day.
Yes.
What a great little niche for today's makes.
That's perfect, isn't it? And I love the way that we've taken a spin on it. So we haven't just got any book, we've got jewellery making books, which I think is brilliant.
And that is exactly what we're going to be looking at today. If we've not met before, hi, I'm Becky. We have got so many treats and goodies coming up for you today. I will, if you don't mind, start by showing you the most spectacular strand I have ever seen, bar none, of jasper. I completely love and adore everything about this. Look at how the textures of this almost take you to that location. Brand new. It's coming up for you today at 3 o'clock. And in fact, I've got another few strands that will go perfectly with this. It is a very special strand indeed. It is on its way for you shortly. 3 o'clock for that one. I've also got some added extra treats coming up for you with some tools. I've got a demo coming up in this hour as well, which is a little bit of an added extra too. The book we're going to be focusing on with our demos in the 2 o'clock and in the 4 o'clock come from this. Now, this has not been seen since 2018, so it's a long time since we've seen this, and this is one of the most popular books that we brought to you in 2018, at which point it did sell out, and we have been able to get a few more in for you today. We will be bringing to you this book, and we're going to be making and showing you projects made up from this book. But also, the great thing about today is Spellbinding Laura Binding has decided that what she's going to do is actually take some of the designs and some of the makes from this, and the demonstrations are going to be almost sort of an exploration of those, isn't it?
Yeah, so you take the basic technique and then just how you would kind of personalise it to your style.
And that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. So lots of creativity with an added demo taking place in this hour. I'm going to be bringing to you the Lazy Daisy as well in today's show. And what I'm actually going to do is say to you that we're going to start off with a really simplistic demo with this in the first hour, aren't we? Now, for anyone who's not seen the Lazy Daisy before, this is one of those fantastic bit of kit that you think it's so simplistic, it's so easy, but the pieces that you can create with it really are something which can go quite next level, actually. Now, this is something which is a design that was created by Stephanie Eddy, and you may well have remembered that we had Stephanie Eddy on air with us a few years ago, and I did a show with her, and she brought in some of the pieces that she'd created with this incredible bit of kit. This wonderful tool comes in very, very simple parts, and it's one of those real fun and easy bits of kit for you to be able to get your head around. Take a look at the tool itself. The Lazy Daisy is so named because that point at the end looks a little bit like a daisy, and this is the section that will help you create some sensational weaves. So for example, this is a piece that Spellbinding Laura Binding has created with the Lazy Daisy itself. Look at the intricacy this gives you on that golden section, and this is done with the larger tool that I'm about to bring to you. This is a tool that's really close to your heart, isn't it, Spelby? What is it, for anyone who's new, that you love about the way the tool works?
It just makes life so easy, if I'm honest. So I have done Viking knit before we had the tool. There are ways of doing it, and as soon as I was given the tool, I never looked back, because it just makes it so easy. It's got everything you need. You know, it has a layout for you. You've got the daisy, it's removable. You've got the tool. You've got the cone at the end of the tool to make a gizmo if you want to. And you've got for me, the complete ultimate is that you can add in as easy as you can, because of the way that the tool has been designed, which has always been an obstacle if you do it any other way.
Definitely. This is one of those bits of kit that once you use it, you won't look back. Now, as you can see, it's really easy to set up, and we'll be talking about this a little bit more later on. But the gorgeous thing about this as well is that you can do jewellery made designs, but you can really take this to other levels, to other layers, if you will, to really explore this bit of tool. Stephanie Eddy, as I mentioned, who is someone who created this tool, you'll see has these are just some makes that she has created with tools like this, and these are catwalk pieces. You know, you've got really avant-garde, over the top pieces, as you can see here, where these are literally catwalk pieces, but also you can see how she's kept it quite simplistic in some designs, just giving you a taster. And this is something that Laura Binding herself has really explored over the years using this tool. I know that you've done some really OTT avant-garde pieces, but sometimes, for example, the necklace you've got next to you there, you're really just exploring the tool itself, aren't you?
And this one's actually been done using the large tool as well, because there are two tools which we have both of today, but they do both have their individual uses as such. They work well together. It's not a choice to me. It's not a which one, it's you need both.
Yes, I see. Do you see how it gives you this almost chainmail-like look, but it's, for some, it may well not be as fiddly, actually, as chainmailing.
And even Fleur, who herself says she's not a wire worker, she loves doing Viking knit, because it's, to me, although it's a medium you use wire with, it's not a wire working technique as such.
Definitely. We have got the tool for you here. Now, this tool does those kind of designs, it does the avant-garde designs. Although the tool itself is this length, it is so easy to extend and add on to this. We are going to do a demo as to how to set it up, but also there are step-by-step techniques of how to add in, etc., given to you with this handy instruction pamphlet. Also, lots of information online about how to use this, how to work with this. So this is your Viking knit Lazy Daisy. Fast, easy and fun to make beautiful pieces of wearable jewellery for just $19.95. And the great thing about this tool, that I find anyway, is literally once you get this, all you really need to work with it is wire. And I've got wire bundles coming up for you next that we're going to do at low on-air deals. So this could be a brand new medium for you. This could be something that maybe for 2020 you wanted to explore something different. Maybe this is something you've never kind of gone on to try yet. This is a brilliant way for you to be able to use this incredible bit of kit. It's so easy, it's so fun, and you can go very simplistic with it, or you can add gemstones into it. You can fill this with things. There's so many things, really. The only limitation is your own imagination, as I always say. $19.95 on this for you today. That is a brilliant bit of kit, it really is. And as I say, we will be doing a demo on this for you shortly. This is the larger one, this is the 1/2 inch, and this one coming up for you, as you can see, is smaller. If you had to say to someone who's brand new, which one would you suggest they start with?
Ideally, I probably would say the 1/2 inch.
Perfect.
Just purely because it's got a larger diameter to it. You know, it's easier to work on.
Got you.
You're not fiddling with a smaller tool and trying to get your wire and get the technique for you. It's an easier layout.
Got you. So if you are planning on starting it, this is a great one to start with. I'm going to hand that with you now, because I know you're going to want to set up with it. Let me start off with some wire, if I may. Which one would you like me to start off with, Beadily? No problem at all. I'm going to bring you a selection of different wire gauges in this one, if I may. I have got coloured wires coming up for you too, which I know you love. Let me bring a selection of your wires. Again, if you are brand new, and forgive me if you've been with us for a while, I do understand you'll know all of this, but the most important thing to remember with our wires is that they come in different gauges or thicknesses. 1mm wire, a beautiful structural wire. As well as that, I've got a 0.8mm wire, which of course is down a little bit. It's great for clasps, earring findings and more. You've also got, am I right in saying I've got, no I haven't, I've got 0.6 as well in here. So that 0.6 is a really, really handy one to be able to work with, because of the multitude of different things you can do with this, including lazy daisy work. And I've also got your 0.4 as well. Now that 0.4 does look like it's in a slightly different colour, but it's only because it will be in this colour, but for some reason we've been sent slightly wrong size here. So imagine that's the exact same colour, and this is your 0.4 that you're going to be getting, which again you can use alongside the lazy daisy. So let's dive in, shall we? We're giving to you all of this at £13.10.
That's an amazing price on its own.
Now, that genuinely
Yeah,
is,
it
isn't
really
it?
is.
If you go into crafting stores, you can be paying quite easily sort of the £9 mark for a thicker gauge, and that's for about 5 metres.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't get as much.
You don't get 10
No.
metres worth. So that's a great deal. However, we're live on air, and this is why you tune in live to Jewellery Maker. You get those live on air deals. They don't last forever, but they're lasting right now. Today, from £13.10 to £6.95. Can I just ask you, to create something like this, and I know it's a bit how long is a piece of string, but to create something like this, how many meters approximately of wire would you have used? Because obviously we've got plenty in here.
Yeah, I mean, something like that, that's a multi-wire piece. So you probably, the thing is, you do go through quite a lot of wire when you are Viking knitting, because obviously it's going around in loops.
Yeah.
And it does depend. See, this has been done on the 1/2 inch, and you can tell because the loops are quite elongated,
Yes.
where they'd be more condensed if they were on a smaller tool. But you've certainly got enough wire there, I think, to get you going.
Okay.
I think something like a piece like this, which is 3 pieces knitted, plaited together, that would probably be about 10 metres, not far off.
Perfect. So this kind of design here would take about 10 metres worth. And again, that is done on the Lazy Daisy. It's incredible, isn't it? Because it just looks so different. I mean, the difference between that and this one here
And
is
it's all the same
completely
technique.
different, but it's all the same technique, which is the great thing about this as a medium. That is £6.95 for you today on this one. So if you do fancy grabbing it, the info's at the bottom of your screen. You can get in touch with us, and I suggest you do now if you like this colour palette, because this is a popular one for us here at Jewellery Maker. £6.95 for you on that. I'm actually going to hand that selection to you so that you can get set up and everything for us. Let me just let you know that obviously it's book club today. We've got the book coming up for you. Also, just as a reminder, because I know that someone was asking the time of this one, I'm so excited to bring you this. I just think it's absolutely divine. It's the texture and the beauty and the fact that it's not kind of, you know, over glossed, so it's not shown off too much. It's not overimposed, if that makes sense, with that gloss. This is coming up at 3 o'clock for you today, and I have actually got 2 other strands back to back. Would you like to see them? They go great together, don't they? Let me show you another one. Fancy the other Jasper? Ha ha! So in here I've got MAC Jaspers, as you can see, and I've got genuine natural Australian Jaspers as well. So they are all on the way for you. They'll be back to back at 3 o'clock. Brand new, very special luxury look to those. I love that mat. It's so on trend at the moment, isn't it? Let me bring to you another set of wire, if I may, and this time, again, it's going to be a lovely selection of gauges to add to your collection. I'm going to start off with a big one. 100 meters on one spool. Now the great thing about getting 100 meters, especially with your 0.25, is if you are to be doing quite heavily woven pieces, this is going to go really, really, really far. I've got 100 meters worth on that one there. As well as that, you've got 0.4, great again for your Lazy Daisy, and you've got your 0.8 too. So again, great for your structural designs. Don't forget as well, 0.8. you can use not only on clasps, so you can even use to do sort of end caps like this type of thing if you wanted to, that give that really professional finish. So it's lovely to be able to have that.
You can Viking knit with 0.8 as well.
Oh, brilliant.
You can. I mean, it's a little bit trickier because it's a heavier gauge, obviously, but it is doable. It is doable. And you know my crocodile, that my sculpture that I've done? He's been made out of Viking knit and 1.8 wire.
Well, there you go. If you've seen that crocodile and you've loved it, then definitely, you know, grab this bundle now. And if you don't know about that crocodile we're talking about, just head over to JM guest designer Laura Binding, because you've got a picture of it on there, haven't you? Yeah. So go and have a little look on that on Facebook. We have got for you the gold wire deal. 0.25, 0.4, 0.6 and 0.8. I'm sorry, I'm missing a 0.6. Why? Because it's right in front of my face. 0.6 as well you're getting in here. So just as a recap, all 4 of those gauges, that means you're getting 130 metres of wire in this one. Should be £18.10, which again, for 130 metres worth of wire is sensational. But my lovely producer, B Diddy, has gone, do you know what? I'm just feeling like, for something like this, we want a lot of wire, so let's do it. We're going to give you a $6.95 deal on this one today. If you want to grab your hands on it, this is definitely your chance to interact with us. Do remember, we love hearing from you. What have you been up to? I want to know. Also, if you've had this book maybe from 2018, you want to tell us what you think about it, do feel free. Maybe you want to ask Spellbinding Laura Binding something about the Viking knit tool. We are going to be chatting to her and having a demo from her in a minute or two, so do feel free. Maybe you've got it and you're struggling with something, or maybe you just need a bit of a hint or tip or advice to see if it will be right for you. We are here at your disposal. We are here to help you out, so do make the most of us. If you want to text us, the number is 60777. That's 60777, and start that text with the word JM Studio. Also, JewelleryMaker.com, if you want to get in touch with us there, it'll say send a message to the studio. You can get involved with us that way. Today is a really busy day with all of the treats and goodies we've got, but we will make time to answer your questions as always, so do feel free to get in touch. We love hearing from you. Maybe you want to let us know what your favourite book is. What was your favourite book when you were younger, possibly? Or what book are you reading now? Are you audiobooking at the moment?
I am, yeah.
What you on?
So I just finished a really good one, which is called Flatshare. That's really good. I'll tell you about it later. It's a really...
I feel like that's one that I will like.
It's really
we
enjoyable.
do our audiobooks, and we always have like an audiobook debrief, so I feel like that's one that's speaking to me already.
I just downloaded because they had a 2-for-1, so I downloaded a sort of a new series about life in London. It's a chick flicky kind of one, but it's okay. Just give it a chance.
You're not obsessed though, are you?
But my favourite kids one was The Faraway Tree series by Enid Blyton.
Now I like Enid Blyton's work, but I don't think I've heard of that one.
It's about an enchanted forest, and it's got the great big faraway tree, and they go up, and there's people that live in the faraway tree, like a fairy and Moonface, and then they have different lands at the top in the clouds, and it rotates around.
Okay, well that sounds like my idea of a good time.
It's one of my favourites.
Oh wow, I need to get on that. That sounds brilliant. Let us know what you're reading it. We'd love to hear from you. Let me offer to you now, if I may, 200 metres of your 0.25. Now, 0.25 is one of those wires that we need and we use a lot of. What is your favourite thing about 0.25?
Well, I'm always very open about the fact that I love 0.25. It is one of my favourite, and I'm often asking the kit team, can I have some 0.25 in my wire, in my kits? Because for me, it's just something that I can create lots of intricate detail with, but it doesn't make the wires too difficult to work with. It almost acts like a pattern on your wire if you want to do weaving, rather than, whereas you use a 0.4, but it can sometimes give a more textured, chunky look. So it really is what you're looking for. But for me, 0.8, 0.25 is like my favourite combination ever.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful pairing to be able to use with your thicker gauges. We are bringing to you 200 metres worth of this right now. Should be $19.90, so $9.95 each. Brilliant for 200 for 100 metres.
Yeah, 100 metres of real, and in silver. In silver. We don't see silver very often.
We do not, and let me just remind you, the silver plating is genuine silver. So that glow that you're seeing is from real silver. This is not a silver colour or a silver flash. We've not, taken this down the DIY shop and dunked it in some silver paint. This is genuine silver, silver plated that you've got here. We're bringing to you, should be $19.90, which is $9.95 each. Fancy a 2-for-1? Let's do it. Let's do you a 2-for. Let's do a 2-for-1. Let's do you $9.95, and then brilliant. So to buy one get one free. But B Diddy is in the hot seat today, and you know what our producer B Diddy loves. She loves a lot of things, actually, don't you? She loves Disney. She loves us guys, thank you. We love you too. She also loves a bargain. She loves a bundle as well. That's why we call her Becky Bundles sometimes. And because you're a bundle of joy. Sorry, yeah, that's another thing. And we thought, let's bring you another extra treat. So it's a buy one, get one free, and we are putting an extra I want to say £5 back in your pocket. But that doesn't even seem to make sense. So we've halved the price, and then we've halved the price again for you today. So if you fancy grabbing it, this is a brilliant time to react, because as we say, this is something that with 200 metres in such a popular colour, it's going to add so much beauty to designs, isn't it?
It really is, and it's going to see you such a long way. And also, I mean, for me, I use it for my weaving, as I said, but if you're a wire knitter, if you want to knit or crochet, it is ideal for that.
That's a brilliant one. £4.95 for you. We're going to have a little bit of a demo now, just as a little added extra. We have got more coming up for you too, though.
Okay.
Spellbinding, Laura Binding, I am with you.
Okay.
What are you going to show us quickly on this lazy daisy?
What I do is show you how to get started.
Perfect.
And also then show you how to add in. So I've got a piece that I've already done.
Great.
So that's ready to be added into. So what I'm going to do is show you how to, one, remove it from the tool.
Cool.
And we said about it being, so obviously, although you might look at it and go, oh, well, you know, if I want to do a long length of knit, how am I going to do that? As you can see, because of the fact that the daisy itself is actually removable, the weave itself will just
grow and extend.
Yeah, so it's no issues. So what I'm going to do is show you, so say I wanted to do another project, but I wasn't done with this, I can simply remove this, as long as I don't draw this through. So by drawing it through, we have draw plates, and it will just reduce it to make it look more chain-like and more of this kind of effect. So as long as you don't do that, you'll be able to pop it back onto the tool. So what I find to do is I tend to push the little daisy section down so that all the loops become sort of visible, as you can see, and they all raise.
Yeah.
And then I just snip them. Remove the daisy, give it a little shake, and then all you will have left is one wire. So if you have more than one wire, check it, because you've got one that shouldn't be there.
Okay.
And then just going to get rid of that little wire, what I tend to do is I tend to just take that and kind of roll it so it blends in with that loop there.
Hides in then, doesn't
And
it?
yeah, make sure there's no sharp edges. That then gets rid of that loop and makes it, you're not going to pick it up and cut yourself or anything like that. So to get started, what I'm going to do is take a new length of wire. Now I'm using the 0.6 for this, so you can weave, do the Viking knit with either 0.6 or 0.4, okay? But a 0.6 might be a better one to start with, just because there's a little bit more structure to it, so it's going to be easier to control.
Got you.
So I'm only going to take a short length because I've already got a piece made. Now, what you'll find in the instructions is that it does give you a diagram. So it does tell you how to actually do the knit itself, as you can see here. Okay?
Yeah.
And what it also does down here is it shows you the layout.
Got you.
So if you wanted to do like a 3-loop knit, you've got it here.
Great.
You wanted to do 5, 6, it's all, and it shows you the best layout using the actual holes in the daisy to get that look. Okay? I mean, also it's a bit of common sense. You just divide it by 12. So if you want to do a 6-loop, you divide it by, 12 by 6, and so you can work it out that way as well. So what I tend to do is remove the daisy, bring my wire straight down, and then I bring the tool, and then you'll find on the tool that there are 2 sets of sort of holes on both sides, okay, and they are diagonally drilled. So you want to go to the top one and put your wire through.
Got you.
Bring your wire like that, hold it up, and then you've got it connected, okay? I'm just going to turn it slightly to the side so that it's got a curve already, and then the little grooves in the daisy section here is what you're going to want to bring your wire down into to create a loop. Now you'll see this little guideline here. This is a guideline just for your starting loops, and these loops will be cut, so don't worry too much if they're a bit messy. So I'm going to skip 2 of the loops, 2 of the holes, bring the wire up, and then bring the wire around. And then what I tend to do is put my thumb on the loop that I've just created and turn the tool to me, so that now I'm keeping that stable. Bring the wire up and then just bring that around into a loop. Now I'm right-handed, so I tend to go, I will go anti-clockwise. I'm not sure if you were left-handed if you'd want to go clockwise. Would you feel that you would want to go in the same direction as me, or would you feel you'd want to go clockwise?
To be fair, I'd probably want to go clockwise, but
yeah, but there's no wrong or right. It's only just as long as you keep it consistent. So this is so I did one extra then. So just remove that. So when you look at the top, if you can see there are 4 splashes of metal, that means it's a 4 loop. So I don't want to do any more. So if the next one I'm going to do is going to come up through one with a wire already through it, you don't want to do that. So you're back at the beginning now, and now what I want to do is, you see the little cross section just here? I'm going to bring the wire behind that cross section.
I see.
Again, keeping my hand on it to control it and to bring it into that loop. And then again, I'm going to do the same again. So I'm going to go over to the next one, bring my wire behind it, form it into a loop.
Great.
And you'll see, you just continue that.
That's so easy, isn't it?
And it's just about getting a consistency. So you don't want to pull this wire really tight. You don't want really teeny tiny loops, because there's no need for it. So when you get to this point, and I'm back at the beginning loop, I'm going to turn it slightly to the side, and I'm going to cut the wire that's going through that hole.
Yes.
The reason for this is because if you don't and you continue to knit down, you're going to trap that. So
tricky. Yeah.
You won't be able to remove the daisy.
Easy.
And that's it started. And if we get time later, I'll show you how we add in.
Perfect. Let me just let you know now, $4.95 on your screen. I don't want you to miss out. I hate when people miss out. So to all of you who've got it in your baskets, just a little bit of friendly advice. We have got about that much close to an oversubscription now. So if you have got it in your basket, all cool, check it out at your leisure. But if you do fancy it, do just do it now. And as a reminder, we got the original price, we halved it, and then we halved it again, because these should be $9.95 each.
Yeah, that's an incredible price.
So it's $4.95 for both now. So good luck to you. Right, I'll come back to you in a moment then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me bring to you some more treats. Just whilst you're setting up for adding in, let me bring to you some more wires. I have got coloured wires coming up for you too, which I can see, which is always a good fun thing to have. Let's go in now with this collection. Thank you so much, pal. This is a really wonderful round copper wire. Now, this is such a rich colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And again, if you're working with your copper sheet, it's going to be ideal, because it's really going to blend into that metal tone.
Yeah.
And again, team it with gemstones, that is going to really make pop. I'd add it to sort of my greens, my blues, you know, really have that contrast of colours.
Yes. I just let you know too, you know, with your contrasting colours, any of these wires that we've brought to you thus far, you can use in together. Don't think that it's something like, you know, sometimes when you do mediums of any kind of crafting sort, they might be sort of colour coded so that you have to use a certain colour with a certain colour, or the sizes won't fit or whatever. This is not the case. We like to let your imagination run wild. So today, I'm bringing you the copper wire deal. All of your gauges on screen, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1mm, should be $15.80. For you today though, we've got an added little sweetener. Let's do it. We're going to take this down further. Remember please, these prices only last for a few hours. £5.95 right now, so it's the time to grab it. That is such a good deal for what you're getting, because this really is just going to help you go and go and go with your creativity, and it goes with so many of your gemstones, including the brand new ones I've got coming up at 3 o'clock for you today. $5.95 on that is a sensational deal. You're going to have so much fun working with it, so if you do fancy grabbing it, do be quick to do so now. This is another popular collection for you to get your hands on, so do be quick in and on this. This is a beautiful,
for this.
And this is with the 0.4, is it?
0.4, and I believe probably a 1 mil for the
end cap.
Finishing.
Isn't that gorgeous? Spelby, I'm back with you for an add-in. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, simple as that. Just because the other one had nearly sold out, you see.
Okay, so once you've got the base of doing the actual technique, it is very repetitive, so it's quite common actually. So I've actually gone back to the piece that I originally made.
Yeah.
Because I haven't drawn it or done anything to it, I can pop that straight back onto the tool.
Great stuff.
So I'll go back to these drill holes, or the holes in the actual tool that we started off with, and what I want to do. So you'll see that final loop just there. Now there's a very short tail, probably could do with it being a tiny bit longer, but it's not a problem as long as it's no lot shorter than that, which is probably about an inch or so. So what I want is to line it up with the top hole. Now there are 2 sets, and I tend to just not really use the bottom set, so we're just going to focus on the top. Line that loop up.
Got you?
So it actually goes over that hole.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take some new wire. Sorry, I just dropped that in.
All right.
Obviously, as long as you can sort of handle working with. So line that up, and then you're going to feed your new wire in. So it's going to go straight through. Now be careful and make sure it doesn't catch the back of this, because sometimes, especially when you're working on a longer length, that can drop down.
Okay.
You want that to be clear.
Lovely.
Exactly the same, push that down so it locks it. And then what you're going to do is use your new wire to do another row. So this is a 4 loop, okay? So I'm going to do 3 of the rows or columns. These are the columns, these
Okay,
loops
yeah,
here.
I see.
You've got the columns, you've got the rungs, which you think of a rung of a ladder.
Yes.
And then you'll have rows, which is obviously how many rows up or down.
Got you.
Yep. So just skinny over here. So, and again, I'm just going around. Now again, you'll see I'm just exactly the same, holding the previous loop, going around. Okay. So I've done 3 because it's 1 less, because the next one that I would do is actually the end of the previous section.
Okay.
So I don't want to do anything with that. What I want to do now is remove the piece off of the tool. Okay, and what if you've done this right, your old wire and your new wire, the tail of your new wire, should meet. Okay, you can see they're both at the same place.
Okay.
If they're not, then you've done something wrong.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm going to just take these and I'm going to twist them together for about 1 centimetre. Okay, and then I'm going to cut the tail on both of those. You have that little twist. You pop it back onto the tool. Now, if you struggle to put it back onto the tool, we had this pin. Now, this pin is
That comes in the kit.
It comes in the kit, and I know it looks like a standard kind of drawing pin, but it isn't. This piece here is actually longer.
Yeah.
And so what it does is you lift it, pop it underneath, and that enables you to lift that section of the knit up. Also, if you are struggling to get it back onto the tool for any reason, I sometimes just place the cone section on.
Got you.
So
Perfect.
it will widen it out. And then all I'm going to do is continue. So I'm going to hold that new little twist and then go around as we were. I'm just going to do one more rotation because I want to show you how we sort of secure that twist into the knit.
Whilst you're doing that final section, just before we add the twist into it, let me bring to you the coloured wires. I just want to say that that previous one that was just on screen, we had so many in baskets. It is the final one of that colour, so I don't know if you're looking at it and going, I love that colour, but I'm going to see what else is coming. That's all we've got today, so if you do fancy it, do feel free to check out. I'm going to bring to you coloured wire now, and this is 0.5 in your black wire.
Wow.
Now, this is not a colour we see often at all, is it?
Not in that gauge either.
No. When you get different colours of wire, you are able to create different effects, different textures. The wonderful thing about a black wire is it just goes so well with your different colours of base wire, doesn't it?
It's not going to not go with anything, is it? It's a black wire.
It's
so
the little black dress of the wire world, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. And I'm thinking, if I got that copper wire bundle and I had this black, I would be thinking of a dragon's eye.
Oh, gorgeous idea. Yeah, put those together. Oh, so mystical.
Yeah, to make that sort of, especially if you're doing your weaving, then you'll be able to create that texture and those layers and that look.
Definitely. It's got such a unique sort of exciting element to explore with this. And remember again, you know, with it being that 0.25, it's a lot of texture you're going to be building up. Also, you can use it in the likes of, you know, hairband designs, tiaras, etc. If you wanted to, that would be really lovely to be able to use. And just looking at this book that we're going to be exploring a little bit more later, there is designs in here whereby using the different colours is going to look so sensational. You know, even in the likes of hairband designs like these ones up here, using the black to maybe hold a feather nice and taut, or to hold like some sparkling spinel, for example.
Do a little tiara twist and have like little spray in the centre of a hairpiece. I mean, we've got a hairpiece coming up actually in the second kit. And so you could add this in and create like a little spray in the centre for the bud of a flower.
Gorgeous idea. So if you do fancy grabbing it, it's $5.95, very popular. I'm back with you for that final section, Spelby.
So I'm back to the point now. I've done one row, and what I want to do now is just catch this little twist in, okay? So I've got the pin, because what I want to do, so you can see the twist there. Now what I want to do is bring the wire, I want it to go behind that loop, but I also want it to go behind that twist. So if you can see what I've done with the pin, that's what the wire needs to do. So I'm actually using that pin to lift all of that up for me, so that when I do come in with the wire, I'm not going to be fighting. Okay, so that's going to go straight behind.
yeah,
and another
perfect.
little tip is, if you, again, look, there's 2 of these groove lines here.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I place it over that little groove because it's creating a space behind the weave.
I see.
Which means that you haven't got to fight because it's going to go straight into that groove. And then just again continue. And what you're doing effectively is stitching that twist into the column of the knit.
Got you.
And you'll see now when I take that off, obviously I would continue going further down, but can you see how it's blended in?
Yeah,
And obviously when that gets drawn through again, it gets even more disguised. And the only other thing that I would say is try to keep all of your add-ins on the same column.
Got you.
So
Okay.
if you need to add in 3 times, try to make sure they're all on that same column, and then it just helps with the design.
Good tip. Thank you so
You're
much for
welcome.
showing us that. You can get your hands on that 1/2 Lazy Daisy right here, right now. On air deal is just $19.95, which I always thought they were more costly than that, but maybe that's...
They're great, and the thing is, they're lightweight.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Add them into your toolkit, travelling bag. If you're going travelling,
Yeah.
you know, it's going to be great. So
It's a great one to
yeah.
add. Spelby, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
That is still available if you want to grab your hands on it, and looks so easy to pack up too. For now though, I'm going to bring you some more wire, and we were just thinking, this is 1 mil.
Oh.
How great would that go with the black?
Oh, amazing! So I would do weaving with the point, with the black, with the 0.25.
Got you.
Onto this silver. That would look stunning.
That's going to look incredible, isn't it? We are bringing to you today your double silver collection, and this is of your 1 mil, as you can see. We're bringing to you 10 meters worth on each spool, which is lovely. I know for a while we tested out doing the 4 or 5 meters, didn't we?
Yeah.
Or 8 meters, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Back to the 10 meters for you today. 20 meters therefore in total for just £5.95. This is one of the more structural wires that we do, and as we sort of mentioned before, you know, doing finishing off caps, for example,
Yeah, and
with
your
the end of
clasps
that
as well.
tool.
The
And your
clasps,
clasps,
yeah,
great point.
I like to make all of the clasps, and then also you've got like a matching colourway as well. I mean, even on this one, the little caps here would have been done using the 1 mil in the silver.
I'll show that.
Also, I love it for making my cuffs for my bangles and things like that, because again, it's structural.
Yeah.
It's great for your frames. You can hammer it. You know, for me, it is a staple wire to have.
Yes, yeah. It's just a brilliant element to have, isn't it?
What you could do is feed that wire through there. I probably did do that.
Yeah.
Looking at it, you know, I probably put a piece of that wire through, because you can see it's maintaining that shape,
Yes,
it's
yeah,
maintaining
yeah.
that curve, and that would have been done using that 1 mil wire.
So that's £5.95 on those ones for you. That is the end of my wire bundles that I have for you. So what I would do if you've just tuned in is have a little nosy on JewelleryMaker.com and just click back through and see which ones suit you, which ones you need to top up on. Is it the coloured wire, like the black wire, or is it the full range of wires that you need in certain colours? Do feel free to have a little look back through. And don't forget, it is World Book Day today. So if you want to let us know about what your favourite book is, or what you're reading at the moment, we'd love to hear a bit of a review on what you're...
I'd love to go to a book club, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. But when you watch them on sort of American telly, I always feel like they delve much deeper than I would.
Yeah.
Do you know
Could
what I
we not,
mean?
like set up an online, like a virtual one? And
Yes.
We can have a glass of coffee.
Yes.
And pink or red, fine.
Yeah.
And review a book.
I love that
That's
idea.
quite fun.
Yeah, that's a good idea, that. Okay, let me bring to you now, finally, the more delicate and dainty Lazy Daisy. You've seen how easy and fun this is to do with a wonderful Spellbind and Laura Binding's demonstration. And now we're just taking it down a size. So you may well think, well, the difference between the 1/2 inch and the 1/4 inch can't be that big. But even
No,
just
it
by
is.
looking at the tools, you will see that is quite a dramatic difference. However, the way you use them is the same,
Oh,
right?
it's exactly the same. So the difference is, and actually the one that you've got there is the original, to be fair. It's the, it was the first one that Stephanie came out with. Let me just straighten it out, sorry. That's
No, it's all right.
There we go. So
I swear you've made that
I've made
worse.
it worse.
It's all
You
right,
fix-
I'll have a go.
You fix it.
Yeah.
So the difference between the two tools, obviously, apart from the size of them, is that one, the 1/4 inch has 6 holes in the daisy section.
Yeah.
whereas the 1/2 inch actually has 12.
Got you.
So therefore, obviously, you've got a little bit more variety in what you can and can't do. Now, what the difference is visually is that when you do a knit on the smaller tool, it is more condensed, it is more intricate almost. Whereas when you use the larger tool, because again, if I use this for example, you can see the rungs, which are what goes across. So this is a 4 loop. If I was to do a 4 loop on the smaller tool, it would look different because the spacing would be closer.
Of course.
So therefore the loops would be more condensed.
Yeah.
Whereas you can see on this one, which has been drawn through, that the loops are quite long, and that's because it's been done on a larger tool. So it really is, there isn't a should I have one or the other. For me, they both have a completely different look.
Yeah.
And also I like to do a knit on the small one and put it inside a knit on a large one.
Oh, that's cool,
so you
isn't
mix
it?
it up, use the different colours that we've had today.
Yeah, and have fun.
Yeah, have fun with it.
So this one is your 1/4 inch and it's $19.95 for you, and it's the smaller one that has this kind of effect and the larger one that we did earlier on that has the effect of the gold. But as we say, these are not the only effects, you know, using them in different gauges, different colours, different layers, etc. is incredible.
This section here would have been done using the smaller tool as well. So this is just flattened Viking knit.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it's flattened.
So that
and
section
then,
there.
Yeah, that section there has been flattened, and then just like those were the halo beads that we had.
Yes.
Added into the centre. So that is actually all Viking knit. So it goes,
That section
you know,
there,
you can
actually.
flatten the knit if you want to. You can make rings out of it. You know, so much you can do.
It's such a brilliant, fun tool. So feel free to grab it now at $19.95. Let me move on now, if I may, and I'm going to bring to you some sterling silver because we can. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm in my last chance saloon, so that for me means I've got less than 30 of these, and I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of what we're bringing to you. Have a little look, spaces galore, different looks, different sizes, but all in solid sterling silver. You have got decadent, big, bold pieces like this, all the way down to your more dainty donuts such as these. You are going to be getting a big selection of each. You've got in 48 pieces as total. And as you can see, they are great for spacing out designs. They're great for hiding knots in stretchy bracelets and so much more. I am now in very low stock on these ones. In fact, I have got less than 20 now. So let's give you a deal on these, shall we? We always need things like this. We very rarely see them in a big bundle together, but we're bringing all of these that you see now on screen. What a deal and a half. That is way, way, way over 6 grams of silver, which is very unusual to be able to say about spacers. Normally it's nowhere near that amount, but today that is what we are bringing to you. It's a stunning selection, a really pretty and unusual collection that we've got for you here. Loads of textures, loads of detail, that kind of gizmo coil one. I've not seen that one before, and I love these. That's very sort of Pandora-esque, isn't it? And can you see the lattice like look on these? How great would that go with your actual Viking knit?
Oh, it'd be brilliant. It'd be perfect. These would be lovely if you had your sterling silver wire, having these on the end as the finishing caps,
Yeah.
or even just having a couple in the middle just as that focal. The other thing I love about these are, it's a lovely mix, but those the little flatter ones there,
Yeah.
it'd be really cool for like a little steampunk design.
Love that idea. Sold out, I'm afraid, but well done if you got it. Okay, let's go now and bring to you. Oh, it was inevitable. It was. I'll get that in a second.
Oh, I love these. They're so pretty.
What I'm about to bring to you is exemplary quality of a cut stone. When we talk about the brilliant cut, we're talking about one of the best known cuts. It's often reserved for diamonds. And the reason it's often reserved for diamonds is because of the way the light interacts. And also because with a brilliant cut, you're able to get quite a lot of evenness in look, which is very, very saleable. The gorgeous thing about this collection is that I am guaranteeing you 2 perfect, brilliant cut Brazilian amethysts that are going to be the crowning glory in your designs. Now, obviously, if you're a wire worker, you may well have 1,002 ideas to do with these. We have brought you ring shanks and earring shanks recently that these would fit beautifully, and I know that we have got more to come for you. They are being delivered sort of as we speak almost. And so if you want to grab the stones now, you know that 6mm is a size that we will often bring to you. It's a standardized size. So we are more than likely going to be bringing to you earring studs that will fit these within the next couple of weeks. A pack of 2, exemplary quality, perfectly cut. And you know, when you're looking at the brilliant cut, can anyone else see when you're looking at this how the inside, when the light hits it, it almost gives you a different layer of colour? Can you see that? So you're getting like almost this velvet like purple that sort of translates into like lavender pinks. Can you see that? It tends to happen when the light goes through that table and hits kind of through on the pavilion of this. So that light that bounces back isn't purest of white, is it? It's almost like a lavender peachy pink. It just adds different levels and layers. So when you're wearing these, people are really going to notice that, aren't they? I am bringing to you a guaranteed pack of 2 in this. They're going to be $9.95. I really just want to remind you that the cut of these for that price point, as I said, it's a cut often reserved for diamonds. And when you think about diamonds and the workmanship and the care and the time and effort that goes into cutting those, because they are such a highly regarded stone, the brilliant cut plays into that perfectly. And that's why we've opted for the brilliant cut with this stone, clearly, because they're totally beautiful, eye clean, so that fire and that almost tonal colour that bounces from the light in the pavilion is stunning. I've just been told I've now got 3 of these available only, literally just 3 available now. So I'm going to wish you luck. $9.95. I've got 2 left now. I've literally got 1 left now. So I wish you luck. That is a very, very special treat. I've got memory wire now. I'm going to be honest, I know I've got less than 50 of them. So if you've been fancying on topping up, I'm going to bring them to you now in 2 different colours, your gold and your rose gold.
Can I have a look at that book a moment, please?
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if it's got projects in there featuring memory wire.
Also,
Nice.
are you allowed to talk to us about?
Well, I don't see why not.
Right.
Well,
do you know what? Do you know what, Spelby? Do you know what? Let's say it
Let's
as
say
if
it.
it were hypothetical.
Okay.
Hypothetically, spellbinding,
Yeah.
Laura binding. If, I don't know, you wanted to learn more about how to use memory wire, I know there are a few ways you could do it.
Yeah.
Maybe you could mention a couple of ways that you could do it.
Well, I think we've shown it a few times.
Yeah.
I think
You can watch back on
you can
shows.
watch back on shows on YouTube and things, or you could come to a workshop.
A memory wire workshop, wouldn't hypothetically that be brilliant fun?
I think so.
Hypothetically, when might something like this take place-ish?
Maybe hypothetically the 15th of April.
Maybe hypothetically the 15th of April. Right, something to maybe think a little bit about. Because the interesting thing about memory wire is when you see it in the likes of books or whatever, sometimes it's used in quite a simplistic manner. But actually, there's loads of different things you can do with this, which hypothetically a workshop may well teach you about in April. I am bringing to you the ring size, the bracelet size and the necklace size. And you might be thinking, Bex, that's a bit of a big statement ring. These are actually numerous different coils. You're looking at about 14 different coils, which means you could easily make around about 10 rings very, very easily. It's a one-size-fits-all deal because, as you can see, they do expand and shrink as you kind of need and as you have gemstones on. But also, it has got a memory, so it bounces back exactly as it needs to be. We are bringing to you all of these today at $4.95. So that is multiple pieces of jewellery for both of the colours, yeah.
Wow.
That's a great deal, isn't it?
Deal, yeah.
What have you found, Spell?
Well, it doesn't use memory wire, but I think you could use the memory wire.
I agree
anyway.
with you.
I think it would work better because it's going to retain that shape.
Yeah.
So can I show?
Go ahead.
So
It's coming up for you
this
too.
project here in this book, if you look at this headband design here, can you see here? Can you see how it's kind of got like the wire going across?
Yeah.
You could secure your memory wire there and pop little beads on, crimp it with crimp beads, just as has been done in the style here.
Great idea.
But being memory wire, it's going to maintain that shape better, so I think it would be perfect.
I really like that idea, yeah, because then if a gust of wind gets you, that's going to go nowhere, is it?
Nowhere.
$4.95. I will let you know I've got less than 30 of these available for you now, and that is your double trouble. There's loads of different things you can use these for. It's not just about using them in the simplistic way. You can use these for frames of of Tree of Life, for example.
Tree of Life frames would be ideal. They'd be great if you just want fancy hoop earrings.
Gorgeous, which is so in right now, aren't
Of
they?
two different sizes, because you've got your smaller and you've got your larger. Because although they're labelled, you don't have to use it for rings. Wine glass charms is my favourite.
I love that
I'm
one.
going to be factoring that in this hypothetical
workshop. I love it. Keep your eyes peeled for anything hypothetically happening on that date in April. Let's go. And I'm presuming we're talking glue gun, are we? No, it's not. It should be some turquoise, but I'll be honest with you, B, there is nothing in that box. Or I've got beeswax. Is that meant to be in it? No. No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Should we do the beeswax? Let's do the beeswax, because do you know what? We talk a lot about sort of conditioning threads, etc., especially when we're talking about silk, don't we? And we will talk a lot about beeswax for that. Beeswax itself is sensational if you do, for example, have different elements and different pieces of thread that you need to kind of play in together. But the wonderful thing about using beeswax is, you're like me, aren't you? You don't just do jewellery making, do you? You don't just do jewellery making. You may well do many, many other different crafts. I will use pure natural beeswax as an element within candles. I will add it in, and I will sometimes add it into different types of wax because of the way in which this burns, and also the way in which it's quite nourishing, actually, and it's meant to be quite good for sort of cleansing the air if that's something that you're interested in. I use beeswax quite a lot, as I say, for my candles. I think it's really useful to be able to add in. Also, of course, not just for your silks and your pearl knotting, but you can use this for stamping, for example. You can use beeswax for many different crafts, and I'm sure you as a crafter know that already. The lovely thing about this one is, because it's such a large block, because it's such a large, almost gold bar piece, you don't just have to save this for example, your thread waxing. I know that we do the threads the waxes that come in the plastic cover, and they've got a little slot just so you can put the thread through. This you can literally use for a multitude of different things. We are bringing to you a big block of this right now, and we're bringing it to you at just £4.95 today. So if you do fancy grabbing your hands on it, definitely do so now, because I think that's a really good price, considering that it is completely and absolutely natural, and considering the amount of crafts you can do with this, as I've said, candles and so much more. And I do know as well that people sometimes will use this in like skincare and things as well, won't they? So £4.95 for you today.
Well, don't they? I use it for my saw blades.
Oh, do you?
When you're doing sawing, when you saw your metal sheet, use that to keep them from skipping.
From skipping. That's a great, stops it doing the chattering, doesn't it? Great tip. Say that again to me, lovely lady. The glue gun I'll bring to you now. Again, as a mixed media crafter myself, I will say that there are certain tools that I use more than others. The glue gun has to be one of my number ones. You can generally tell whether or not I've been crafting in the last 48 hours just by looking at my hands on air. And if I have got sort of little bits where I almost look like I'm doing an MI5 and I don't have any fingerprints, it's probably because I've been using a glue gun. Glue gun is one of those tools that you can use in so many realms of your crafting, and I honestly have to say that this one is genuinely one of the best I have ever worked with. I have worked with so many different types of glue guns, and in fact I have gone through so many different glue guns. Some glue guns I have had have lasted less than 6 months. I literally use them that often because, as you know, I have my own crafting business and I will use this quite a lot. The fact of the matter is that this is a glue gun which has not only lasted much longer than that for me, but also it is wonderful for us crafters who do catch ourselves in a glue gun and you burn yourself and you go, oh no, because one of the main reasons you will burn yourself with a glue gun is either you're not paying attention, or you will glue gun something, so you'll push the trigger section here, push that trigger in, a little bit of glue will come out, you'll take it away, and with most glue guns a big long tail is left. You will then naturally go, oh, I'll just scrap that off, and not only does it make it worse, but it is very hot to the touch. This, because of the temperature, because of the Dremel design, doesn't have those tails. It is a wonderful bit of kit. It's only £14.95, and genuinely the ones that I have bought that have lasted me about 6 months haven't been a million miles off that price. A little bit lower in cost, I'm not going to lie to you, a little bit lower in cost, but they have literally lasted me up to 6 months, and I've had to replenish and refresh. This is a wonderful, wonderful bit of kit, and the box itself is open, so I might be able to just grab it to show you.
Drip, does it? So
Yes, exactly.
It's
yeah.
one that when it's sort of just standing whilst you're carrying on with your project.
Yeah.
Because like you say, I've got a couple of cheaper ones just where I've obviously had kids and stuff and get obviously supervised.
Yeah.
But they leak, so they'll gradually waste the glue.
And that is not what this one does at all. So this is the great thing. If you just want it to sort of stand on your table, you can, and then you're literally ready and raring to go with it as you need it. £14.95. Okay, I've got so much more to bring you, through today. We are going to be diving on into our book club. If you fancy being involved in this break, then do feel free to send us a message. I want to know what book you're reading at the moment and what you think about it. Or maybe you've got, a book that you love from childhood you'd love to let us know about. We would love to share and hear. We're going to be diving on into this book, not seen since 2018, with some makes and demos that have a little bit of an added twist.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity, is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you've previously purchased by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Email help@jewellerymaker.com or drop us a message on our Facebook page.
Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
At Jewellery Maker, we're always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to put it into your basket online, or speak to one of our brilliant customer service team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
Love Jewellery Maker but don't have an account? You can now purchase items on the Jewellery Maker website through our guest checkout. To do so, select the products you wish to purchase and head over to the shopping basket. Simply enter your email address and select Continue as Guest below. After this, the checkout process is simple. Select your quantity and delivery option and then check out securely. Enter your billing details and either a credit card or PayPal account and proceed to payment. From here, you still have the option to create an account if you wish, making shopping online easier for you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations, and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker. Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 68,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome to Jewellery Maker and thank you for joining us. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and it is my pleasure to be joined by the one and only spellbinding Laura Vinden today. It is World Book Day, as I'm sure you know, which is why we're asking for your input today. I want to know what you're reading, and if you fancy doing a little brief synopsis to get some of our other viewers interested in the read, then do feel free to share that with us. We have been reading quite a fair few books here at Jewellery Maker of late, because we always love to bring you popular up and coming books, and this is a slightly different book for us on that, because this has been a popular book for us in the past, so much so that it sold out in 2018. We haven't been able to get our hands on it since. It is back by popular demand, and I am bringing it to you for 2020 today. This is the big book of jewellery making projects. Now this is one of those books that anybody can get their hands on, and if you're tuning in for the first time today, the projects within this book are multimedia, and what we have done is we have given our wonderful guest designer this, and she'll explain to us what she was asked to do in a little bit. But before that, let me talk to you about what this is. What we have got in here is a creative book, a real page turner with lots of different involved techniques. Some of these slightly more complex than others, some of them perfect for beginners. And what this does is it really showcases simple, fun, exciting and more explorative pieces of jewellery that you yourself can get involved with. There's no way, I don't think, that you can't find something in here that will inspire you. It is such an inspiring book, laid out so brilliantly. And this is from GMC Publications, which you may or may not know has had a hand in sort of the crafting industry for quite a while. Yeah. We are bringing to you a book today which is filled with projects. And if I may, I'm just going to show you a couple of the pages in here so that you can get your head around some of the makes you're going to be learning in this. This says that creating your own jewellery is one of life's simplest pleasures and is great to feel that burst of pride when someone compliments you on a jewellery item you know is all your own work and unique to you. Definitely something we can all agree with, right? We have got a dazzling array of earrings, bracelets, necklaces, hairbands and so much more within this book, and as you see, it's 75 projects. That is just a mere few of the projects that you're going to learn within this. I love that it's so high colour. I love that it's very, very clean in its design, and it goes from mediums such as resin all the way through to beading, all the way through to gluing with the glue gun like the one I brought you before the break. It's a really all-encompassing book, this, isn't it, Spelby?
Yeah, it's great. It's got a lovely mix of techniques, ideas, and again, it's one of those that even if you just take it as a base and then put your own stamp on it, it's got polymer clay in there. I know we had that on the other night. I mean, we've got feathers. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? And again, I've tried to show with the designs actually how you can kind of go, okay, this is the foundation of it, and then you just do what you want to do with it.
Totally.
Take it where you want to go.
How you can explore with this. We are in a world right now whereby we are, I would say, even more aware maybe than ever before about what we're using, about what we're maybe throwing away. What I loved about this book too is it shows you step-by-step elements that you can actually incorporate with scraps of things that you already have, or maybe, things that, for example, you saw in there, there was plectrums, there's buttons here. Maybe you bought a pack of buttons ages ago and they're kind of odd in their colour and you don't really know what to do with them. This is great for upcycling. This is a great way for you to be able to use lots of threads, lots of cords that you may have knocking around, and maybe you don't know exactly what to do with them. So this is a lovely one for you to explore. Even if you have made jewellery for years and years and years, there is something for you to really kind of find your way with. And you look at loads of projects there, right? I didn't even show you all of them, and I'm only just halfway through in this book, so there's so much information locked away within this. This project is there's a slight typo in the thing there. It's 25 projects to create and make as opposed to 73, so 75 projects within this book, and it is the big book of jewellery making, not seen since 2018. So if you want to grab it, now is your chance. We are going to give you a great deal on this. You may well have spotted it there that your RRP on this is $14.99. Today though, we are going to beat that price for you and make it actually £9.99. So this is a really good deal, and we are beating even some well-known online retailers. It's such a brilliant bit of kit, is it? The Gecko design.
I want to have a go at doing this.
Yeah.
I think he's great.
It really is something for absolutely everyone, and it's a great way of using up odds and end elements as well that you may well have knocking around in your collection. So do feel free to be part of this exciting and exhilarating collection. And Spelby, just whilst everyone's rushing through from this, tell us a little bit about what you were tasked with for Book Club today by our wonderful kit team.
So I've been given 2 projects from this book actually. So we're going to be doing one now, and then we're going to be doing a second one in the 4 o'clock hour. But I was given something a little bit different. So it's using slightly different mediums than I say normally would, or maybe something that's not normally classically my style. Yeah. And anyone who knows me knows I'm not brilliant at following rules, and I'm that person that'll go,
you're a bit more organic, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm the person that if you gave me a recipe to cook, I'll add something extra in because I can. But for me also, I know it feels mad saying this, but it's April next month.
Yeah.
It's school holidays again.
Yes.
Any parent would know exactly what I mean by that. It just feels like they're always off school.
Yeah.
And so I would love, I don't tend to get lots of Easter eggs for my children because chocolate and my children are not a good combination.
No.
I try to get like cloves or like a little mixture of something. So I would love to get this and maybe give this to my daughter, because I think there are projects in here that are achievable to sit down with your children to make, as well as for yourself as well.
Great idea.
And even like my mother-in-law, there's sewing projects in here, and she does sewing.
Yeah.
So she could sit and do a project with Kayla. So, I think, and even Jackson's dabbled with sewing and stuff. So I think it's a great all-round present, and at that price, It's ideal, isn't it?
It really is. And it's one of those as well, which I love, is that there's nothing in here which is too out of the norm for you to be able to really quickly get your hands on, either here at Jewellery Maker or things that you might already have lying around at home that you're just not making use of. $9.95 for you today. So you were tasked with making something from this design.
I was, yes.
And these are what you've come up with. So tell us a little bit about this project.
So these are really fun. So this is the project that I've been given is cocktail rings, basically, and it's using traditional wire, so your heavy gauge of wire, your 1.25, but then also add in on your gemstones, not with wire, but using seed beads. And also I've got some Swarovski crystals in there as well, and also my and also some thread as opposed to wire to add it onto. So we'll find them in there. I've got the instructions.
Yeah.
So I then obviously the task itself is rings.
Yes.
The task itself is rings. I adapted it to make a bangle using the same technique. So I wanted to see if you could change it. I also would love to do earrings. So I'd love to do earrings in like an S shape and fill them in with the seeds as well. So, you know, I think there's a lot. All of a sudden it gives you that base idea and then you can go, brilliant, now I can do this, or I could do that, and I could adapt it. So that's what I love about this project.
So this is what Spellbinding was tasked to recreate with the kit, which we are going to bring to you shortly. And you've obviously made the rings with the slight different twist, which I love. But today what we're going to do, if you love the look of those rings, and they are so comfortable, by the way, I've already tried one on earlier on, we are going to be demonstrating how you actually dive on into the bangle. So if you want to learn to make the rings, it's literally here in this book. We're going to do this project as well, which is in the book later with a exploration into a necklace design. But for now, we are going to be demonstrating the bangle. So if you love the look of the rings, you want to make them, grab the book. Or if you love the look of this or any of the projects, you can. But we're going to actually be demoing the exploration piece with that cuff that we're going to look at in a moment. But now then, let me bring you the kit, because obviously that's what you're going to want to get your hands on. We've got bugle beads, people. I am bringing to you bugle beads within this collection, and we have got one of your favourite best-selling of all of the colours, which is the cobalt in here. And this is the cobalt with the that wonderful, do we call it Aurora Borealis with these? We do indeed, Aurora Borealis. I absolutely adore these ones, and I know that you have enjoyed working with them. When we talk about the the bugle bead, you've got this wonderful Miyuki bead. So Miyuki, the brand name, known for their experience, known for their history, known for their steadfast quality of colour, etc. And the great thing with these is, can you see how you're getting that elongated design that has that sort of almost twist detail to it? This is what helps give you that really intriguing design within your pieces and within your looks. If you can just hand me one of those rings, whatever's closest to you, or whichever one you fancy giving to me, thank you. Have a little look at that as a design. Can you see how that Aurora Borealis really takes on that colour? It makes it look so decadent, doesn't it? We have got a real intriguing look and appearance with these ones too. Oh, don't mind if I do. We've got a really interesting look with the silver ones as well, which just give you a little bit of added extra. What I love about this kit too is we don't stop with the bugle beads. We're actually going to add to the situation the beautiful Swarovski as well. So this Swarovski is a really interesting look and detail, because you've got the Aurora Borealis, which very much mimics the outer colouring on these bugle beads, but the inner sparkle and shine on these. It's really complementary, that, isn't it? I mean, even if you just look at those ones together, do you see how complementary they are and how well they work? We've then taken this up a level as well by bringing to you that incredible beauty of the gold. So the gold itself is that beautiful look and quality that brings out the richness to it. And then we've got the Nymo cord for you as well. This is what you're going to be getting within the design. Now this is something that was specially requested by Spellbind and Laura Binding because it just works so beautifully within the design. Not only is it already bonded for you, so you don't have to use wax with it. You can if you want. We did the beeswax earlier on, but it's ready and raring to go. It's super fine but super strong, and the colour palette just fits in so well with it all, doesn't it?
Perfect, isn't it?
So that's how you add these details on as foretold in the book. So this is your collection. I have to tell you that, you know, for bugle beads alone, I have seen individual packs around about the £7-8 mark, especially when they've got things like the added details to them. Bringing to you today 2 packs of those and that wonderful big Swarovski, remember, we're talking about the 6mm and the wire and the Nymo thread for $19.95 only. Now that is sensational for the amount you get to make here. So much in here. You're getting, you know, the big amount of your bugle beads. I don't even guess to count. You're going to be getting, go on, say again.
Have you got these little fellas?
Oh, possibly. I have. They've fallen into another box.
I was going to say.
Well, I missed them entirely. Oh, blimey. Okay, well, that's even more sensational. I was not aware that we got these ones too.
Because in my mind, that's just for all that Swarovski.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements at $19.95. How much is that per element, I wonder? 6 elements at $19.95. Remembering that you've got hundreds. £3.32 each. I have genuinely seen bugle beads around about the £7-8 mark for a pack.
Yeah, and there's a lot in there. I mean, to be fair,
fabulous.
I made 4 rings, a bracelet. I still had an absolute ton of the beads left.
Yeah, of course.
I did use all the Swarovski, and I still have a fair amount of wire left. So, you know, this is the kind of kit that's going to keep going and going and going.
Wow.
Yeah, that's an incredible price.
That is incredible. £3 and a bit of change per item now. That is a great deal. I would be a hard stretch to bring you the 1.25 because remember that's what this is as well. It's 1.25. I'd be a hard stretch to bring 1.25 by itself for that price.
That's incredible. And that amount of Swarovski, again, like you say, for the little lovely little sort of blue turquoise.
Yeah.
There's about what 48 in there. There's one of the bigger packs.
Wow.
So, you know, you can be really indulgent and you could do a whole ring just full of Swarovski. I mean, that would be statement.
Sensational. We are going to dive on into a demo, and just a reminder, the rings are from the book, and we're going to be doing a demonstration now at Spellbinding is to explore this detail more. Spellby, I am with you, my lovely lady.
I might curveball it and can I do a pendant instead? Because the bangle is done the same way technically as the ring, effectively. It's just a bit more.
Feel free to curveball.
So should we just do something completely
let's go
different?
with it.
Because
you are proving your own point that you do not like following rules, and I appreciate that about you.
But to be fair, the main difference is obviously with the bangle is that I've used one of our steel bangle mandrels to form it. Fine. Lightly hammered it, but technically it's very similar in its technique.
Okay.
I just want to explain also about these rings. These ones here, so the one that you're wearing there is the traditional style that's actually in the book.
So page 111, by the way.
Yeah. So this one here is exactly the same, but what I did was I actually directed these down instead of up.
Got you. Okay.
So if I turn that way, you should be able to see.
Yeah. They're hidden at the back.
Yeah, and so what it does is it creates,
gorgeous.
It just creates a different look. And again, exactly the same technique, just done in a different way. So visually, that one little move changes it.
Beautiful.
So, as I said, I thought I'll show you how to do a pendant instead. And I hammered some of these rings as well, just to show you, say, on that one. You see having the wire hammered?
Yes.
What a difference it makes.
Oh, that's lovely, that.
So, what I'm going to do is, now it's 1.25 gauge wire, so you do need to use your your heavier flush cutters. I'm using the beadle-on ones just because they are stronger. Your zero-ons aren't really designed for cutting a heavier gauge. So I'm going to go ahead and use my round nose pliers, there we are, to create a loop at the top, and this loop I think will be the bail, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to come in and just bring this around here. And what this is showing is how just having this book can make your mind suddenly think, oh, I could do this or I could do that. So it's quite nice to show you how once you've done it, you can think, right, I want to try this.
Something else.
So I'm going to switch it now, and I'm going to switch to my bell making pliers just to create a similar shape almost to the front of that ring, okay? So I'm just going to come along like this, So again, you've almost got those 2 layers here and here that can be sort of stepped in the weaving as such.
Got you.
Cutting this wire here. Okay.
That book is still available, by the way, just to let everybody know. And also, if you need any of these tools, head over to JewelleryMaker.com and we might be able to help you out there.
Okay. So I'm just going to bring this all the way down like this.
Lovely.
Okay. And then all of this spacing could then be filled in with these seed beads. Okay, so obviously you do need to make sure they're going to fit. I mean, these bits here could take the crystals. So again, I'm just going to bring it around, trim it.
Sorry, I'm just looking at that shape you've created and the colour. Do you mind?
No.
Just imagine.
Oh wow, that would be perfect.
Oh, brand new at 3 on their way for you. But you couldn't you? You could do sort of.
That would be beautiful. You could stitch that there.
Stitch.
In all of the curves. Yeah, that would be amazing.
Wow.
And they do a rosary link necklace to go with it.
Okay, I'm sold. I need more.
So I'm just bringing this around into a bit of a spiral here, just for that finishing touch. And what you do, and it's very open about this in the book, is that you tend to just use super glue to actually glue the beads into the spirals or the loops as such, okay? So what I would do is, now you can tell I've got my glasses on, so I'm obviously having to focus.
Yep.
And I've got the a size 10 needle.
Yep.
And I've just put the thread on.
Great.
Okay.
And you get 72 yards
Oh, yeah, you
of
get a lot.
that in the kit, which is a huge amount.
So I'm going to bring this around just to the top and create a knot.
Okay.
Okay. So just going to do a surgeon's knot where you do it through twice like you do on a stretchy bracelet. Again, this is just standard. Now you do glue this knot, so it doesn't matter too much.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring this to where I want this to go. If you were to hammer this, I would do that before, obviously, you start any of this work on it now. Okay, so just bring that all the way up to there. And then you would just add a tiny little dot of super glue. Now, I'm not going to do that now because you do need to wait for the glue to dry. And as I mentioned earlier, I do tend to be a little bit impatient. So that would be set with the glue. And then all you're going to do is start adding some beads. Now you can do it into a pattern if you want. So you just add it straight on, just pop your needle through, pop it straight down, and then you're just going to, so you can adjust the size for it to sit in that gap. Okay, and just place that over the front of the frame. Have you got a blackboard, Becky? I'm just borrow.
I do indeed, my love.
Just so it's a bit clearer. Thank you. Okay, so I just move these. There we go. That a bit better? Okay. So then I want to bring the needle back up into the frame. So effectively it is as if you were weaving it with a 0.4. Bringing that thread all the way across the back and back to the front. And then I'm just going to pick up another of the beads. Drop it all the way down, place it into place, hold it in stable, and then bring that needle back up through the frame and back down. Okay, and then before you add your next bead, so you just simply, once you sort of get started with a pattern, it's very easy. And then again, you just place it so it sits over the front, up and through, and then around. So you can see how it's sitting in place, okay? And then what you're going to do is you do that for the whole rotation. And if you only want like the centre part, so say you were going to put a focal bead there, you can then just drop the bead, the thread, sorry, down a level. And then you would add your next colour, or if you were using some of the small Swarovski, I could put some of them if it's narrowing it down, because they're a little bit smaller, so they would fit in that gap lovely. But then when you're doing the next layer, you just almost want to do exactly the same. You're just going to put the needle in between the beads that are already in place. Okay, and just take your time, and it will sit into place, back through, and then back around again, and then again back down across the back. So it's just very simple sort of stitching, to be fair. and then you would stitch all the way along and fill this in with your beads, and then drop down and do the next section, and you just keep going until you're happy. And you've got the design that you want. I mean, if you don't like it at any point, because I was sort of playing about with this and seeing what I liked, what I didn't like. If you don't like it, it's easy enough to just cut, put a dab of glue at the end where you finished, and then add a new piece in and start again. So, you know, it's not the end of the world if you think, do you know what, I don't like the way this is working. I don't want to have to undo all of it, but you can see how you can place that in. It's all just going to sit in line as it should. And you just continue all the way down, and then when you're done, you just, again, finish with a knot and glue it, and then take your Swarovski bead, say, place that into there, place a little bit of glue there, and have that stationed there.
Love that.
And you just have a little bit of fun with it. So you can see, as I said, if I show you the back of this, hopefully you'll be able to see, where that bead and thread has gone behind all of those stones and gemstones. And that just stabilises and also protects them. And because you're using a strong sort of Nymo, again, even with wear, that's not going to break. As with a wire, it's potential, you know, it could snap or anything like that. That's going to be nice and stable and comfortable to wear. So yeah, it's a really fun project, but just have a little bit of fun with it. I really enjoyed working with this.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And let me remind you, the rings that Spellbinding was asked to follow from the book that we've just brought you, page 111 when you grab the book. So much more in here though for you to follow, and I have got some more makes in the second kit coming up for you, and an exploration of those, so not too far off for that today. $19.95 on that kit. Well done. Little reminder on its way for you, brand new in about 33 minutes 42 seconds ish. This is on its way for you. So excited to bring you this. It's just the most wonderful strand I personally have ever seen of this stone. Very excited. And it has been designed specifically for you, because look at that drill hole.
It's beautiful.
Wonderful, isn't it? So that is on its way. Okie pokely. Plenty more to bring to you. Let me remind you, as well as that one, I have got two other strands on their way for you too. I've also got the Super Saver Mega Deal coming up on the Swarovski chain, which I think will be a great addition to this. In fact, that pendant, you know, on it or something like that would be great.
Yeah.
So that's not far off as well. Before that though, oh, interesting. Tell me what it is, Poppet. I thought so. Just to let you know, we're one box ahead. Let me show you this strand, please. Fossil coral. Fossil coral, fossilized coral, that kind of look and finish is what you get with this. So if you're interested in that really historic feeling, then that is what these got. And I don't think it's just because of the sizability of these. I think it's actually to do with the textures. Can you see how these draw you in? Can you see how when you're looking at them you almost want to come closer to each one? Because they've got so much impressive texture upon them, whereby you can literally see the patterns of what you know appears to be like a fossilized coral. That kind of effect and detail is what makes these so enticing for not just people who love their gemstones, but for mineralogists, for people who love history, for people who are inspired by Mother Nature and the way in which she works. We have got for you 510 carats worth of your incredible fossil coral. £16.95 for these ones today. Seriously sizable, seriously wonderful, and today a tiny price point for what you're getting. Great for some of the kit colours that we've brought to you as well. Absolute whoppers if you're interested in that beauty and that sizability. And again, lovely for you if you did want to maybe use some of the smaller ones actually to pop through in the Viking knit. You could absolutely do like a design around it maybe. £16.95 today on that one. A brilliant shop opportunity, so if you do fancy grabbing it, do be quick off the map. Sorry. Trying to be sneaky then. That was delicious. It was well deserved as well. I'm moving on now. Oh my goodness. When you're looking at extended shapes of a gemstone, I always think you're getting a much more enticing vista. It's a little bit like, okay, let's imagine that you took a really good photograph on your phone. Have you ever taken a really good photograph of something? Maybe, you know, you've been away, you've been walking somewhere, you've just maybe walked down a street you walk down all the time, but there's a perfect sunset, and you take a great photo on your phone. And you're looking on your phone, you think, that is so good, that's brilliant. But then actually you print them out, and you print them out larger, and you think, that is so much better, because you can almost see things that you can't see on your tiny little phone screen. Yeah, sometimes I feel like gemstones offer that to us, if you understand what I mean. And when you get a big canvas for your stone from the actual individual stone itself, you get more opportunity to appreciate every single nuance within that stone that Mother Nature has brought us. And that is exactly what these do. I'm just going to show you these one at a time, and I just want you to say what you appreciate about each one, even if it's just one word of what this makes you think of. Have a little look. That's stunning, isn't it? And now what about this one? I mean, that's really different, isn't it? And what about this next one? And wait. I mean, they're just, I feel like if these are smaller little pieces, you wouldn't be able to appreciate that nuance, whereby this section here is actually translucent slightly, and then it goes really opaque, and then it's completely, you know, almost clear at the bottom with those wonderful crackle effects. All of that effect, I don't feel like you'd be able to appreciate if these weren't as dramatic as they are. It's that wonderful exploration of size that helps us explore the detail internally. We have got for you beauty and quality and luxury in each and every single one of these, which gives you drama but beauty of what Mother Nature wants you to see. We have got, and I'm not even, you know, finished on that strand yet, but every single one of these is telling us a really different story, which means each one of your pieces of jewellery will give a different story. Bearing all of that in mind, surely if these were only £4 per stone, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? And if they were £4 per stone, I've got 2 stones, 4, 6, 8, 9 stones I've got here, so £36 worth. I think that would be incredible. Or should we do it for £1 each?
Wow.
That's what you're getting for this big visual, this big impactful strand that has so much intrigue and insight. And not just intrigue and insight of its size where you get to see it, but also, you know, from each side of that huge size of these. These are stories ready to be told, and they are going to be fantastic for you to be able to work with. I think these are really exciting for us to explore that hidden depth within each stone. Do you agree?
Definitely. I always say this when we have a gemstone sort of in a larger form, just exact reason, you know, you see the formation of that gemstone, you get to see the layers and the interest that aren't always visible in a smaller form or a smaller cut.
Completely, yeah.
You know, and every one of those are so individual. So for me, this is something I would cut. I would have either them ready made into, say, simple pendants. If you were, say, doing craft fairs or things like that, choose the one you want, add the chain that you want, there you go, that's your piece custom still.
Yes.
Because, you know, a lot of people have got individual styles. So for me, there's so many in this that I'm like, oh, I really love this one because of the markings on it, but then, oh, I love this half and half.
Yeah.
You know, and so you might go, oh, I love this one. And so, you know, I think it's lovely to be able to let people make that choice.
That custom opportunity. Yeah. If you love that idea of custom jewellery, it's a great time to dial us right now, or head over to JewelleryMaker.com to place your order. $8.95. Such a statement you've got with those honors. If I offer to you, have these got beautiful cubic zirconia within them? Oh wow, these are dazzling, absolutely beguiling. Offering to you precious metal always feels like a real luxury. Getting precious metal out of the ground is no mean feat. It's no easy task at all. And to be able to bring you here 2 luxury metals and layer those up makes the job so much harder. But the fact of the matter is, it is worth doing 4 pieces like this, because it is a luxury atop a luxury with added design of sparkle. Can you appreciate the beauty of these earrings? Just look at how sensational these are. So if I just tell you that not only against your ear are you going to be able to feel that red gold or rose gold, if you will, against the actual lobe, but what you're also going to be able to see when you get these home is that wonderful diamond-like sparkle coming in from the cubic zirconia. Now, as you can see, you are going to be getting 4 cubic zirconia in each of the wings, so 8 in each of these. But of course, that's just for one stud. Actually, you're going to be getting a full 3 pairs here. So again, when we talk about that work time, effort, energy of getting the luxury silver and the luxury rose gold together to make these designs, but then we're doing almost this sort of invisible setting of all those delicate and dainty cubic zirconia. These are workmanship, aren't they?
Oh, most definitely. And I'm looking at them. Have they got a little loop?
They absolutely do.
Right,
can you
so
see that?
I
at the
can
bottom.
just about see it. So the reason that I got this out, this is coming up in my second kit.
Yeah.
But how beautiful.
The link's,
I'm sorry
the
about
link's
the noise.
just there. No, it's okay, don't worry.
But how beautiful would one of those as a drop
Oh, wow.
be?
Yes.
Because of the
so
colour.
reflective with that luxury metal pairing.
And again, you think of butterflies, you think of colour, you think of like, you know, you have that mix of colours. So for me, I would love just one of those as a little drop.
Great idea.
Or again, you've got that beautiful charm, that Swarovski cup. I've lost my words. Cup
chain,
chain. Imagine just a little drop of that. I mean, I know it's mixed metals, but I think that would be
Why
beautiful
not?
as it would tie in with the cubic zirconia in it.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be a bit of a rebel, cut that little loop off. No one will know, and you've
Just
got
a
a beautiful
stud.
little pair of studs.
Great idea. This is a selection and a half. Such an impressive looking pairing. And as we say, use them as charms, use them as nose studs even.
Oh,
hey, we're bringing to you 925 with all of that workmanship. It's incredible, isn't it? That is now £3.32 per pair of not just solid sterling silver, luxury silver, but also luxury rose gold over the top. And then that workmanship of that almost sort of invisible illusion setting almost with the cubic zirconia, which I think that cubic zirconia, with these being diamond-like in quality, juxtaposes so nicely with that richness of the blush, actually, doesn't it, of the rose gold?
It really complements it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the other thing I was thinking of was the Swarovski that we had in this kit. The little, the AB round ones.
Yes.
Again, you know, they've got that effect, that kind of magical effect. Just
Show
one
you
of
one of them
those
with
as
them.
a drop at the bottom. Again, I think that would be beautiful. For me, that would be my natural go-to, because
Yeah.
I think of, I'd be thinking of bridesmaids, you know, weddings, and if you've got younger flower girls or something like that, just a couple of those in the ears would look really, because, you know, if you want to keep it in tying it all in.
Yeah, I love those as an idea together, because the kind of fire you get from your cubic zirconia is very much mimicked within that Swarovski. Bringing it to you for £9.95 today with those ones, and that is for all 3 pairs of these beauties. I've got so much more to bring you, but that is definitely one for me to be adding to my collection, because I don't know about you, but I've still not stocked up from Christmas.
No.
I've still not. My gift box, I say gift, it's like, I've got a drawer, and I've also got like a box underneath my bed for like gifts and things to pass on. It is, it's diminished massively from Christmas. Let's bring another treat for you. When we offer to you a unique shape, as a designer, that must be really good fun.
Yeah. It's nice to work with something a little bit different. Oh, these are really cool.
Aren't they fabulous? Not only am I bringing you something different with the sense that this is a unusual type of amethyst we very rarely get to bring you, but also I'm bringing you these wonderful shapes that have a beautiful flattened base and then this kind of dome top that we've described as the bullet shape. These are unique and individual, aren't they?
They really are. Again, I think that there's something that, I mean, the smaller ones, I mean, I'm thinking of earrings, quite cool, something a little bit different.
Yeah.
But then, you know, you could place them so that they would sit against your wrist if you wanted them to be sort of more of a design feature, or even a necklace style. I mean, if you use maybe something like a heavier ribbon and kind of plaited around it, that would really nestle in really nicely, and it would look, again, it would look balanced.
Nice idea.
Or just have them on layers of chain.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, or key rings.
There's something really different with those, and so why not explore those different ideas, like the key rings, etc., as you've
Or a
mentioned.
bookmark.
Perfect for book day, absolutely. Don't forget, we want to hear about what book you're reading at the moment, what books you love. Do feel free to text us in. I'm still on Harry Potter, because you know I've been audio booking them for the past however long, haven't
That's
I?
what Jackson went in as today for...
Yes, you said this morning he went in as a Slytherin character, didn't he?
Such a good mum. Left it very last.
You will not be the only one. She's not, is she? Definitely not. No, definitely not. Yeah, I'm on the last one, Deathly Hallows. I'm on at the moment. I've probably only got a couple of chapters left in it.
Big
really.
one, though, isn't it? So.
It is a big one, and it is. Yeah, it's quite. You drive in. It's one of them that, as soon as it starts to get dark, I have to sort of go. I'm like, maybe I'll just turn the radio on a bit.
Get some music on.
Yeah. $8.95 is your price point, and that is not only for an exclusive cut created just for us here at Jewellery Maker, as this is, but it's for a strand that we do not get often. That chevron amethyst is a scarcity to us, so $8.95 is fantastic if you want something a little bit different. Speaking of something a little bit different, have a look at these. These postage stamp stones give you a really recognisable shape, because we're all very au fait with the square shape with those rounded sides, because when we see certain cuts in cut stones, this may well be replicated, you know, for example, almost in like your emerald cuts, or even in a sense in your square cuts or your princess cuts. In a way, it can almost mimic these, can't it? But what I love with this is, because they are bolder than your average cut stones, and because they've got more personality, some might say, than some of your general cut stones, I feel like this is a really character-filled strand.
I love this strand. I think it's lush.
Why? What is it?
It's colourful. I love the shape. I love the markings. I love everything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got one of those feelings about it which I think could really entertain everybody.
Yeah.
If what was I watching the other day? I was watching someone on telly, and somebody said on it, I very much dress for my mood. Oh no, I think it was something really naff, wasn't it? Oh, was it really naff? Can't remember if it was an advert or if it was one of those naff dating shows I've just started watching. But yeah, someone said I very much dress it for my mood, so I will dress with whatever mood I am feeling. And I feel like this is one of those mood strands. You've got those days and those colours where you're feeling really energetic and bright and you want to get out and conquer the world. You get those days where actually you just feel like sitting in on the sofa and kicking up your feet. Some of those days you feel like you need to go walk the dog, get out into the great outdoors, you know, you want to be outside. Yeah. You're getting those colours maybe where this for me is like a friendship colour. I don't know why, but I see this colour and I'm like, I want to, you know, this kind of the colour for me, going to see my friends and standing out a bit from the crowd. I feel like you've got one of those strands here. So you could make wonderful mood-filled jewellery here so that you too could dress for your mood. We have got for you 450 carats worth for just £7.95. That's all you're paying today for all of those different moods, all of those different textures, and of course that shape that we recognise. So because the shape is so recognisable, I feel like choosing your mood or the colour you fancy working with, it's going to be really easy with this, because it's like you're not combating with a complex shape. This is a shape we all understand, isn't it? How many different times? I'm sure if you looked around you right now, you would be able to see at least 4 things that are similar to this shape in front of you right now. I'm sure you would be able to. I'm looking around and I'm seeing that TV screen over there. I'm seeing the book right here.
You've got, well, yeah.
I've got the boxes there. And what about these frames over here? These frames over there. The calendar over there, yeah, too. Yeah. So there's loads of things all around us that these shapes are kind of mimicking. So it's quite a nice, easy one to get our head around, because we see it so often. So you don't have to kind of combat with that, which is always great. If you want the idea of easy making and colours to match your mood, this is the strand for you. So it's 0800 6444 655, or you can get us on JewelleryMaker.com. I've got more for you now. I really want this to be good. I really want this to be good. I really am very happy because this is so good. Oh my goodness. That is beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Oh, where to start, Redders? Where to start? Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed with that one, but I also love that one. Okay. Oh no, it's so hard with strands like this, because I'm looking at this and there are literally 4 things that come to mind like that. I'm going to start off by talking about the quality of this stone. I'm about to bring you moonstone. Moonstone, when you think of moonstone, it might just be me, but when you think moonstone, does your mind generally go to the white one with the kind of blue colours over the top? Generally, yeah. That is not what I've got here. I have got for us one of our most saleable colours. Look at the quality of this. Do you see now? Right, honestly, if this was you and you were sat in my position, what would be the first thing you would mention? Would you mention that incredible sheen and the quality of it? Would you mention the fact that this is an unusual colour? We don't get to see gold sheen moonstone often. Would you mention the shape of this? Because this shape has been cut just for us, and it's that kind of 1920s Great Gatsby fan-like shape. Or would you be talking about how this is double-sided? So the back of these is absolutely and completely flat. Wow. On every single one, and so you really get that pan of sheen, but then you're getting that kind of Great Gatsby on the other. So would you talk more about the reversible jewellery, or would you talk about others kind of different qualities? So on these ones here, there's so many different textures within them, that you really need to see in real life to experience. It's so hard to say because I feel like this offers you so much. Can I just pop this to a neckline and then we'll just see just how it, oh, look at that tiny delicate one there, all of that personality. That's got multicolours in it, that one. This is something which is going to look great, just as is. I feel like this is going to look luxurious towards the neckline. What I'm loving about this one is it's a box checker. So this is one that I've got the sort of list of things that I, as a accredited jewellery professional, have been trained to look for. But then this actually is surpassing some of those for me. Yeah. It's not just giving me a nice cut and a nice, you know, sort of interest with this. It's giving me a lot of detail. It's giving me more than I would normally expect to have from a stone like this. And just look up to the neckline. How wonderful that looks. That could quite easily just be a necklace ready and raring to go for me, quite simply, as it is.
Or added with some small seed pearl beads.
Brilliant idea.
Because again, they're complementing gemstones. They're both June birthstones, aren't they? But that has got a really lovely sort of dreamy romanticness about it.
Yeah. I adore this as an opportunity for the real box ticker as this is. I mean, that is just an incredible opportunity. You know me though. If I've not mentioned that price for a while, it's for a reason, isn't it? We're going to do you an on-air deal today because I'm quite frankly obsessed with it. So let's do it. We are going to take off. Wow! £12.95. Does that mean we've just given £12 back in the pocket? £12 back in your account, £12 back in your pocket. That is such an opportunity to get something which is just giving us so much. And that wonderful sheen. Whoa, this is popular. If you fancy grabbing it, then do download and tap the app if you wish to get your hands on it right now. It is your chance. You can also join us at JewelleryMaker.com. This is such an incredible trend.
I love the depth on them as well. I love this cut. It's incredible.
What do you mean by the depth of them? What's that mean for anyone who's new?
Look at the sort of the edging of them. They've got a lovely sort of that was very smooth. You know, it's got a lovely depth to the edge, which means that if you wanted to maybe do a wire work bezel, so a little strip of wire weaving, and you'd be able to mould that around the edge and it would look like it's been kind of captured in wire, like a frame. But you can also use your gallery wire with that as well, so that's going to catch it beautifully. Or just keep it simple. I just think that's really cool. Put it into like a little fan shape, as you said.
Lovely.
But it's unusual, and isn't it lovely to have something a little bit different? And isn't it lovely to be able to offer that as a service as well?
Completely agree with you there, yeah. To be able to stand out from the crowd, because we all know whether we've done craft fairs ourselves or we've just visited them, standing out from the crowd can be tricky. Something like that could help you. Wow, well done. That's another one I'm going to have to get my hands on. I think maybe with the butterfly earrings, just one of those.
Yeah, very nice.
It's the colour, perfect. Good work. Let's go for some of a girl's best friend right now. I'm about to bring you diamonds, and the diamonds I'm about to bring you have been faceted by Mother Nature. Basically all we've done with these is we've put a drill hole through them so they're actually usable. Let me show you. This is, gonna get these ones in a pouch. your Mother Nature faceted diamonds. The sparkle on these is as Mother Nature intended. What you're getting with that kind of texture is something which is one of the least processed diamonds you will ever be able to get your hands on, and I love that. Diamonds are very much processed, as we know. Vast majority of them will be treated. As we know, vast majority of them will be faceted by using other diamonds. So you will get other diamonds, other types of diamonds, sometimes in sort of on a lathe for all intensive purposes, and that diamond will then be used to cut that diamond, because diamond is one of the strongest of all materials on the planet. So only a diamond can cut a diamond. And it takes a lot of work, effort, energy, and also it takes a lot of money, because as soon as you're faceting a diamond with another type of diamond, obviously there is a lot of wear and tear on both of those diamonds. So that therefore really does up the price dramatically, because in a sense you kind of use two diamonds to get one diamond, if that makes sense. With this, because there isn't that over processing, and I'm even talking about lack of processing down to the fact that these are natural in their colour, so natural silver diamonds, remembering most diamonds will be treated for their colour. It's said that to get around about 1 carat you need to sift through about 10,000 carats worth that will have been treated. So already this really is the least processed of all least processed diamonds. So if you are into your crystal healing, you will know that crystal healers a lot of the time, or even if you're into feng shui and things like that, you will know the power of a stone will generally come from when it's in its rawest form. This really is pretty much the rawest of raw diamonds you will ever be able to get your hands on. We're bringing to you that natural beauty, that Mother Nature's ability to offer us something that we haven't even had to over process, and we're bringing it to you today for 8 carats worth. This is genuine diamond. This is natural genuine diamond. Just before we bring that price in, if you're new, you might be expecting this to come in at 3-4 grand, who knows. But let me remind you, because this hasn't been over processed, we haven't had to pay for the dyeing, we haven't had to pay for filling, we haven't had to pay for the diamond on diamond to burr these down to what they, you know, could look like as a brilliant cut or whatever it might be. And for that reason, we can be incredibly affordable. Today, it's just £11.97. That is every single pound, every single penny we can take off this for you today. That is your wonderful, unique and individual quality of your £11.97 diamonds. What a treasure trove of a treat you have got your hands on here. And remember, if sparkle is your idea of a good time, Swarovski not far off. It's the Steve Super Saver coming up for you, 5 o'clock. Zambian amethyst necklace as well. I will let you know that I haven't got beside me in the minute, but I will show you later. But if you are into kind of impressive stones as well and colours, then that's on its way for you. £11.97 for you. Now I've got to move on because that is very low in stock right now. But good luck to absolutely every single one of you. Let me offer to you now, oh wow, this looks like it could be something from outer space. This is otherworldly. What are you thinking of that raw stone trend at the moment? Have you seen it? It's everywhere, isn't it? For me, I've got to be honest, I really appreciate it, I really like it, because I know that for ones that aren't mimicked to be a stone, for example, I was in a well-known high street store not that long ago. They had a pair of raw gemstone earrings, but actually they were made out of a plastic. So although this earring was different from this earring in its shape, all of the earrings behind it were the exact same, so they were obviously made with a mold. What I love is when you get the general raw finish like these, you know each one's different. This to me has a really historical feel about it. Almost looks like these have been etched with kind of a blade edge, don't they?
They look like they've been almost ice picked out.
Yes, totally.
Yeah, I love these. And I've never seen them in this shape before. I've seen them when they've been like rondelles. Sorry. But I've not seen them centre drilled like this before.
No.
So again, I think it certainly opens up so much more. I really love these.
I love these ones as well. I love the quality of these ones. That's just so unique and individual. It's the etching, it's the way that these have always been chiseled out. And actually, when I'm thinking of this shape, the only time I've really seen to do a shape similar to this is when we've had the Mineral Man in, and the Mineral Man has brought in pieces.
This is something you would expect to see from
what were they called? Totally. What were they called? Arrowheads. He brought out the etched arrowheads, didn't he, which were literally kind of scraped away with a knife edge. That's how these feel.
Yeah, most definitely. I think these are really interesting, and again, I love the texture that you get from them. As I said, I've seen them in the sort of chunky rundown, sort of drilled through the middle as such, almost drilled through this direction. And I've worked with, I think, a green version in like a top drilled drop, but these are beautiful. I love that as a necklace as it is. I think that's really cool. It's different. It's a little bit edgy.
So edgy, so individual, so distinctive. And as I say, just for the artist within us, what a beautiful look. $21.95
Can you imagine
should be.
photographing with that in the background?
Great idea.
So having like
prop, great
maybe
prop.
having a couple of those in the background, taking a photo. I think it's going to look really good. Works with this kit actually, doesn't it? Surprisingly.
Should be. $21.95. Think about that beautifully artistry of etching. This is your chance to get that feel in your jewellery for just £8.95. This is something really exciting to be able to add to your designs. You know, when I was younger, my dad's an artist, and when I was younger, one of my favourite things used to be sort of watching him using, for example, like his willow charcoal and things like that, or even on pencils, and just getting a blade and literally chipping away to make that point or the shape that he needed. I always thought that was so creative and so crafty, you know. And obviously I was very, very young then, wasn't allowed to use these, so you'd be there with your pencil sharpener. It wasn't quite as much fun, was it? But with this, there's that kind of etching effect, and it gives you these angles, and there's something that feels, to me, inherently very artsy about that. And if you can sense that too with this stone, do seize the moment on this if you want it, just because the prices will go back up in a few hours. So it's still a very valid opportunity at £22 as it will stand, but at £8.95 you've just got more opportunity with this. You really truly do. That is such a lovely price point. And may I offer to you adding it in with sort of a deeper, rich colour with a little bit of texture. I think that adds something quite robust in with this, because of that juxtaposition of although you've got the texture in both, it's in two really different ways, isn't it? Can you see that? And also, don't you think the fact that you've got translucency to one but not the other adds something intriguing? There's an interest there, isn't there? So I'm sure there's many ways you could do these. These are coming up for you after the break, £8.95. We're going to leave you now for the break, and we're going to be back with you shortly. Let me remind you, book club continues. We've got more makes from the book that Spellbinding has explored on the way. Also, straight after the break, I am bringing to you pure pleasure and joy. Mother Nature offers to us real interest, real quality, real beauty within rock formations, and that kind of individuality of the way she forms our earth and our planet. And there's something so captivating in that. If you have ever been caught out by just a beautiful vision of, you know, a sunset over a horizon, or you've been on holiday and you've seen a cascade of a rock formation which has taken your breath away, and you want to experience that in your jewellery, I've got the chance for you. Something brand new after this.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity, is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you've previously purchased by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Email help@jewellerymaker.com or drop us a message on our Facebook page.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations, and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker. Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Jaspers are formed in so many different parts of our planet, and they have been around for centuries. They're spoken about in the Bible. They have been found in burial sites, used as not only adornments for the body and for the home, but also as tools. Jasper means history. And that's always what I think of when I think of jasper. I always think about that history. I always think about it being used by the ancient Egyptians and the Romans and the Greeks even, and I think about this history. Today, these strands have put me smack bang in the present, which is so unusual for me to feel that way when I look at a jasper. Jasper, as I've said, to me means history, it means ancient, it's something distant, it's something old. These are a modern twist, unlike which I have never seen before. And that's why I said before, these are genuinely my utmost favourite jaspers that we have brought to you for at least the last 12 months. When we think about traditional jasper, we think about the beauty of the internal looks. And what I adore with this one is because of that lack of polish on these, we are giving to you something which feels like the scenery it's from. Let me just show you this if I may. I wanted to do you a little bit of a mood board. I do apologise, I've had to print it out. We've had a little bit of a problem with our technical, so I wasn't able to make a slide of this, but I printed out my little mood board for you here. And just what I want you to do is, I just want you to have a little look across these pictures. Just take them each in one by one. See if you recognise any of these. So any of these, let's have a look at that one right there in the centre. Anyone recognise this? I'll give you a clue. It is a mining region. Yeah, it's Cupapedi, the opal mining location. This is that kind of raw, wonderful, intense landscape that you will see in that part of Australia. Also, let's take your eyes to this one over here at the bottom. This is known as Shark Bay, and again, this obviously juts out here into the ocean. This is obviously a coastal region of Australia, and you're getting that real edgy sort of internal look. The photograph above this is really unique sort of rock formations that you're getting within here, and this is something that you'll find kind of in the outback of Australia. Also, if we're looking into these ones here, you've got Kimberley here. So that one is the Kimberley, it's known as. That's the one above that, which is known for its kind of waterways and gorges, and it's really well known for kind of walks and treks. You're actually looking a little bit now at Broken Hill. That's this one just down here. Broken Hill itself is another well-known mining town. It's just that one there. It's another well-known mining town just here, and Broken Hill itself is something which is, you know, very much kind of a spiritual ground. You can obviously see sort of sunset with kangaroos over here. We've got, this is actually a mookaite mine over here. But the reason I wanted to show you this is because when you're looking at this, am I right in saying there's a certain colour palette that strikes you? What does that colour palette say to you when you're looking at these pictures? Does it say nature? Does it say warmth? Does it say texture? Does it say strength as well? When I'm looking at this, I'm seeing the strong colours, I'm seeing the bold lines, I'm seeing the edges, I'm seeing the sort of, you know, vast selection of Cupapedi, I'm seeing the Broken Hill mining town, and I'm seeing that texture there. I'm seeing the Kimberley with kind of the gorges cut out. I'm seeing Shark Bay with that juxtaposition and edging. I'm seeing the strength, I'm seeing the boldness, I'm seeing the colours, and it's mimicked in this strand perfectly. I'm about to launch this for you right here, right now. It is natural. It is from Australia. And for me, this is proof that sometimes Mother Nature looks at the visual palette of an area of this wonderful planet, and she takes that, holds onto it, and mimics it in a stone that we can not only own, but we can enjoy and work with. This for me has that strength, boldness, history and attachment that you can see in the surrounding areas of this mining region. But also for me, as I've said, it's that strength that you're getting actually not just in the texture, but also because it's got that mattification, it makes it very modern. Very modern indeed, very bold indeed. Who fancies owning it? Yeah, me too. I'm going to give you a few seconds. Good luck all. It's 150 carats worth you're getting here. I am wishing every single one of you luck. This is something that I have never seen anything like this before. Do not get me wrong. I have seen Australian jasper numerous times over. Don't get me wrong. I've seen natural jasper numerous times over. But I have not seen it with this look and finish before that speaks to me so much of the region and area of which 'twas from. We have got for you that beauty and quality in every single moment of this that gives you beauty and uniqueness. The phone lines have absolutely and completely lit up on this one. It is brand new. It has got a boldness and an intrigue, and if you want to be part of it, please, please, please do absolutely dial through right now. The phone lines are lit at this moment in time, so it's really important you grab us. 150 carats worth today. JewelleryMaker.com for you today, or you can get us, don't forget, on the app. Download and tap that app if you so wish, but do just make sure you're seizing this moment. Web bidders, you're the ones who are going loop-de-loop-de-loo at the moment most. We have now got less than 100. This is a brand new strand. I have got most of you multi-buying between 3 and 5 of these. I've got people buying 3s, 4s. We have got a brilliant quality right here, right now. Please do be quick off the mark for it. I've now got less than 100. I'm wishing every single one of you luck. The web has absolutely lit up on this one in particularly. Good luck to every single one of you because it's $4.95 today. Now that kind of price point for this kind of stone, something I've never seen the likes of this before, is very, very special indeed. It is a snapshot of the home in which it came, and it is just just £4.95 today. Just appreciate the beauty of this. And also, let me just say to you too, you know, this is Australian zebra jasper, you know. Zebra jasper is really unusual, isn't it? Because zebra jasper, unlike most jaspers, is known for its lines, its banding, as opposed to its mottles that you'll see in pretty much every other jasper you can set your mind to. But not this. This has got that individuality. This has got that uniqueness. This has got that beauty to it, which I just find absolutely captivating. If you want to grab some, please do encourage. I'm encouraging you to do so right here, right now. What a beautiful look this is. What did you think of that for £4.95?
I wasn't expecting that price. That is an amazing price. But I've always said this. I love matte gemstones.
Yes.
I love them with this kind of almost like sandblasted finish.
Yeah, great
You know,
description.
I think they're beautiful, and I think it really does change the look of that gemstone. If that was a polished gemstone, it would look completely different. You'd
Agree.
approach it in a different way, design-wise. For me, I feel like, you know, this would be lovely. Sort of, again, pearl knotted maybe, if you want to go for something a little bit sort of elegant.
Gorgeous
Or
idea.
you could just use it as a stretchy bracelet. It would be beautiful. Gents jewellery as well. So
Great
again,
idea.
using it with your leather cord, macrame in with it, just keeping it simple. It's just so much. And the colour tone is such a lovely... I don't want to say neutral because it's not, but it is going to go with everything.
I agree with you. It's Mother Nature as she intended, isn't it?
It really
it's
is.
those kind of hues, it's those kind of colours. And can I just say to you, the one that I'm going to be bringing to you in a second or two is the Map Jasper, and it's in the same size as these ones. So actually, as a pairing, let's really explore that as a pairing, because again, for me, those together, just a bountiful opportunity right now to add something different to your design. Because sometimes for me, if I get a strand such as the one that's on my screen right now, that is so different to me, and that personally really speaks to me. And it's one of those, I feel like you need to get it home to really experience it and hold it, but it really is speaking to me. But it'd be one of those that I'd go, gosh, I'd be a little bit maybe led astray if I were to pair these with another type of high shine jasper that I've got, you know, 3-4 strands of at home. I feel like it would distract. But actually bringing it with the Map Jasper here, I'm not distracting, I'm more enhancing the natural beauties of the Australian. We've had to take the graphics out on that Australian. It does not mean we've sold out. It does now mean that we've got a big quantity gone though. I'll be honest, probably about half of my stock has gone now. I have got less than 60 of them available. Sorry, less than 70 available now, which is half of my stock. So I will encourage you to ring through. I'll bring you the Map Jasper now if you fancy it. You might want to start dialing now just so you can get ahead of the curve, because I'll be honest, we were only able to source a slightly smaller amount of these. 100 of these ones we got on the great Map Jasper. So if you do fancy grabbing them, do be quick. If you've never heard of Map Jasper, do not worry about it. It's a USA stone and it is a natural stone. The interesting thing is when we want to get these kind of grey tones within stones, generally we opt for dyeing them, don't we? You know, if you think about kind of grey agates or even mixed colour stones that you will see, that kind of hue will often be due to an enhancement, won't it?
Yeah, definitely.
For you, what do you appreciate about the natural beauty of this strand?
It's just, again, it's got such a lovely tone of colour to it, and I mean, I love grey. I wear grey a lot. I'm just naturally drawn to it because I think it is.
It's most of your wardrobe's grey, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
It is.
Because I just love the sort of the tone of the colour, and also the fact that you can put so much with it. It's not as harsh as say black.
Agreed.
But it can still be complemented with so many other colours.
Yeah.
I love this. This is kind of like a dove grey, isn't it? Almost.
I love that description. Yes, I agree.
I love the fact that you can still see those detailings of the jasper coming through. You can still see that patterning, and it's just really enhanced. I just think it's beautiful.
It really is, isn't it? It's a wonderful quality and beauty. I've got 165 carats worth of this for you today, and we're going to bring to you a matching price. There we are at £4.95 for entirely natural jasper here. So individual, so unique, and again, just as striking with that wonderful dove grey, as you so rightly said, quality. It's got that real workability and wearability, hasn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. And again, pearl knot in it, I think it would go beautifully. Again, like, looking at everybody here, I think it would suit everybody in the studio at the moment because it's going to go with so much in the colourway. But yeah, keeping it delicate, I think, and maybe adding a lovely pink tone to it to sort of just really tie it together.
I love the greys and pink colours together. They're
combo.
so Instagrammable right now. They're huge. They really are. £4.95 on those ones today. Do seize the moment on this wonderful strand. It is a brand new one. A lot of people, again, multi-purchasing on this one. So if you do fancy it, I will encourage you to grab it. I've only got one more. I've literally only got one more in that set. And this now is a red map jasper. When we think about jasper, and let me just, I spoke about the history of jasper, didn't I, briefly earlier on, and let me just show you really quickly, sort of, when you're thinking about specimens of jasper, I feel like these are the kind of colours that you expect to see, aren't they? When you're looking at these colours, and it does say in here, it comes in many varieties of colours, and it talks to you quite a bit about those kind of varieties, and I feel like, is this just me? When you think of jaspers, are these the kind of depths and intensities of hues you two think of? Because for me it generally is, and I think that's partially due to the fact that, yeah, quite a bit of jasper is out there and bold and quite in your face and almost avant-garde, but actually also think that's to do with the polishing too, isn't it? Polish reflects more light, it can make things seem a bit bolder. What I love about what I'm about to offer you is when you're looking at these and you're looking at the intensity of these, this is different. This differs. Yes, the textures are still there. Yes, the interest and intrigue is still there. These striking, interesting colours. But you've got a more muted appeal, and that is natural. That has not been bleached to appear that way. That is a natural beauty and quality. So if you love jasper, but maybe sometimes you don't fancy the avant-garde, because for me, I'm very impulsive with my jewellery. Sometimes, I might feel like I might have planned to wear a certain outfit for an evening, and then I'll have planned to have a, set of earrings or a necklace with it or whatever, and then actually on the day I put it together, and you know what? I'm just not feeling that on that day. Maybe the necklace is a little bit too OTT for me. Maybe I'm not feeling as confident on that day. Maybe I'm not feeling as kind of like I want to be, sort of stand out on that day as I maybe expected I would a few days ago. That's when I will opt away from something like this in the picture and gravitate more toward what is now on your screen, because it's got a muted elegance about it. And if you too are impulsive in your quality, then this is your chance to bring something that is natural and beautiful but different within your collection.
Oh, most definitely. And obviously with the first, the Australian ones,
yes,
you were saying, first of all, they're going to go lovely, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
But you were showing the pictures, obviously, of all of the landscapes.
Yes.
So for me, this reminds me of the Sahara Desert.
Yes, because you went for your anniversary, not your anniversary, your honeymoon, wasn't it?
Yeah. So we've been up to the Sahara Desert, and it's got those different layers of colours, and you've got the sunset, because we actually went to the Salt Lake and saw the sunrise.
Wow.
So again, this makes me think of that, the colour of the sun rising and over the plains, and it's, for me, that makes me think, I'd make something that would make me think of that. So it's something that you can link as well to people, but I just think it's amazing that is natural, like you said, that's Mother Nature, and it's inspired by its scenery.
That's gorgeous. Isn't that, it just takes you away, doesn't it?
Wow.
Why? We're good a second. Don't even know what I was talking about then. Sorry, I thought this was going to be more, because obviously I've got more carrots. Yeah, but it would have been rude too, says my producer. And that's why you tune in to watch The Beehive. Because we here at The Beehive like to make any excuse we can to bring you a bargain. And that's exactly what we've just done. Any excuse whatsoever. If you have just tuned in, you've not met The Beehive before, let me say hi to you. We are The Beehive. We call ourselves The Beehive because we're all bees. Yes, we are. My name is Becky. Nice to see you. Today we've got Binding beside us. Hiya, Spelby. We've also got our queen bee in with us today. It is the wonderful Bee Diddy. Hey, Bee. What is your word of the day, please, Bee Diddy? How dare you put me on the spot like this? I'll come back to you. I'll circle round. I've also got my worker bee in. It's my director, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. What would yours be today? Word of the day. Perpendicular. Pray tell why. I just like it. I've also got for you today our honey Adam. Hi Adam. What's your word for the day?
Chili.
Chili. It's a little bit actually. And what about you again, B Diddy? We're back to the Queen Bee now. Call her the Queen Bee because she really runs the show, you know. She's in charge of the deals. She shows you texts, etc. She's fabulous today. Fabulous. I love it. So yeah, we're the Beehive, and quite frankly, should we be bringing to you the extra 65 carats worth at the same price? Probably not. Dan's in with us backstage as well. Hi Dan, how are you?
Hello.
Hi Dan. What's your word of the day, Dan? Good. Oh, do you know what? I liked that. It was worth the wait.
What's yours?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. Mine would be. Are you only asking because you've got a good
I'm only
word?
asking because Becky gets to sit here and put all of you on the spot, but no one actually puts her on the spot.
No, that's a really good point. Do you know what? I think mine today would be nonchalant. I'm just kind of very nonchalant today. I'm just very cool, calm, collected today, and I like it. What would yours be?
I don't know. Spectacular, because we've got spectacular stuff on the show
I
today.
love it, I love it, I love it. And that breakfast we had was quite spectacular, so you're right. Anyway, we hope you've had a spectacular day as well today. And if you do want to grab a spectacular bargain, then you've got it from the fabulous B Diddy today, $4.95 for you. Good luck, one and all. Good work. I'll show you them all three together, just for a final second, so you can grab which ones you want. How's about I add in, right, hang on, bear with. What do you think?
That's very cute.
Them together or them ones? Which one for you?
I'd probably edge a little bit more towards this one.
I agree, it's a bit more blushy maybe.
Yeah. But I do think it works with both.
They're lovely. I love how sparkly these are.
So I had a strand of milky aquamarine in exactly the same style, cut and size.
Gorgeous.
On Tuesday morning. So one,
Gorgeous.
it would go perfect with aquamarine, and
Yeah.
two, I showed how to make a lovely bracelet using these as well. So if you're thinking of wanting to know how to sort of set them,
That'd be great.
yeah.
You know, we did the memory wire bundle earlier on, and we were
did.
talking about the what do we say? Not made up. The hypothetical workshop that may or may not be taking place on the 15th of April. Do feel free to ask more about that online. But yeah. This would be great even just on memory wire, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just as a lovely little bangle. It's really pretty. I just think it's a beautiful strand. We've got a few of these that we've been doing lately, haven't we, in this cut? And I just think it's a lovely, lovely cut of the gemstones.
I know that we're talking book club today, and we're going to be exploring with you momentarily more of our book club makes, and this is one that's been inspired in that design. I'm so imagining something like this actually within a design like this. How could that be incorporated?
I think you could actually just do like a delicate, you could actually add them. So the design that we're going to be doing, as you said, is a piece that you're wearing. And it's based on like kind of layers almost.
Yeah.
So you could mix up your layers. So if you maybe had pearls and maybe you had this, you could do alternate layers.
Lovely
and
idea.
have petals almost with these and petals with other gemstones.
Gorgeous.
And have it really mixed in.
Lots of layers, lots of texture, not a lot of pennies. £19.95. Bex, have you seen the code on this? I feel like it's basically our names, isn't it? I feel like this is therefore speaking to us. I mean, we've basically lost a letter. But if you were to say that code, even though it's not got an E in it, it would basically be Becky, wouldn't it? Becky.
If you kind of switch that 6 and put that in between, it would almost be a Becky.
Yeah, personalised registration kind of thing, yeah. Have we got leeway on this, or have I just really scuppered you now? Scuppered you a little bit? Wait, she's just trying. She's seeing what she can do. No, because we don't see that at all, do we? No. Okay, oh my gosh. Right, we can do something. There's a bit of an override taking place. We're having a right technical issue today, but sometimes it's good because it means we can override things that we wouldn't normally be able to. Let's do it. Do you know what? For all of you honorary Beehive members, it is £8.95. So that ain't just a tenner off. We've put £11 back in your pocket. That is a huge percentage discount, isn't it? We're looking at probably about 60% price drop there on this. But I do need to make this very, very clear. This is purely whilst we're live on air. This is purely right here, right now. So if you do want to seize the moment, it's a good time to pounce on it now because that is a very, very special deal indeed. And let me just remind you too, oh my gosh, okay, I would definitely encourage you to snap this up sooner rather than later because I'm not allowed to tell you what my lovely producer's telling me, but yes, that won't be repeated. Oh, great. £8.95 for you today. Lots of delicate projects and dainty projects within this that I think you could imagine using within some of these designs. What do you think as well, Spelby? I know that you thought of some designs this could go into.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like you say, it's going to go in everything, isn't it? Just it adds that little additional detail. You could even use it in the ring that we did on the first demonstration. It'd be perfect for that, wouldn't they? I mean, look, it's everything it's going to go with.
Yeah, it really is. It goes with so much. It really does. £8.95. This book is still available for those of you. Oh, do you know what? I saw a design. Give me 2 ticks. Saw a design because it's just strawberry quartz, and what I like about strawberry quartz is it's quite a pretty colour, but without being too kind of cutesy, if that makes sense. Not that there's anything wrong with cutesy, I'm not afraid of that whatsoever, but sometimes you want something a little bit more grown up. But imagine something like that incorporated. Even just where the little loop is at the beginning and at the end, kind of hide that joining section, because these are actually a pair of earrings, but just so you can read it, I've put it in that way. I think that would work really nicely.
Or you could have it as a chain, use it, or just have it as a neckline and actually have the words in between.
Yeah, and you could actually do one, maybe like 18-inch, so you'd have to buy a couple of these, but at that price, you know, it's better than 2 for 1, isn't it? So buy a couple of these, and you could actually do one neckline chain at one, say at an 18-inch, then the other at like a 22-inch, couldn't you?
That'd be
I
really
love
pretty.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so pretty. £8.95. I've got to move on because I've got more on. Do see some moment on that, because that's one it's a bit mischievous. I've got a January birthstone kit now. And this is something which I've only seen once before. Have you seen these before? Oh, they are every collector's one, love and joy.
Straight away, thinking that's super cool.
Have a little look at this design. Now, as some of you may or may not know, we all have a birthstone. Depending on what month we're born, we will have a birthstone which is connotated to that. Not a million miles away from our star sign, so depending on what time of the year you are born, you will have a star sign. This is for anyone who is born in January, but I will also say just anyone who wants to make a collection of these, because that is something that we are looking into doing. What we're getting with these is an outline. If you look within this, we are getting, sorry, it's not been put in quite right. We are getting an outline map on these where we can depict where each and every single one of these is from. So for example, let's go to, should we go to Tanzania? Yeah, let's go to Tanzania on the map here. If you follow the key down, you'll be able to see that this is your greenstone. I'm going to follow it down here. Tells you all about the specific area and region that this came from. Tells you all about what species this is, because as we always say, you know, garnet is like an umbrella name. Tells you what species this is, and it also tells you sort of the fact that it's natural, as all of them are in here, which is what's great about this collection. Gives you all the history and info you need, and then you get to own it in its raw form, in its specimen sample as well. This really is one for the collectors, and this is just the first one of the year, and as we say, we're gonna, you know, bring each of these to you as and when we are able to bring them. But you're getting all 4 of the examples there with all of that information, and there is a certain level of expertise to that, isn't there?
Oh, definitely. I wasn't expecting that when you opened it. I was expecting to see sort of maybe how to make your own necklace, because we've done those before, haven't we?
Yes.
Like necklace kits and the bracelet kits. But I was not expecting that.
No.
That's really, really cool.
So this really is a talking point. This really is for those collectors out there. Of course, you can make with them too. Nothing's stopping you with making with these too, but it's definitely more about experiencing that stone and be able to share the information of these. Today, only a few left. It is just £14.95 for you today, and it's a really professional looking outfit here. You know, as you say, if you're taking that to someone or you're talking about this, maybe even on your stand, because sometimes when you're on your stand, it's very tricky to actually talk about your own pieces. Sometimes it's nice to start a conversation around something different. Having this out and having someone walking past and going, oh, well, I'm born in January, what's that? And you can actually say to them, well, you know that your birthstone's garnet, and they'll go, yeah, that's the red one, isn't it? You can go, well, that's interesting because, and explain all of this to them in a really nice visual, hands-on way, which hopefully will help you make a sale in the end. Or even if you've just got someone in your family who's maybe a bit younger and wants to start a jewellery collection and learn about it, not just own them, but know about them. Great way of doing it. £14.95 for you today. If you do fancy grabbing them, that is your collection today. Gotta move on. Got more to bring you. And I've got for you now another birthstone of a different month, February. Have a little look at these ones. What springs to mind when you look at this strand first, please, Velvy? Because we don't always see dogtooth amethyst.
No, I just, again, I love the, it's almost bi-coloured, isn't it? In the way that it's got like the light tones and then obviously the dark tones. I love the size and the shape of it because I think it's just classic. It makes me think of classic jewellery, classic amethyst. I know it's dogtooth, but it's got that sort of familiarity about it.
Yeah, so actually I make it quite nice for people who haven't experienced dogtooth amethyst that much.
Yeah.
They want a nice way to get to grips with it.
Yeah, definitely. I love the fact that, you know, you've got the sort of, you can see it, you can see those markings on it, but it's done in a very lovely way. It's very, again, earrings you've got there. It's very, to me, it's very classic strand. It's something that you can make very wearable, easy to wear, easy to make jewellery out of this strand.
You've got the beauty here of your 10mm rounds, and I think that pairing works. You know, we were talking about these kind of hues earlier on. So if you did get that earlier on, it's going to go great with it. You've got 270 carats worth of this dogtooth amethyst today, 10mm for you. And we're bringing them to you under £20, and quite significantly so, which isn't always the case with the dogtooth amethyst, purely because, as we say, to get that dogtooth name and effect, you have to cut into, for example, the geode at just the right spot to be able to get those calcite moments within there, which is what gives you that banding, the calcite within the formation of this. We can have a little bit of movement. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the code, even though it's not a word. I just feel like it's sort of winking at me. You know what I mean? £10.95, or is it? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We're going to do a price drop on this for you today. Such a good discount today. Such a good discount for something which is so highly regarded, for something which is so well known, for something which is, I'm going to say it, I think one of the most famous of all of the birthstones. And I think it is, I genuinely do. I think, don't get me wrong, is it more famous than diamond? Nah, probably not. Is it more famous than tanzanite? Possibly. Is it more famous than garnet? Possibly. Is it more famous than, what else is it probably? Do you know what? In certain ways, even more famous, I would say, than sapphires. Because if I showed someone a blue sapphire, then yeah, I'm sure they'd recognise it. If I showed someone a yellow sapphire and said, what's this?
or showed them an amethyst of this colour and said, what's this? I bet they'd guess this more than they would guess what the yellow sapphire was.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also, like, when you were saying about sort of like, you know, your birthstone saying, oh, is it more famous than diamond? Not a lot of people know that diamond is a birthstone.
True. Yeah, very true.
Or that tanzanite's a birthstone, because, you know, it's not as well known. And it's also got that high price tag association, so people would never even consider that as a birthstone. But amethyst, you know, it's very well known. Everybody knows it. It's a stone that you see common, and people feel, again, I think it's that comfort.
Agreed.
Of knowing the gemstone.
And that is a very comfortable one, not only for the knowing, but for the size and shape, as we've said. So enjoy. Let's, ooh, tricky. My boxes go up to 12, just to let you know. Let me bring to you something.
Oh, these are cool.
Through the looking glass-esque. Look at those.
Isn't that incredible to think that that is the same gemstone that you just looked at?
Yeah. But really, it couldn't almost feel like a more different in essence.
No, but don't they work lovely together?
They really do. I appreciate the beauty and the shape of these. I think there's something a little bit deco meets modernity to these. And what I mean by that is, when we're thinking about the Art Deco shapes and designs, we are generally thinking about quite angular jewellery. In fact, if I grab for you, let me grab you this. Let me show you the sort of deco shapes and designs and styles that we think about, I think, when we think of Art Deco. So here's some kind of quite traditional shaping deco jewellery. Can you see how this is quite angular? There's lots of angles within this, there's lots of layers within this. The marquee shape itself is always very popular, as was kind of the square cuts. You've got a lot of angles to these, even in the likes of the silver work. We're looking at these designs here, and again, very, very angular. Art Deco is all about that. When we're talking about Art Deco, you know, we're talking about kind of Prohibition, aren't we? We're talking about days of the Charleston, we're talking about, you know, jazz, and we're talking about music, and kind of almost, although very much, you know, tassels and flapper girls, etc., were for kind of the height of fashion, that was kind of the almost juxtaposition of that in the angular nature of these. It really compared beautifully. What I like about this is it's definitely got that angular feel, that standout boldness feel, but it's got quite a modern twist on it in the fact that we've got such open stones here. They really go for that raw trend that's huge at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I just think it makes such a difference on that gemstone, doesn't it? And you've got that shape, and it really sort of, like say, enhances it, doesn't it, almost?
So if it were to be inspired by, say, Art Deco with a twist, what would you personally do with this?
I think I'd
to keep it kind of angular, but
yeah,
different.
Again, I'd kind of want to maybe make like a wire frame to go around the outside of it.
Love
and
that.
have it suspended in the middle.
Nice.
That would be quite nice. And again,
Nice.
you could build on that layer aspect of the design by maybe doing a weave and having it so that it's set within like a woven frame.
Love that
and
idea.
that would again enhance that and have it sort of set in the middle. Again, just because they're drilled in the centre as they are, doesn't mean that they have to be suspended in that way. You could have them horizontally if you wanted to, and again, mimic that within a frame design. Maybe have 3 of them framed in sort of wire as a kind of necklace.
Beautiful.
So,
gosh,
you know.
a lot of inspiration with these then. And remember, if you want to do any of those ideas, I did bundles of wire earlier on in different gauges, including the likes of 0.25
and
all
1
the
mil.
way up to 1.25. And even coloured wires we did earlier on. Bringing to you 700 carats for just £14.95. For the inspiration that these, I think, can give in the fact that they're a nod to the past but very much a current treasure, I think is always quite fun to add into your collection, isn't it? £14.95 for you today. Now, I don't want to give too much away about your second kit, but colour palette wise, with the gold, it's
What, this kit, do you mean?
It's going to go
You mean
great,
like this
isn't it?
one? This colour palette? No, I don't.
Look at that. That's special, isn't it? Oh, I can't wait to bring you this kit. It's going to be popular. £14.95 for 700 carats worth. And just before everyone kind of, you know, asks, that colour is natural. I know it's very different from the one I brought you previously, but it's just how Mother Nature makes her stones. Both the same, yet so different. Well done all. Let's go on holiday. Oh, let's do it.
My mother and father-in-law are on holiday at the moment. Yeah, I know.
Where have they gone?
They've gone to...
Of course they have, because you're looking after the dogs, aren't you? Of course they have.
7 dogs at the moment, yeah, fun times. They've gone to, I think, Tenerife, I think it is.
I have a feeling that lovely Lynn's going to be seeing some of these colours. I have a feeling she is. Have a little look at these. Look at that.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful quality and colours of these. What a strand. How does that blue make you feel? Are you feeling relaxed, calmed? Or maybe it's more energising for you? When you look at this, can you imagine if this was the sky? Do you think it'd be a nice sunny bright day? Yeah. Do you think it'd be warm against the skin? Do you think that if this were the sky, and say you were to look out at the ocean, you would be able to see this kind of ethereal colour reflected within that? And when you imagine that sun reflecting on these ocean pieces, would you imagine that you would almost be able to see like a clarity to the depth of that water? Because that's what this is giving, isn't it? If you've got your head faced towards your holidays, or maybe you've not even booked one yet, but you just want that sort of spring feel, then this is a lovely one for your collection. Let us whisk you away today with your 330 carats worth of aqua striped agate for just £6.95 today. It's got that wonderful feeling, that wonderful luxury look of holiday-like hues. This really is just a beauty, isn't it?
You get
oh yeah.
with the
Agree with you there.
golds.
That's the second kit, the first kit, sorry, with
yeah.
the bugle beads in that first kit. It's still available, less than £20.
And the gold as well, looks beautiful,
Yeah.
doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
that also makes me think of like that multicoloured strand that you bought as well earlier on.
The same shape.
The
I was
mood
thinking the
ones,
same. Yeah,
as
the
you
mood
refer to them.
pieces. Yeah.
But isn't that a beautiful strand? For me, I'm thinking, you know, if I wore a pair of earrings with any of these paired, you know, going out, jeans, nice little plain top.
Gorgeous.
It's just, that's going to make you think sun, happy smile.
Gorgeous.
You know,
It's almost
gardens.
got like an aqua phrase feel
has
about
actually,
it,
yeah,
actually,
very much
hasn't
so.
it? Very
I think
much
it
so.
goes good with lapis lazuli now when you say it in that, because that's a lovely combination. It's a surprising combination, but it works very well, and it's
Yeah.
in a lot of designers.
Very much
stuff at
agree
the
with you
moment.
there. Speaking of designers, it looks like someone spent ages making this. But actually, that is the strand you can own.
Add a couple of chunks of these, because the purple and the green contrast is a lovely colour block.
Yeah. This is the one I mentioned before. It's coming up at 4
That's lovely,
o'clock, isn't it? I just think that is stunning. It's ready and raring to go. It's so bold, every single one of those kind of wonderful shards. So that strand of amethyst is coming up for you as a star buy at 4 o'clock. It's something which is just so timeless, I think. That is not far away at all. Let me move on for you now, if I may. I'm going to scooch all of this across. And let me bring to you. So, I've just brought to you the perfect sort of crisp, clear Maldives ocean blue. Now, and I've got some sky colours in there. Now, we mentioned, didn't we, that to have a clear sky, you need an object in the sky, right? What is it? Yeah, you want the sun. There's something about the sunshine, which I don't know if it's this time of year. I feel like just when it's on the cusp of a turning of a season, you almost start to crave it, don't you? I remember kind of, you know, it happens every year. Kind of, you're getting into autumn and you're almost excited for winter to happen, aren't you? Kind of excited for those cold, crisp evenings. And then it happens, and then you don't go off it because there is always something wonderful about it, but you do start to hope for the sun, don't you? Let's face it, yeah? Are you at that point now? Well, let me give you some good news. First off, the first day of spring is officially the 20th 20th, sorry, of, hey, that's the day after your birthday, isn't it? The 20th of March, so it's not too far away, yeah. But what we've got for you here is definitely that nod towards that super sunshine, which we may well see this year. I know we say that every year, but that you could add into your jewellery, because again, even if we can't be guaranteed some for this summer or spring, the fact that with this strand we can be guaranteed some of those sun-like beams in our jewellery is certain to raise a smile, right? When you're seeing this and you're appreciating this, just imagine that that table is your skin on the décolletage. Can you see what this is going to do to your skin? It's going to make it glow, isn't it? And when we think about, you know, sort of making our skin glow, it's something which is actually really on trend at the moment, isn't it? We'll buy lotions and potions that have micas in them. We will buy highlighters, for example.
Yeah, definitely.
So for anyone who doesn't know what highlighting is when it comes to makeup, what is that spell?
So highlight is just like exactly it is what it is. It's a powder you put across your cheeks. A lot of people put it on the end of the nose. Some people highlight everything, but you can keep it subtle. You can keep it really blinding, and that's the kind of look at the moment. Is to really just hit where the light hits angles of your face or even off your collarbone or anything like that. You just add in that little bit of extra shimmer of light, almost like a moonstone, you know, or like a labrador. When it catches that light, it just
pings, it draws your attention in. That is huge in the makeup world, but you can recreate that kind of feeling with jewellery like this. Should be that price on screen, but because we're live on air, we do want to give you an on-air deal, so let's do it. Should be £25. We're making Nout But Pals right now, so good luck one and all. HP, are you 09 is your code if you want this. It's £9.95 only, so do feel free to have a little grab of this. And just think, what other stone colours are you going to wear this with? What do you fancy? Well, we were talking about Australia before, weren't we? So let me just cast your mind back. Let's take us back to here. Would you maybe pair them with certain colours from these kind of things? From these kind of pictures, maybe? I like it with the blues as well. Actually, what do you think about it with these ones? Yeah? Yeah? That works actually, doesn't it? I think you've got a lot of fun to be had with this, and really do just let it inspire you. Let this kind of enhance whatever you're doing, and it will enhance it because it's just so bright and eye-catching. It makes you smile. £9.95. Moving on. Well done to all. Wow, these are dramatic.
Are these the ones that you
14 mil
as a certain chocolate? I was told we had something a little bit smaller than these, but we were told that you describe it as a certain chocolate, well-known chocolate, that is a flavoured.
Flavoured chocolate? Tell me what it is.
Chocolate orange.
Oh, right. No, that's with the pumpkin cut.
Right.
But, yeah, I do know. Sorry, other people were talking about this.
We were talking.
Have other people been trying to...
They were just saying how you described it. They simply said, Becky describes this as...
chocolate orange.
That's been nibbled.
Right, yeah. And that is a seamless description, so thank you for bringing that up. What I'm bringing to you now is an incredibly rich, and yes, you're right, almost chocolatey, smoky quartz right here for you now. This is a real intriguing stone, isn't it?
I love this stone. I think it's a stone we don't see enough of. I think it's very underrated, and again, it's very well known. You know, a lot of people know and recognise smoky quartz. I think it's beautiful.
Let's remember that when we're talking about quartz, we're talking about one of the best known and most diverse sort of umbrella terms. The prefix on this is smoky, so that is exactly what you're getting. You're getting a variety of quartz that has that smoky look and finish to it. Therefore, this is a little bit more maybe I want to say almost rambunctious than some. It's got a little bit more of an intensity than some. Sometimes quartz will be known for its delicacy, its daintiness. But what I love with this strand in particular is we've really gone for the boldness throughout, haven't we? Do you feel like we've shied away in size? Nah, it's big, it's bold, it's eye-catching, it's 14 mil. Do you feel like we've gone for the paler, daintier, smoky ones? Nah, we've gone for the big boldness, haven't we? And do you think that those facets, those big facets against that big stone with that big amount of colour really give a big impact? Yeah, do, don't they? So what we're bringing to you here is something we're not shying away from at all. We've really appreciated that depth and intensity of the stone, because that's what lets you know what it is. You're not going to confuse this with anyone on anything else. You know exactly what this is. It does what it says on the tin. Boldness and bounty of 400 carats with the smoky quartz for just $14.95. And the great thing about having that luxuriant kind of carat weight and that luxuriant richness of colour and that wonderful juxtaposition of that sort of almost scintillation of the surface area that gives you that wonderful lustre is the fact that I can just use one to get an impact. Just one on a head pin, on a chain. That's a pendant done. One in each ear. Absolutely sorted, head-turning statement.
Oh, definitely.
Do you know what? I'm actually looking at your top at the moment, and I quite like the idea of doing a design. You've got another 3 buttons here, of almost doing maybe even functional, because these could be functional for this kind of design, or even sort of faux functional design with something like this on a look.
Yeah, definitely.
That could be done, couldn't it?
decoratively instead, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very cool.
$14.95 today. Good work. Let me add something different in now. Let me give to you, well, if you're in the mood for it, how do you feel about a trilliant? I really like a trilliant cut because I think it plays with the balance of things. So what I mean by that is, let's say we've got a square, okay, or a rectangle, okay. There is within that a very definite shaping. So depending on drill hole, let's say I'm drilling right through the centre, it's going to sit just like that. Say I'm drilling corner to corner, it's going to sit like that. But there's kind of an evenness to it, if that makes sense. It's even that way or it's even that way. It's almost like if you were to fold a square shape in half, whether it's corner to corner or half that way or half that way, it's always going to mirror each other, isn't it? It's always going to mirror itself, and that is because of the way it is angled. It's always going to mirror itself. It's going to be the same each side, no matter which way you kind of fold it. What I love about a trilliant cut is it plays with that perception, and therefore it plays with angles. So when I'm looking at this, particularly with how it's drilled, all of a sudden, I've actually got something which takes me away from the norm. This isn't quite a drop shape because it's more angular. It's not quite a square shape because it's got more of an interest point. So, you know, it will depend which way you fold this as to what look you get. It's not quite the fact that this has got even the sort of harshness to its finish, because it's almost got a doming to those edges, which makes it very comfortable, of course, but quite appealing to the eye. If you wanted to pair this next to perfect rounds, because this isn't drilled as right through the dead centre, this is going to sit a little bit lower in your designs. I think that actually, to be able to offer you something so different as that sort of triangular shape, that trilliant shape of a sapphire, is something which has been played with throughout the centuries, and this is almost a jewellery making twist on it.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? And again, I love the fact, like you say, it's trilliant cut, so that's a traditional shape, I guess, associated with jewellery making. So if you were to prong set that into a ring, you could just bring the prongs up over it. It's going to hold lovely because it's nice and it's got a flat sort of texture to it. And also, it's not going to, the drill hole isn't visible, so you could use it or not use it if you want to. And sapphire, again, being sapphire, one, you can make a sapphire ring. I mean, that's a luxury, isn't
Special.
it? And two, it's sapphire, so it's 9 on the Mohs scale.
Yeah.
So
Bang on.
it's
Well done.
going to be, it's the only one I can remember, because I'm really impressed with that.
You only need to remember one. You remember diamond as well.
10.
Correct. Yeah, there you are. You've nailed it. We have got for you 25 carats worth. Oh my goodness, for natural Madagascan sapphire. Right, everyone, I want you to think of a thing that you could buy for $8.45. I'm going to go novelty tie, but not a posh one. You couldn't get a nice one that you'd wear with like a suit. A novelty one, like one that you like squeeze it and it goes like ding, 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 ding. or something.
I love the detail in that. That was
No, it just
very
came
specific.
to me. Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Was.
Okay, spellbinding, I'm coming to you. What could you buy for about £8.45?
Or a little dodgy novelty set for book day for
Yeah.
your child, which contains of some
Yes, a
dodgy little tie.
well-known
and
tie. Yeah, what else? A wand.
a little wooden wand, well, like a plasticky wand, and a little scarf.
A little scarf for World Book
And I mean,
Day
when
as
I
it
say
is
scarf,
today.
it's a thin piece of material for
Right,
everything.
okay. And that was about £8.45, was it? Right. Okay, yourself, B Diddy, my lovely Queen Bee. A coffee. And a sandwich.
And I guess
Where are
the
you
same place as
going?
you, I was gonna
Yeah.
say. For me, that's a coffee and a...
That's a coffee
biscuit,
and
if you're lucky.
Yeah, a bicky. Yeah. Brucey B, what about yourself? A pack of 3 tea towels. Yeah. Those would be okay quality tea towels, wouldn't they? I bought a pack of tea towels the other day, sort of sight unseen, you know, it's just a picture of them. They will dry nothing in this world.
And you want to just get really wet and then rip.
Yeah, I mean, they won't even soak anything up at all. I feel like they're purely decorative.
Yeah.
Adam, yourself, my love.
Well, the Rubik's Cube I bought the other week.
The Rubik's Cube
Can
was
do
about
the
that
Rubik's
price. Yes, everybody at Jewellery Maker is mad about Rubik's Cubes at the moment. I don't know if we've discussed this with you.
No.
Everybody is obsessed. In fact, some people are people who like to destroy the Rubik's Cube.
Oh.
B Diddy's one of them.
Oh.
No, as in, if she sees someone's done the Rubik's Cube, it really stresses out her mind, so she will mess it up. But
Or do you not just do it because you think, I'm good
no, she just likes doing that. But then, for example, she messed one up today, placed it down, within less than 30 seconds, Matt from sort of the technical walks through, goes, oh, are you part way doing through that? It's like people can smell them out. And Bex goes, no, I just like destroying him. He was like, oh, okay. And he just stands there and goes, bish, bash, 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 and then does it. Puts it back. She messes it up again, hands it to someone else. They then complete it.
Wow.
We are doing work at the same
Can
time.
you do the Rubik's Cube?
No, never. Well, I tell a lie. I have completed a Rubik's Cube once.
Was it like nearly complete
when I was
and you
a
just came along and
child?
did like the final click?
No, I peeled off some of the stickers and stuck them back on.
There was something going on.
Yeah. And then it was never really workable again because you can't really stick them back on. I was a child. Should we go to a break and do a Rubik's Cube? Oh, come on, let's. Now, we have got more to bring to you. Straight after the break, these beauties. A significant amount of your beautiful stones. I will bring them in for you. Very slim. Look at that. It is on its way for you straight after the break. We're then going to be diving back on in to book club. And today, Spellbinding was given projects to follow within this book, but excitingly, we are going to be looking at slight alterations on those as part of our demos. Not only do I have those with demonstrations, I have also got coming up mega deals and so much more, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 3.5 minutes.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity, is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you've previously purchased by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations, and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker. Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, jewellerymaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. Are you stuck for ideas with your jewellery making? Need some inspiration? Then head over to the Jewellery Maker website and check out our projects page. We have plenty of amazing tutorials for you to choose from, no matter if you're a beginner, intermediate, or an advanced jewellery maker. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow step-by-step instructions. Created by our in-house designers, we're always producing fresh content to give you plenty of hints and tips. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Email help@jewellerymaker.com or drop us a message on our Facebook page.
It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 68,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs, and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back. Thanks again for tuning in. If you have just tuned in, don't worry about it. You've missed a bit, but we've got loads more to come. My name's Becky. It's great to be with you today. How is your day going? I hope it's going really, really well. I really do. We are joined by the spellbinding Laura Binding, who for book day today has been diving into page-turning crafts. And we are going to be having a little look in this library of wonder any moment now. But before we do get into that extra demonstration, let's talk about this design next to me. A necklace that's ready to go. A necklace of eternity. A necklace that has no ending or beginning. we have got for you something which is always moving, always wearable, and always has something individual, because each one is as unique as you and I. What I love about this strand, well, what I like about nugget strands anyway, is that they're great. They have texture. We bring you them in pretty much every single stone now. I've even brought you diamond nuggets today. But what I particularly love about this one is that these are elongated shards. These shards that are smooth to the touch, soft to the skin, wonderfully wearable, are giving you more of a statement and boldness than we would usually experience with our diddy little strands. This is something which you can own if you pick up and dial now. I'm going to say to you that you can own these, okay? We're bringing to you a Zambian amethyst shards in this wonderful ready-to-go necklace. And that is a ready-to-wear, ready-to-go necklace. This is something which you can just pop on, you're ready and raring to go. You can wear this as simplistically as it is. You can, of course, pop it on over your neck, do a almost 1920s style knot design with this. I won't do it too tightly just because obviously I need to undo it, but imagine that as kind of a knot design, and obviously if you pulled it through, that would extend through, and then you can just unravel that as you need. You could even, with a design like this, if you wanted, add a little extender to it and do like a multi-layer design as well for your neckline pieces. You could use this within your hairbands as well if you actually wanted to, with something like this. In fact, let me show you on this bust if I may, because this is the great thing, you know, with a finished piece as it is like this, then yeah, of course you can do what it says on the tin, but absolutely nothing stopping you, for example, literally popping this around the front of a hair design, just passing it behind the ears, and actually using two Kirby grips, pinning that there and having that to the back of a hair design, or even maybe using that as a layering to a plait and kind of plait that into a design as well. And then take it off once you're done and dusted, you're ready and wearing next day back on over the top of a lovely topper blouse. It's a necklace again. These are multi-use, multifunctional. We're bringing to you something to really help your stash of jewellery extend even further for just £39, and 95 pence. That's it. The fact that this could be, well, even without unstranding it, this could be a necklace in that style, a necklace in the 1920 style, a necklace in the multi-layered design. This could be a hairband. This could be a multi-layered bracelet, even if you wanted it to be, quite easily. The fact that that price point shows that actually with the amount of different pieces of jewellery you could create with this, that's multifunctional. That wouldn't even be a tenner per piece of jewellery if you thought of it in that way. Today though, not £39.95. I accidentally nearly said £13.95, which is wrong, because I am going to do slightly better. But only for here and now, only for here and now, for 608 carats of Zambian amethyst. Yes, that Zambian amethyst that gives us that wonderful richness, that beauty, that individuality, which you can see throughout these entire shards. That price point is here and now, but it is only for here and now, so please, good luck and react to this. This is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's great, isn't it? And like you're saying, it's already been, it's a necklace that's ready to go.
Yeah.
So, you know, normally we only have strands of that length on the smaller nuggets.
Yeah,
we?
yeah, so true.
And they're only on a temporary strand, so they're not a ready to go kind of finished piece. Whereas that's, you could either cut that if you wanted to and use it for gemstones and make your own twist of things, or you've got it all done for you. All the work's been done for you.
Yeah.
Just have it as that multifunctional piece of jewellery.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
This is something so special. It's only £12 and 95 pence for you today. And remember too, you know, something like this you can incorporate into hairband designs, etc., which are going to look stunning. If you love the look of this, and let's face it, oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? We're going to be giving you the kit so that you can make this really, really soon. But for now, £12.95. It should be £40 worth, that strand. So good luck to every single one of you who want it, because It's just so much versatility within this, isn't
Yeah,
there?
most definitely. Like you say, I mean, that's a lot of amethyst there, and it's shards, isn't it? I'd say it's not nuggets; it's little shards of the gemstone. I think it's beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful. If you do like it, now's your chance to react. But you do have to pick up that phone and dial pretty soon, just because I don't have hundreds of these available, as you can imagine, with that kind of carry weight from that location. So good luck. $12.95. I'm going to pop that to the side now, and as I am, let me just remind you, if you have just tuned in, it is book day today, and this book, not seen since 2018. Who can even remember that long ago? What were we doing in 2018? Was the beehive a thing in 2018? Sporadically. We were a little bit, weren't we? But not, we weren't a full-time team. Yeah, on overtime we were, yeah, 2018. Yeah. But anyway, you know, 2018 was the last time this was seen, and it is a wonderful book of treats. And we're going to discuss this a little bit more later on. But what we're bringing to you in this book is a serious collection of around 75 different projects of jewellery. And this is what you were given, isn't it, Spelby?
It is, yes.
So, as I go through the kit, I'll hand this to you, and you can tell us a little bit about the project that you were asked to do. So, I'm bringing to you today, let me just lift this up. Look at this. A stunning amount of gemstones and extras. How is everyone else feeling about hematite at the moment? Who got the hematite Buddha heads that myself and Beehive brought you? Oh my gosh, they were gorgeous, weren't they? Sorry if anyone missed out, but they were absolutely stunning. These would work really nicely with the gunmetal colour, I think, or maybe even with the chrome colour. What I'm bringing to you when I bring you hematite as a general rule is a submetallic stone, which is sometimes a little bit bombastic in its qualities. I love the energy of this. Can you almost feel the energy as you're looking at these? They are strong and enticing, and these are absolutely what this project was calling for. Great for these big, bold, impressive designs. Very captivating indeed. Love the look of these. We have also got within this collection, I'll give you the sizes of these ones. 125 carats worth on the 6mm. And 65 carats worth on the 4mm. That's what I'm bringing to you here. But obviously the 6mm are the fastest ones. Not stopping there though. I've also got Swarovski crystals in here. Now there is a lot of those ones, so a huge amount of these beautiful rich colours, which really pair in nicely with the Miyuki. Now these Miyuki are galvanised seed beads, so remember that is a steadfast colour that's just going to last and last and last. And these are in the 6Os. Now that is a size we do not get to see often, is it? As well as that, because we're bringing you that richness, that decadence, that gold colour, which is so beautifully mimicked within the hematite here, we're bringing to you those wonderful luxury colours within the metallics as well. There is a collection is absolutely divine, and I like that we've been inspired by what's in the book, and we'll have a look at that in a moment, but we've really taken this up a notch because this is such a decadence to it. There's a lot of components within here. So not only is there this full findings pack, there is also the 10 meters worth of 0.6 wire, all of those Swarovski, the 6O in the Miyuki seed beads, and the 6mm and 4mm in the hematite, which are big, bold, luxurious, and just something that is scarcely seen. Even nowadays, we know how much you love hematite. We're trying to bring more in, and we have been for a while now, but you know, we can only do what we can do. All of this luxury, all of this fun to be had, and whoa, just appreciate that recording. Who can see the fire in those Swarovskis that is almost mimicked within the colours on that hematite? What a collection and a half that is. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That is something very special indeed. We have got for you 31 £6.05, we are bringing to you today a drop-down deal. Now, can I just give you a little bit of advice if you fancy hearing it? These discounts don't last forever. This does not just make one piece of jewellery, it makes so much more. £19.95. Let's break this down for 2 ticks, if we may. Okay, we're going to break this down really, really simplistically to a maximum form, if we were. So I'm going to classify the whole finding pack as one purchase. Generally, it's not. My local crafting store, which has a range of products in it, doesn't actually do full findings packs. Well, it didn't the other day when I went in. It literally just does head pins. You buy a pack of 10 head pins, you buy a pack of shepherd hooks, you buy a pack of chain, whatever. So I wouldn't even be able to buy this as one component, but let's classify that as one component. That's a really luxury component. I've got one component here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 components at £19.95. That means we're looking at approximately £3.33 per component for all of those Mayukis in the 6 O's for this incredible strand. You just wouldn't expect it. Even for the findings packs alone, that is an incredible deal. And the amount of jewellery this makes is massive, because obviously I've been wearing it majority of the show. I've taken it off so you can really properly see the piece. But that kit has made not only this wonderfully decadent design, which you've been inspired by, and we'll talk about that more later, but this has also gone on to create the other pieces of jewellery which you were inspired by within these pieces. And that necklace with all of those golds and those wonderful earrings with the hematites in it just gives you so much. Please do pick up those phone lines now, because, and I hate to say this, I've actually only got less than 60 of this kit available, which is not a massive amount to have of a kit, but we have the opportunity for you to seize the moment if you want to now. So may I encourage you to grab that phone and dial, because if you dial now, I'm going to guarantee you one of these kits. If you dial in 20 minutes, I definitely can't guarantee that. Who knows, but I definitely can't guarantee it. So this was a project from the book itself. So tell us a little bit about, if anyone's just tuned in, how this came about today.
Okay, so obviously we sat down.
We being you in the kit team,
team, because we wanted to try and choose something that isn't something that I classically do, and as I said, I don't tend to follow instructions all the time, so it was really nice to sort of have something, and what I wanted was something that anybody could pick up, of any skill, of any kind of medium as well. So you don't have to, you know, if you think I don't work with wire, or it scares me a little bit because, you know, I find it a bit intimidating, you could totally do this. This is a very approachable, I think, by any level, and sort of something that I could sit down with my 11-year-old daughter and make this. I think it's very achievable.
Gorgeous.
It's a lovely project, so I'll show you the project. It's called Hannah. So it's this kind of hair fascinator piece just here.
And that is, by the way, in the book, which is currently at the bottom of your screen. RRP on it is $14.99. Today it's $9.95.
So it shows you all the ingredients that you need down here. It lays it out very simply for you, and then when you turn it over, you'll see it's got step-by-step written and pictorial design here. So, you know, you can link each step to the picture. So if you're reading anything or you're looking at that step and you think, oh, you know, I need to just, what stage is that? You can go back to the writing. And it's very clear and concise. And if you think, oh, I'm not quite sure I don't get that, you can look at the picture and it ties it together.
Ties it in, perfect.
Okay, so that's the actual project that I was given. So I actually made the headband, obviously, as I said. Now, I tweaked it slightly. So in the book, it tells you, well, it advises to use masking tape to kind of secure all the stems together. I just used the 0.6 wire that's in the kit, and I just used that. In fact, I found that was, you know, I got it nice, and as long as you make it nice and tight, make it nice and secure, because it then does tell you to use wire to wrap around the masking tape. So for me, kind of, you're skipping and making it sort of a little bit easier for yourself. So the adaptation that I did was I wrapped around a tiara band just to blend it in, because we had silver ones. And also quite like that look. I think it just gives a softer look.
I agree.
And I also added a few seed beads around the base of it, again, just to make it look more blended in rather than it being a bulk of wire. But what I'm going to do is show you how to do the earrings, because the earrings are a take on one of the petals, and what had happened was I was going to do the pendant, or the necklace, sorry, and I only had 2 of the colours left, and I thought it looked a bit off balance just having lots of gold and only 2 of those. I kind of felt I needed 3, so I switched it to earrings.
Great.
So this stage obviously is in the book, but I'll show you how we change it. So, and again, have a bit of faith in the book, because it tells you, I think it's to cut 4 to 5 inches. And I was looking at it thinking, that doesn't look like a lot. But actually, I believed it, and it was fine. It was the right amount. So, you know, have faith in the instructions. So I'm going to pop on one of the 6mm faceted hematite here, and I'm going to drop that down to the bottom of this piece of wire. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just bring that up. Now, obviously, you won't be able to get a point because it's obviously a round bead. So I'm just going to bring it so it's nice and just really moulding it to the edge of the gemstone there. Okay, and then I'm going to open that back out and then just shape it to become that kind of petal shape. Now, if you're doing the earrings, you might want to allow a little bit more wire because you're just going to be changing it very slightly. So then what I'm going to do is add 6 of the 4mm hematite to either side.
Okay.
Like I've done here. Okay? So you can see that you've got that shape there. Then what you want to do is you want to almost bring the 2 wires together. So you can see I'm just holding it as it is. And what I'm going to do is push that down to make sure those stones are all nice and close to that sort of 6mm there. So there's no gaps. And then what I'm going to do now, holding that in place, is I'm just going to twist these wires together. Okay? Now, if you were doing a petal, that is one of the petals, and you basically do 10 of those and then sort of layer it out.
Yeah.
So because I want to make this into an actual earring, I'm going to just undo the twist a tiny bit. Oops. Sorry, that was my mistake. So I'm just going to undo the twist a tiny bit because I don't want a too big a twist. And I'm going to cover it by adding one of these seed beads onto both those wires. Okay, so because it's got lovely drill hole size, they go straight over, and that's going to cover that twist for you.
Great.
Okay, all right, and then what I'm going to do is just take one of the 6mm again, place that on, straight onto just one of the wires. So what I've done is I've straightened one out and kept one to the side. Place that on, and then I'm going to bring that wire around, wrap it around the top so it's kind of edging and framing it, and then I'm going to just bring it back down the opposite side and holding it nice and steady using your chain nose pliers, wrap that all the way around so it's nice and secure. And don't worry about this, you can reshape this as you go. Okay, and then I'm going to cut that little tail of wire just there using my flush cutters. Use your chain nose pliers just to give it a little crimp, make sure there's no sharp edges in there. And then I'm going to place one more of the seed beads on. Oops. Can you put the lid on that for me, please?
Of course I will, pop it.
I know that I'm going to knock it over.
Yeah, we're cut from the same cloth. I'd do the same.
So pop that one, again, just for that balance, so it looks nice and finished. Now, because I know that the shepherd hooks tend to have the loop facing in the same direction as the actual hook as such, I want this loop to be going in the opposite direction so that it's going to face in the right way. So I'm going to take my round nose pliers, hold this all nice and close together, bring the wire out to the side, and then just place your pliers back in so that you can bring that around. So you can see that this loop is going to be in the same direction as the actual design as well. Pliers back in, and then just do a wrap loop. So I'm taking that end of wire here and I'm just wrapping that all the way around until it meets up with that seed bead. So it's in place. Now if it isn't in the right direction, don't worry too much because you can always change the direction of that loop at this point. So you've got that there. So I want this to be facing in the same direction as the design. And then the shepherd hook, simply going to open out the loop of the shepherd hook. So I'm going to do that by just using my chain nose pliers and very gently opening that as you would a jump ring.
Yes.
popping your earring design on, closing that up. And if you want to reshape this in any way, what I found was I just kind of pinch the wires together towards the bottom of the actual loop. And you can even come in with your pliers and just open it out to get that kind of petal shape. And that is your earring. And it's that simple, but that's just a variation on the technique that you have in the book. Just to make something a little bit different, and I thought that they're very easy to wear, very sort of magical looking.
What a brilliant, brilliant make that is a take on something in the book. And that's what I was mentioning about the book earlier on, that yes, there are 75 projects in there, but there is so much more to be had from it. And that is exploring the likes of wirework, resin, felt, upcycling things that you've already got in your home, and so much more. So if you do want it, it's at the bottom of the screen. And Spelby, thank you so much for inspiring us with something which inspired you. And it's nice to see how different takes can be taken, isn't it? Thank you so much for that, Spelby. $19.95 is your deal on the kit today. $9.95 is your drop down price on the book. Let's move on and let's see. Ooh, sunstone. Wow. Hey.
That's a different strand, isn't it?
It's really got something almost like rock formation about it.
Yeah.
You know how buildings can be very architectural in the sense of they can be quite edgy and quite defining of the time that they are created. So for example, I was obviously I live in Chester, but I was down in London the other weekend, and as you're walking through different areas of London, you will literally see buildings next to each other which are kind of Tudor-esque in their makeup, next to something which is very, very 60s, next to something that's quite an 80s building. Now it kind of changes. So I feel like architecturally sometimes it very is much distinguishable of that era, of that time. With these, it's almost like Mother Nature has constructed them. So a little bit like, I showed you a picture earlier on of Broken Hill, didn't I? Where's that gone? Here. So Broken Hill, we were talking about these areas before, weren't we? Can you see how these sort of mimic in with some of the regions that you can see? So what I mean is it's almost, not just colour palette wise, but it's almost like you would see Mother Nature etching these of the ground, of the earth that we walk on.
So if I remind you back to earlier when we had those lovely large agates, and you said about having a gemstone in a larger form because you can see the formation, the layout.
Totally, yeah.
Everything about that gemstone.
Yeah.
That is exactly to me what's happening in this strand here.
Yeah, it's definitely got that. You can see all of the interest within it. You're totally right. I'm bringing to you Sunstone today. Big, bold, impressive pieces. So if that kind of Mother Nature's architecture, if that makes sense, kind of works for you, then this could be a lovely one to add, couldn't it? Especially as it is only £9.95. A lovely, big, bold
combination.
Do you like that together?
I do like that, yeah.
Tell me how you would combo these. You know, you don't have to use all of the stones, obviously.
I quite like, so I really like this little drop one here because it's almost marquise shape in the way that it is. I quite like the idea of maybe rosary linking some of these, or even just having a few of them at the front of a necklace and having maybe some gold or rose gold chain. Either keeping that simply as it is as a drop like that because it's really pretty, or maybe giving it sort of like a bit of a cabochon kind of setting. Maybe giving it a cage, but keeping it very minimal because I think you don't want to distract from that gemstone.
Yeah, and I think it would be hard to.
Yeah.
To be honest. $9.95 for you today. Those are still available. I brought them to you at $4.95. Only because it was a launch price. Can't guarantee that again, but they are still available if you want them. So well done. Don't forget 5 o'clock mega deal. Not far off. And there it is. Love that. For that, let's keep it earthy. Let's keep it tonal. I'm bringing this one to you. This would actually work well with any of those 3 new strands I brought earlier on.
Which is funny because we were saying, weren't we, about the wariness of putting polish with those. But I think because these are
slightly smaller. Yeah, I agree.
Very similar kind of colour tone.
Yeah, I agree.
They really do just go perfectly.
They work nicely, actually.
Yeah.
Dropping them, sorry. Bringing these to you with that kind of fossil-like look, I think pairs perfectly with the fossil that I brought you early on, you know, the larger pieces.
This one. It's got
Yeah.
a big fossil right in front of that.
You really get to see the personality of these ones, don't you? In fact, if I lay that out and you just look across each one of them, you will see some that are so striking. So you've got the one there, that one's kind of more mottled. That one there was very, very striking, wasn't it? You've got that delicate one, that one that's coming up now, that sort of sunburst one that's in the middle of your screen now. It's almost got like an amber-like look. That one there that's in the middle of your screen, that almost looks like real statement. That one that's just gone past there, that's like a mosaic look, isn't it? Could you see that one there in the centre looks almost like cave paintings? Do you know what I mean? And then you've got that one here, which has got almost like an orbital sort of sun-like design to it. All Mother Nature, all real, all because it's fossil jasper. And this is completely natural effect that we've got within here. Same stone as the previous, but a real different texture to them. We're bringing to you £6.95 on these ones today. That is it, £6.95 for you. So you've got a real lovely intrigue with them. I think if you wanted to make a stretchy with this, it would be dead easy, right?
The first thing I was thinking is a stretch bracelet. I think that would be beautiful because, you know, it's got that lovely, although it's multicoloured, it's like, it's tonal and it's very complementing. So it's not some, when you think multicoloured, you think like the tassels on those hematites there.
Yeah.
You do. You think rainbow, you think lots of bright colours, don't you? That to me is what you think when you think multicoloured.
Yeah.
But this, even though it is effectively multicoloured, it is a very subdued kind of tone.
Yeah.
And I think it's lovely.
It is book day today. I bet there's a few books we can think of that might have a fossil or two in it. Jurassic Park, for example, of course. What else can we think of? Text in if you've got any. We do want to hear from you today, 60777. Let's have a little nosy. Hazel's in. Hazel, I always love that name. Hazel's in from Stirlingshire, says, I read A Shade of Vampire. I am on book number 86. Vampires, dragons, werewolves, witches, all types of fantasy creatures.
Sounds really cool.
Hazel, well, as you know, I love all of the witches and wizards and stuff. That sounds really good to me. The only time is if it's too gore. If it's too gory, then I'm a bit, well, just fast forward through this bit. But otherwise, Hazel, that sounds brilliant. 86 books.
That's incredible. Are there more? I want to know if there's more, or if that is the 86, if that's the final.
Yeah, do you keep up to date, Hazel, or is there just 86 of them?
Is it like a series or what? That sounds cool. I'm gonna have to
It's going to be a series.
No, but like, is it continuing?
It's not like they just go, do you know what, let's just start at 86.
Is it an ongoing series?
Yeah, it's like
a
100.
Yeah.
That sounds really, blimey, that person who wrote those must be whapping them out at quite a rate, mustn't they?
But how big are they, do you reckon? They might be those little thin ones.
I don't know. Hazel strikes me as someone who likes to get her
We need to know now, don't we?
teeth into a book because of vampires, wolves, etc.
I love how you feel you need to explain that.
I didn't think it was clear enough or funny enough, so I just thought, let's really hammer it home. Well done, everyone. Okay, you did tell me and I ignored you. Thought so. Thank you, sweetheart. Let me bring to you now unfurling petals of wonderful rose quartz. What a beauty, what a look. Quite the unconditional stone, this one, especially with that twist. I love this. I think that you're getting these wonderful moments of almost kind of mirror on the wall quality. Thinking of books, I could imagine these in something a little bit Lord of the Rings-esque, especially if we were to go to where the elves dwell, and you could see something like this very ethereally wrapped, maybe with some of your pearl wire, for example, that would give these that elven-like feel. It feels ethereal, it feels luxuriant, and especially because of the size of these, we've been able to add that twisted effect, which almost makes them look like they have an air of chatoyancy about them. We have got for you 110 carats worth today. And Alan, hi Alan, we're talking book day today. What's your most recently read book and or favourite book? Choose which one you'd prefer, Alan. If you've not seen Alan before, he's got a lovely face. The last book you read was American Psycho. Give us a wave, Alan. There he is, lovely. There he is. Give us a brief overview of what that is about.
No, it's
Not
probably
now.
not suitable. Is it like the film? Oh, okay.
It's worse than the film.
Right.
Are we talking scary?
I'll tell you
Graphic,
later.
gory.
Yeah.
It's not my idea of a good time,
I
is
think
it?
the title kind of sums up the type of book
Yeah,
it is.
no, I did think that, but sometimes they're ironic, aren't they? Like Babe. You know what I mean? It's about a pig, that. Isn't it? I rest my case. 410 carats worth today for you. It's not about like, oh, check you out, you beautiful babe. Although, Babe the pig, adorable. I have got for you today your rose quartz, and we're bringing it to you at 2.5 centimetres by almost 2 centimetres. $11.95 we're doing it for today. That is something which is, I think, for the amount you're getting, and I'm just looking here because these are so heavily strewn on, and the spaces are so packed on there too. Actually, it's hard to assess how many you'll have, but I'll give them a count for you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 I appear to have on my strand. So to be able to get each of these kind of ethereal mirror on the wall qualities for 75p each approximately is a brilliant deal today. I think there is quite a few of these that you could really enjoy. Working with different stones is what I mean.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's going to, I think, yeah, definitely. That's going to sort of jazz it up. And then you've got, there you go, there's your pink and the grey.
Because we were saying the pink and the grey, weren't we? That kind of dove grey colour that we did with the Map Jasper Natural earlier on. That works nicely. Incorporating those two, would you?
I think it's one of those, again, it's a lovely neutral base, isn't it? Even though it's pink, it's such a soft, gentle tone of pink that I love it with that grey. But then again, I lean towards that colourway more personally, but it did look lovely with the hematite, so it's one of those. We've had the amethyst, it'd be beautiful. Imagine that with that necklace that we had.
Gorgeous idea.
You know, so it would look beautiful just as a drop on there if you wanted to, or if you were going to break it up, you know, I mean, that as a combination is beautiful, isn't it?
Definitely. There's something to be enjoyed with these, for sure.
Very definitely.
Good work. That is still available, by the way. That necklace should be £40. Taking it down today, and it was considerably less at $12.95. Before I do anything else, let me just remind you, if I may, mega deal on its way. And what I like about this mega deal is it's kind of beautiful just as it is, but you've got those large aperture of the jump rings in between, which means adding something like this to it would be easy peasy lemon squeezy, and surely sensationally saleable, because this is amethyst, and this amethyst is to me more of the archetypal. I've been lucky enough to bring you chevron dogtooth amethyst today, but this I think is more the traditional norm. We have got for you wonderful, beautiful, distinctive amethyst today, which has got that reverence of that peachy pink glow toward the centre. When you're looking into a strand like this, it almost follows you around. I don't know if you recall, but earlier on I did a pair of perfect, brilliant cut round stones, as cut stones, 2 of them in a parcel. And I believe that I was saying to you, you know, get our settings that fit those, and maybe, you know, make something to go alongside it. This would be the thing you need to make alongside it. Just 4 or 5 of these draping from those earrings, or even 12 of them on a neckline design, would be giving you that luxury appearance of natural Zambian amethyst in a guise which is highly recognisable and revered because of that quality blush look that you've got that drives from the centre of these due to that clarity and cut. This is a super saver. $29.95 it should be. But this is a knock-on from our Super Savers from Feb. We're not doing Super Savers in again, because obviously they were a February deal. But we did have a little bit of a few items left over, and we're going to do one for you now. £39.95 should be, but as a super saver for Fab Feb, we took these two. Plot spoiler alert, £9.95. Oh yeah, £9.95 for you today. This super saver at just £9.95. That's £20 back in your pocket. If you want to seize the moment on the super saver, info's at the bottom of your screen as to how to get involved.
So how many did you say were on the strand? Because it is almost like a double strand, really, isn't it?
Not wrong.
Because of the way that they've been sort of stranded with the points together.
I'm going to say about 48 on here approximately.
So I'm looking at like the smallest ones here, and if you were to put a tiny bit of sterling silver wire or plated even, and if you used sterling silver, I'd probably say £20. If you used plated, maybe 10 to 15. For the smallest ones, I mean that's.
Well, they cost you 20p each approx.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's serious money making opportunity, isn't it? £9.95 for us today. If you do fancy grabbing them, this is your chance to do so. Let me just show you that again. Doesn't that work perfectly? That does look great, doesn't it? It is. £9.95 for you today on those ones. Nice work all. Let's move on. Oh my goodness, these are amazing. I've never seen these before. I love them. Tell me more, tell me more. I must know more. How much are we going to? That's what I need to know first, please. I love these. We've just been talking about Christmas. I know it's weird, but some people, this is just what happens here on the Beehive. We're talking about Christmas literally just then, less than a minute ago. I wasn't obviously, but you know, we as a team were talking about Christmas. These are Christmas. Let me just show you this. You might look at that and go, if I wanted to make that into a stretchy bracelet, what on earth could I pair this with?
Yeah.
As a centre point.
Yeah.
You might look at this one and go, could pair that one with? And I would go. These are absolutely, seriously stunning pieces of Swarovski. Now these are the pave beads, okay? So basically what we've done is we've done that pave setting on these, which means you get that magically suspended kind of look and finish. They are magnificent. Let me just pop one of these onto a headpin for you so that you can really appreciate the sparkle of these. Wow! What a collection. Spelby, I adore these. What do you think of them?
I think they're really, really cool. And it straight away, my mind goes straight to your Shambhala style bracelets.
For anyone who's new, what does that mean?
So yeah, so a Shambhala style, so it's just a name given to a macrame bracelet with basically a pave set bead in the middle. And normally it's just literally, it's not Swarovski, it's just a clear kind of crystal set bead, and it's just macrame in your standard square knot, I believe. Is it square knot? With that in the in the centre.
Yeah.
And it was a very, very big, I mean, it's a very popular style to wear, very easy to wear. You have it adjustable so it's easy to take on and off. So this would be really, really good for that style if you wanted to.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Trying to do a pave set on a 4mm is incredibly difficult, but managed it here. 4mm, 6mm, 8mm, 8mm, sparkle all across the board. That is 4 pieces of jewellery if you wanted, or because it's a super saver, and as I say, these super savers aren't running through March. It's literally the remnants of what we had left over from Fab Feb. Should be £25.80 because they're all separate items. We are going to roll this down for you. We're going to go under 15, and I don't mean by a 5p. So, do seize the moment on this if you fancy it. Great deal. £2.99 each, approximately. £11.95. Do you know what? At that price point, you could quite easily do a little loop on the top of that that onto a chain and you're sorted. Or even if you just want one of each colour, which I get, that could be for some people, that is therefore a pendant, and that one there is something you would use maybe, in fact, multi-purchase, you could do them as your stud earrings, or that could go in the centre of your stretchy bracelet or whatever it might be.
Or you could do, again, going back to the multi-layered necklaces, have just one of those on different lengths of chain.
Great idea.
And just have them layered, maybe with some gemstones,
Love
you know,
that
mix
idea,
it up a little bit.
Spells.
You know, and like you say, if you did multiply, you've got earring potentials there. I like the idea of a ring as well with that. Just very simple. Loads you can do.
So much you can do. You can have a real whale of a time with these, can't you? That is $11.95 for you today. Actually, do you know what? Fitting them in with, you know, whatever colour you opted for, but with your design.
You have that in the centre. So I added a little kind of, I had a little handful of the beads left, and I kind of made a little tiara twist centre part and just placed that over the cover of work. That would be a lovely alternative, wouldn't it?
Totally. Well done, $11.95. I've got more for you. Let's now do some sunshine. Let's bring some citrine. Oh, we did some citrine before that was in that really unusual obtuse shaping, which is always really nice if you want something bold. But if you want to wear jewellery that almost looks like sun drops have fallen from the sky onto your skin, then I don't think you can do much better than with this strand. The evenness of this makes it look as decadent as it is. That beauty of each and every single one of these formulated in such a manner that you're getting that sing-song positive feeling through each is divine. When you're looking at these and you're thinking about these kind of hues, they're making you smile. And if so, what is it about it? Is it the fact that you've got that glow internally, or is it the fact that just the full colour of it is beautiful? Hey, maybe it's the glow on the outside of these, because they have got that glow. I've got a vast amount of reasons to love this strand, and I believe that for me today, to be able to offer it to you in such an sort of energetic strand, and do you know what I mean by energetic with this? It's got an energy to it, do you think? It's got that brightness and that boldness to it, and I feel like it's got those sunbeam effects. So the great thing about those sunbeam effects, as I mentioned earlier on, is if you're going to be pairing these, let's say on, let's do earrings this time, the light is going to bounce through these, it's going to give you the divine look, and if you look on the table just below these, you'll be able to see the reflection of these, and that reflection is what you're going to get on your skin. So as you're wearing these in your ears, for example, or on your décolletage, that glowing dew-like look that you get, that fresh-faced appearance of light that you get, is going to happen on your skin, highlighting them, brightening them, and giving you that really wonderful flourish of light. That's only because of the quality of this strand. Not all citrine will do that, but boy, this one does. All of that luxury, all of that look, all of that glow for a tiny $9.95 only today. If this is for you, I will definitely say seize the moment right here, right now, purely because of the fact that that is a drop-down deal, and therefore it will go back up pretty soon. Even if you're watching on the repeat that we have running throughout the night, then you will want to check this out sooner rather than later. So do seize that moment whilst you can. It is for 35 carats worth. We're talking about the way these let the light in. How would you really let these incorporate light?
I'm thinking of if they were on like a tassel style pair of earrings. So again, you just multi-layers of chain and just having them at the bottom of each of the chains. So again, you have that movement.
Nice.
And again, as your head sort of turns, it's going to catch the light.
Lush.
And again, you could do the same with a necklace, you know. And I actually, so I'm normally a fan of faceted gemstones.
Yes.
I love sparkle.
Yes.
But I think that the plain surface on this actually really enhances that glow. It really, I love faceted, but for me, that finish has really brought the best out of that gemstone.
Yeah.
And also, I'm thinking with that amethyst, the drops that you just had.
Oh yeah, perfect. That's going to go really nicely.
Beautiful together. And what you could do is make little petals out of them and make little flowers.
That's an adorable idea. You know, we were talking in this design, which is from the book that we did earlier on, about layering. Then you could always do a smaller flower within a larger flower of the amethyst.
You could apply the same technique actually, but just bring the wires together and you make little bursts. That would be really cool. I'm going to have to try that now.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Well done all. I've got to move on because I've got more to fit in for you. Let me bring to you, if I may, some sterling silver now. If you have ever done a design, whether it would be a necklace design or a bracelet design, whereby you haven't just wanted one strand or one layer, whether that's in seed beads or in pearl strands, then this is something you may well have been missing out on. A multi-strand connector. For anyone who's never seen these before, it is something which will make your life and wearability in jewellery making and jewellery wearing a whole heap easier. Because it's so easy to, for example in a necklace, create a design whereby you have, say, 3 or 5 even different layered strands of, let's say, pearls for this instance, that all link up just to one clasp. It's easy peasy, but they will overlap. They will interlink, they will get to know each other, they will not sit properly, they will kind of sit a bit higgledy-piggledy, and they will interfere with one another actually. If you look at this design that's just above me in the green box when you get a second, can you see how that's not sat completely and absolutely perfectly? And that is because that goes up to an individual clasp at the back that just goes into one clasp, so it's not sat perfectly on this side. One side's perfect, the other side's not, and that is just with that sat up there. If that were being worn, then actually that would become more and more higgledy-piggledy with every single step taken. That's where things like this come in, so you can get that bang on trend layered up look, but without the faff of it being uncomfortable, without the faff of you constantly fiddling with it. We're bringing it to you too in a luxuriant solid sterling silver, and that means that if you did want to use this with pearls or seed bead work that's taking you ages to strand, then you're giving great quality that your pieces most certainly deserve. Today for the pair, it is £7.95 today to be able to get that wonderful flourish, that lovely finish of detail and design. You've got a real special chance to do so here. Spelby, you've got this book for us. Tell us a bit about why you've opted for this design.
So for me, I'm thinking an illusion style necklace straight away, because, you know, and I'll clarify that in a moment for you, but it's basically, it gives the illusion of gemstones almost scattered across your chest almost, isn't it? And you want that multi-layers, and you need to be able to space it. This book again has the instructions on how to do an illusion style necklace. I mean, they've done it with crimps. You can do it with crimps, or you can feed the monofilament back through, so it really is like a floating style necklace. But that kind of clasp is going to be ideal for something like that. They don't have it here, but I would definitely, and I've actually done that for a friend of mine's wedding for her bridesmaids.
Oh, lovely.
Using Swarovskis and some crystals. Gorgeous. And I've actually used these bars for that, so that they lay and they
sit nicely.
They sit really nicely, yeah.
Yeah, that is such a lovely idea for something like that, the illusion style. That's great. And at £7.95, you have got that luxury.
It's sterling silver.
Yeah, and a lot as well. You know, you've got way over 2.5 grams in there. Well done. I've got more to bring, and I've got something a bit bolder now.
Ooh.
I always think when I'm looking at these, they've got a feel and look of like a petrified wood. It's not actually, it is a bronzite, but what we've done with this bronzite is we have very much cut it in the spherical form, so you get this really 3D appearance. A lot of the time bronzite will be cut on the flat, and the reason for that is because of the structure of a bronzite. If you imagine the structure of a bronzite and we're cutting it flat, depending on how you're cut, you will sometimes get a look of the bronzite shield shards, or you will sometimes get what's sometimes referred to as the end point or end tip, which is basically when it's cut, say, here, and you get almost like a pinprick effect with the bronzite. Because we've gone 3D, because we've gone 3-dimensional, because we've gone spherical with these, you get a little bit of it all, and it almost gives you a petrified wood kind of look, but with more of those submetallics.
I was going to say, is that bronzite? But I have not seen bronzite for so long. I just thought, I'm not going to say it, because if you turned around and said, no, it's not, I'd be like, but it has it. It's, I love this gemstone, because I think, again, to me, it's one of those, it's like a chocolate version of sunstone, because it still has that, almost that glitter, that kind of, that swirl, effect within it, and it just makes me think it's a bit of a more a sort of a sophisticated sunstone. So sunstone's beautiful, but it's quite a coppery tone.
Definitely.
Whereas this is that chocolatey, rich, dark, almost dark chocolate.
It's really rich, it's really intense, and it's still got all of those characteristics, because if you've never seen or felt bronzite before, well, you can feel it. $12.95 usually, $7.95 now. If you pick up those phones or join us on the web, that's how much you will get it for now. But as 8 o'clock ticks around, it will be $12.95. I've got something else to fit in, which actually, say that number again. What? No, sweetheart, sorry. Tiger's Eye would go great with this one, yes. Look at that shape, this spinning top of Tiger's Eye, which really helps with spinning of that chatoyancy. What do you think? Wow! That
lovely, isn't it?
Whoa! Wow! That is really bold, really intriguing, really sort of eye-catching, isn't it? These spinning tops of light. Pop one of those in a head pin. In fact, the head pin from your hematite kit would be great.
Perfect.
Pop one on. That is naturally going to move and swivel and spin, isn't it? Whoa! Yeah, you just want to follow around, don't you? Look!
See, I'm so glad you said that spinning top, because that's reminded. You know, when you're looking at it, like, it reminds me of something, but I can't think what.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it is. But
Yeah, it's a spinning top, isn't it? That is just incredible. And because you've got that top light notion and motion, and it really is a motion, this is almost like a kinesthetic piece, isn't it? You can always feel the movement in this actually when it's static. But it's not just due to the shape of the cut, it is that chatoyancy which has given you an added leap in the movement and the kinesthetic appeal of this, isn't it?
It really showcases that chatoyancy on the gemstone, doesn't it? It really, I mean, I just think it really brings it to life, doesn't it?
Definitely. Just one of these for that, wow, you know, it's captivating at this angle. Just one of these in the centre of a design is going to turn heads. I love it. It is today only $9.95 for you, which is an exclusive cut stone for us, that one, okay? So that is one that has been uniquely cut for us. This was a design that we wanted to create with your help, and therefore we've had it done. $9.95 for that is phenomenal. That's one of my favourite cuts I've seen of Tiger's Eye in a long time. Speaking of favourites, gosh, you're brilliant, aren't you? You've been fabulous as always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for today. What are you up to with your evening?
I'm going to be working on some stuff.
Because you're in ages away from now, but you've got weeks and weeks off, haven't you?
Yeah, no, so I'll see you tomorrow on the mid-show.
What are you going to be?
Well, we have some lovely kits. We've got some cabochons, which I haven't had for a while, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And some lovely black onyx, I think it may be. Beautiful, beautiful gemstones.
So that's the lovely Spelby coming up with you tomorrow on the mid-show. Thank you so much, Spells. And don't forget, if you do want to see Laura Binding's designs, not only is she on Jewellery Maker Facebook, you can go and find her at JM Guest Designer Laura Binding, but also she is on Instagram as well, if you want to have a little look there. You can find her. Yeah, easy peasy. Spelby, thank you so much. You're a babs. We have got more to come, including a sneaky super saver after this break. Don't go anywhere, more bargains on their way.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you've found a workshop you would like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button, fill in the required fields, and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity, is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates through items you've previously purchased by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker Studio, Ivy House, Henley Road, Studley, B80 7DU, and make sure you don't forget your customer number. Get making and good luck. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Are you stuck for ideas with your jewellery making? Need some inspiration? Then head over to the Jewellery Maker website and check out our projects page. We have plenty of amazing tutorials for you to choose from, no matter if you're a beginner, intermediate, or an advanced jewellery maker. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow step-by-step instructions. Created by our in-house designers, we're always producing fresh content to give you plenty of hints and tips. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. It's easy to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 68,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs, and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that when you book a Jewellery Maker workshop, you're given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Email help@jewellerymaker.com or drop us a message on our Facebook page.
Don't want to miss a Jewellery Maker show? Then download our app for Android and Apple devices by searching Jewellery Maker in your relevant app store. Stay with Jewellery Maker wherever you go. Don't miss out on our amazing deals, inspiration, demonstrations, and of course all the fun. Create, wear, share on the go with Jewellery Maker. Buying with Jewellery Maker online couldn't be easier. Just head over to our website, JewelleryMaker.com, and click on the register link. Simply fill in the required fields and you can shop 24/7. You'll also be privy to a faster checkout and personalised offers. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining me in the Beehive today. I hope you are having a spectacular afternoon so far. We are bringing to you and have brought to you already today so many goodies, and if you have just tuned in, hi, it's me, Bex. We have brought to you so many different varieties of stones today, and we've even brought you different tools like the Lazy Daisy tool, which you don't always see, and
We've brought you some brand new stones with that sort of mattification, and I feel like today, if we were to sum it up in the stones, whether it's the, you know, necklace of amethyst we were talking about, or whether it's the brand new jaspers in the mattified versions that we brought to you earlier on, I feel like there's been a boldness and almost like an organic feel to the show and these stones that we've brought today. This 5 o'clock mega deal is about to mix that up entirely, because what we're about to source for you is sparkle. Possibly some of the best known in the world. Yes, the sparkle of Swarovski. When we are talking about Swarovski, we are talking about something started by, of course, Daniel Swarovski, who in 1895 invented a piece of machinery which would cut and polish crystal unlike any other piece of machinery had managed to do before. That, of course, as I mentioned, is in 1895. That is some serious amount of time ago. But the fact of the matter is that that skill has, and that machinery has been developed, enhanced, and explored within the Swarovski brand and name, which is absolutely worldwide. What I'm offering to you today is that beauty of hypnotic crystal, dating back all of those years, to offer to you something which has grown and developed and speaks as much to us now in the fashion industry as it ever has. This beautiful chain that I'm offering to you now is the type of chain which I believe could be sold in any of its stores. I don't know if you've ever been to a Swarovski store. If you have, the way I would describe it is just sparkle central. You cannot move for not having your attention drawn by something, by being caught by something. Your eyes are literally constantly glinted out with this magnificent array of the way that the light bounces from each and every one of the crystals, whether that's in their jewellery or whether that's in, you know, their stationery, which obviously Swarovski do a lot of too. It's all about the light interaction. It's all about that bounty and beauty of light interaction. And that is totally what you feel and get when you see this chain. This is something which, for me anyway, is offering something which is ageless and timeless within this beautiful, beautiful look. I'm going to wish every single one of you a look. If you are into your sparkle, your shine and your beauty, think about that time you've walked into a Swarovski store. Which Swarovski stores have you been into? You've been to one in Solihull? I didn't even know there was one in Solihull. I don't think I've ever been. I have been to Solihull, of course I have. Next to John Lewis. Sounds about right. I've been to the one in Chester. That one's sort of in the Rose. That was beautiful. I've also been in the one in Vegas, Las Vegas. They've got a beautiful one. And these are the kinds of looks and qualities that I could see sold in any one of those stores. Even if you've never been in, have you ever seen their website? If you were to look on their website and you were to find a design like this, how would you expect it to be? I'd say it'd be photographed on a model, a clasp at the back, and that would be how you would see it. Photographed. Isn't that divine? That is so stunning, isn't it? So that price on screen, just brilliant. Just brilliant. We're so not stopping there. Gonna give you drop down deal today. If I walked into any of those Swarovski stores that I've been to, and even the ones I haven't, remembering there's something like 170 shops worldwide, isn't there? There's something about that anyway. I would imagine to see something like this at a higher price point than that. But today, there's a 5 o'clock mega deal to get a necklace worth easily at £12.95. That is baffling beyond belief. To say also that this is just one necklace, whereas actually for £12.95 I'm offering you 2 of these, is where we go to a Jewellery Maker 5 o'clock mega deal. Oh, what indeed! £12.95. Now is your time to seize that moment. JewelleryMaker.com. Join us there if you wish. If you like speaking to someone on the phone, free phone numbers right there. Our call centre will help you out. Seize the moment, because you're not just getting the one, you're actually getting both of these now today at that price. What do you think? Brilliant, right? Isn't that something special? And don't forget, with the detail, you could quite easily make this one really long, lavish necklace. Why not? Because they're 50 centimetres each. So that could be a meter's worth of Swarovski crystal chain. Ooh, la la. That's going to be so really special, isn't it? £12.95. Good. What we say in evening or afternoon now? I want to do a vote. I want to say, who's saying afternoon? Hands up. We've got 1 hand up from Adam, 2 hand up from B Diddy. I can't see yours, Bruce. You haven't decided yet. I'm not going to be shuttered in just yet. Alan's saying it's afternoon, and Alan, as we know, is the be-all and end-all. So we know that that is right. Okay, so it is afternoon. Good afternoon to you. If you want to treat yourself to this chance, then do seize this moment right here, right now, because that is, and let me just show you, this is one necklace worth. This is the other necklace worth. So you could do one necklace with these and then use the other necklace worth to do your set of earrings. That necklace worth could also quite easily become bracelets, couldn't it? I know this is totally OTT, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Let's imagine one in a ring. Okay, do one in a ring, just one. So imagine they're not there. And let's just do a little bit of wire to go from that link all the way around to the other link. Yeah, that sound about right? If I were to do that, how many times would I be able to do that? Well, I require the ruler of truth. Let's see, how many of these are in 10 centimetres, shall we? 10 centimetres. Of course, I've got 1 full metre worth here. So, how many rings are in 10 centimetres? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. About 11. I'm going to say, do the maths by yourself, not because I'm being rude, but because I've got 1 left. So that's 11 in 10 centimetres. So you're getting a full 100 centimetres here, aren't you? With both of them. So basically you're going to be getting 110, is it? Oh, I know. You're better at this than I am. So do feel free. I've got 1 left of that one. That is £12.95. It's sold out now. Well done if you got it. Well done. Sorry you missed out. I don't like it when people miss out. I really don't. But a big well done to you. Big well done to those who got it. Don't worry. I've got ways to bring more sparkle to your life. I need a blackboard, please, Adam. Okay. Let me just express to you for a moment the fact that we do not facet opal, because as soon as you facet opal, add your love, as soon as you facet opal, you get rid of colour, you get rid of light, okay? Because opal is made out of loads of little silica spheres. So imagine bingo, not modern bingo where they do it all on the, computer now. Think old school bingo with the, caged balls, and you turn them around and they all sit next to each other. That's kind of how the structure of opal works. So if you imagine those spheres, if you slice through those spheres, you're getting a nil and void of colour basically there. The wonderful thing about faceting opal that's not very good quality is it adds a little bit of something to it which the colour inside doesn't give. We therefore, as a general rule, will not facet opal unless it's really, really, really good quality. So there's loads of pin fire in it, and even if you were to do that, it would still have pin fire. Or if it's really quality. have a little look at this and see if you think this is the former, i.e. Sparkle Central Serious Fire, or the latter. Oh. That is definitely, to me, the former. Those colours, that brightness, to be able to get that facet work on, yes, a round of opal, which again, not the kind of shape we generally see, is it? Not on opals. That is magnificent. Opals to give you that wonderful heat is inspirational. And imagine seeing this in daylight. That is when this is going to really sing. Opal sings beautifully when it's around about twilight time. It's a great time of year for opal. It really will sort of sing its own song. Do you fancy grabbing it? I'd start dialing, purely because I've got less than 60 now available, okay? It has been popular. It's only been on air once or twice before, but it is now available. So if you do fancy grabbing this, it's your ombre opal, and just appreciate the volume of impact you're getting with this. That price point is astonishing. That price point is absolutely wonderful, considering the amount of intrigue, the amount of interest you're getting that absolutely bursts from this. But today, I'm going to give you an on-air deal and a half. And remember that this is totally and absolutely natural. Remember that colour you're getting, even just in that one there. Even just in that one there. That is now your price, £29.95. Literally, that one I've just shown you there, pop that in a ring with some sterling silver, and that is the price that you should charge as a minimum for your mates for that one stone in that one very simple design. We are bringing to you something which has a luxury appearance, something which has a serious appeal, something which has a wonderful beauty to it. These are iconic stones, and whether it's the kind of ombre deeper darker ones you're wanting, or if it's the, even if we go right to the very end, either side, I don't mind which. Even if they're right to the end, just have a look at the smallest ones on there. That is a pair of, say, stud earrings. That's going to create an impact, isn't it? For sure. For sure, because the quality of them is so substantial, so blatant. So whether it's the largest ones in the centre you want to go daylight simulator, you want to go for, or if it's the more dainty and delicate ones, this has still got impact. Genuinely, just a reminder, this is an £85 strand. Now, I am aware that some of you have got it in your baskets. You absolutely feel free to keep them there, but let me remind you, and I've done this quite recently actually, pop a few things in my basket, completely forgot about them. Comes to get me order, and I go, oh, I can't believe that they've missed X, Y, and Z out of my order. Goes to look at the receipt, and sure enough, went, didn't check them out. So do feel free to keep them in your basket. But if you're anything like me and can be a little bit, how to put it, like get distracted quite easily, then now is the time to check out. Please recall that £3.95 for us today, that is capped. Midnight till midnight. If you check out once, you pay that P&P. Check out twice, you pay that P&P. Check out 202 times, you still only pay that P&P. £29.95 for you now. Good luck all on that, because that's a low stocker now. I've been looking at this, and only because I couldn't look away from it actually. Yeah, they're really lovely quality. Let me just show you this one stone. If you've never seen labradorite before, labradorite is a stone so named after Labrador, which is a location in Canada. Now, I used to work on the cruise ships, and I was lucky enough to visit Canada, and specifically Labrador, a number of times. We went in sort of winter months, and it's beautiful, obviously, coastal area, and there's the time of year we went, it was quite inky skies, quite dark, foreboding skies, but as you look up into the shops onto the horizon, there were these pops of almost Balamory-like colours, and it's actually this that the stone is named after, and I think you'll see why, even just in this one stone. Deep, intense, thought-provoking grey colours that before your eyes sparkle and sheen. Now that effect is natural. Don't need to think that's some sort of treatment. Don't need to think that you need to adjust your telly box sets. That is a natural effect. What I love about this strand is it's not just that great quality that I'm offering. It's reversible jewellery that gives you that quality. Stud-like beauty on one side, flat-like wearability on the other. And this is the wonderful thing with this stone, and it's quite hard to show you here in the studio sometimes, because obviously you're looking at these on a flat screen, but what these do is they at different angles would give you different appearances. So the way that you're seeing this, actually you're getting a lot of colour from that side. I actually, looking over the top of this, I'm just getting sprigs of bright blue coming from the base of these. But this is the lovely thing about angling the cut with this. Not only does it mean that you're getting really reversible wearable jewellery, and it is reversible too because you can wear it that way, and it's going to sit up a little bit proudly from the skin, but still very comfortable. But dependent on where and how someone is viewing this. So, you know, I'm about 5'4", I want to say. About that. I'm about 5'4", and for me, you know, majority of people are taller than me, even when I've got my heels on. Majority of people are taller than me, so if I've got a necklace design on with something like this, I'm well aware that because of the way the angles are faceted, if I'm talking to someone who's taller than me, it's going to be sparkling for them. If I'm looking at myself in the mirror, it's also going to be sparkling for me, and possibly even if there's someone stood to the side, they're going to get a sparkle of that effect too. So it's a little bit of like an all-round eye pleaser for me. We're rolling it down, we're taking it under 20, which I wasn't expecting actually, because this is double wear jewellery. £9.95, it's under a tenner for you now. Interact and seize that moment, if you will, because there is a lot of fun to be had on this. Yeah, you can go whole hog and use the whole strand, and do you know what, I actually think I would with this, especially if you've got any little labradites in your collection. Do you have any like 4 mils maybe, or 6 mils? These could look quite nice in between, I think, and literally just go for gold with it, really have fun with it. Of course, just one would make a nice impact, but for me, this is a go whole hog kind of design. So if you did fancy replicating that as an idea, possibly you could do get one of these as a necklace and then do some as separate pieces, rings, etc. Well done to you. That is a lovely strand. You deserve that one. It's pretty. Oh, pretty is so the word for this next one. It really is. Tiffany. What comes to mind when you think of Tiffany? Because this is an opal named Tiffany Opal, and one of the reasons is because of how it's meant to resemble the likes of lampwork. This is something so standout and so desirable within the industry, and it really has, alongside the likes of Sharites and the likes of textured stones, which have been big on trend for the last few months, this really has had a resurgence actually in popularity within the industry, but I would say very much within the collector side of the industry. That, don't get me wrong, you're not going to walk into Argos and see this everywhere. It's much more of a considered stone than something like that, but this is something which has been picked up by designers of late. 40 carats worth of this wonderful USA opal, and today we should offer you this price, but because we're live on air, and this is why you tune in live, isn't it? Because you get the on-air deals, you get pardon? Sorry. Wow, okay, this is a significant one. I'm the type of person who, do you know what, in fact, the other day I was walking down, this is so naff, but it's absolutely true. I was walking down the street in London, and I was basically I saw a coin on the floor. It was a 10 pence, right? It was 10p. And I was like, whoa, look at that, 10p, I picked it up. And I was so excited because I love finding a bit of change. I will pick up a 1 penny, a 2 penny, I'll pick up any change. But this was a 10 pence. Now, very rarely do you find a 10 pence on the floor. That to me is big change. That to me is the big bucks. It was like I'd won the lottery. And yeah, it were silver, you know, of course. You wouldn't pick up a copper. Oh, I'm all over that. Yeah, all over it. But literally, I was walking down, and my first was after going like, whoa, whoa. My first comment to my partner was, You can tell we're in a posh part of London. And it's true. I felt like this 10 pence I'd found, it's like, oh, it's because we're on a posh road. You know, I wouldn't find like, you know, no one's even carrying coppers. No one's even carrying coppers on that road. You know what I mean? But yeah, for me, I'm the type of person who, I love a bargain. If someone goes to me, oh, do you know what, I'll knock a 10p off that for you, I wouldn't go, is that it? I'd go, yeah, cool, sure, thanks. What we're about to do now isn't even a 10% price drop on this. I'd be happy with a 10% price drop. We're not even going to give you a 15% price drop on this. $44.95. That is a huge £30 discount you've just got there. Not even 30%, £30 back in your pocket. So you're looking closer to a 70% discount there, aren't you? That is a sensational deal. This will only last on the final 11, which is now what I've got. Well done to you two who already checked out when it was at the $44.95. I'm well aware that that's a good price for what is a considered stone in the industry anyway. But today, that deal, that is definitely one to grab your hands on, actually. That is great. That is something special. What did your mum find, B-Dids? You swear it was like a 50 quid note. Maybe a £20 note. I'd be chuffed as peas. Yeah. I remember finding an earring at a swimming baths once and going to hand it in, and then they couldn't find the person whose earring it was, so they called me after like a few months, and then I was able to take that home with me. It was only one earring, but I remember feeling like, oh, treasure. But a 20 quid note, that's even better, boy. That as a kid had, sweets for days. Bruce, if you found a tenner now, what would you be spending it on? Would you be doling out the little cakes? You'd be trying to find the owner, to be honest. Well, that's you all over, isn't it? What about you? What would you be doing? You'd be spend, wouldn't you? No, she wouldn't. She'd hand it in, of course. Adam, what about yourself?
Straight in the icer.
Straight in the icer? I love that. Straight in the icer. I love that. $14.95 for you today. That's 40 carats worth of your Tiffany opal. Just think, if you find a £20 now, you could buy this and still have £6-ish left in your pocket. So grab it whilst you can. USA opal. Single figures now. Good luck to you. I've got pearls in front of me. I've got amethyst in front of me. I've got more boxes over here. This is where you want me to go. Ooh! What does this colour palette make you think of? Let's make it trickier. Let's make it 3 words. Go on, what's it making you think of? How many of you said holidays? Did you say water or ocean or something similar? Maybe sweeties. I think there's something about this colour which, obviously it's going through sort of the Mother Nature gradients, isn't it? So you've got sky, sea, land almost, haven't you? I'd say these ones are your sky colours. These ones are your sea colours. These ones here is your land colours. We've got 110 carats worth of your onyx here today. Onyx is known for the variety of colours that you can get it in, because you're applying a colour to it and then it will take it and it will kind of shine with it, because onyx glows from the heart. That is 110 carats worth today of that beautiful onyx, which has got those real Mother Nature hues within it. We're gonna go down to $9.95 for you. That is absolutely and completely it today. I was just looking at it with this, maybe. Ooh. I don't know what it is. I think it's just because maybe the texture on it might go quite nicely with this necklace I bought you. That could work quite well. Yeah? Angela's in. Wow, that onyx is amazing. The colours, says Angela. Hey up, Angela, how are you? Thank you for messaging. I hope you're having what should we give to Angela? How would we like Angela's day to be today? You want it to be fabulous. Yeah, because that was your word of the day. I hope you're having a fabulous day today, Angela. And I'm glad that you're loving the colours of this. It's quite enticing, isn't it, actually? £9.95 for you today on that one. It really is a strand and a half, isn't it? Ooh, let's go and offer you something so captivating. One of the first times that I saw this in raw form was when I was at a gem event. I can't remember what gem event it was. Was it a Gem A one? I can't remember. But anyway, I was at a gem event on a gem day, and it was kind of the opening day of this gem event, which on the first day it was just open to people in the industry. And went in, and you know, there was tables and tables and tables of people who have their gemstones. And sometimes on those events, you know, it's like you have for like the industry, the extra special stones and the extra special prices for the industry days, obviously. And there was only one, and I'm positive it was only one stand that had a queue of people at it. Now remember, these are just people in the industry, just people in the trade. And the queue of people were there in queuing, all in the gemology trade, all sometimes miners themselves, sometimes people who were collectors, and they were queuing for one stand and one stand only. And this was over a really huge location, only queuing for one thing, and it was for a raw piece of chrysocolla material. And the queue just went on and on and on, and I didn't even queue up. You know, it's like where you just sort of stand next to the table, you pretend you're looking at something else just to overhear what they're talking about. And literally all of these people in the industry, and this must have only been about 3 years ago, were just, oh my goodness, what is that? Where's it from? Tell us this, tell us that, tell us the other. And literally it caused a stir, and that was a few years ago. Once the industry take this on and they become kind of enthralled with this, and don't get me wrong, it's not like it was discovered 3 years ago, but even, you know, to that time, this was something littly known. This is something which actually now is very much filtered out of the industry and is becoming still not high street, still very collectible, still very jewellery house of quality, but it is definitely more known amongst people within the fashion industry than it was, let's say, 3 years ago. For me, it's the boldness of this which is such a stirring and talking point, along with the rarity. I'm a sucker for a rare gemstone. I you know, it may well be a silly thing for some people to look at. You might think, well, you know, who cares about the rarity and scarcity of it? And I get it, we all have our own different opinions. Scarcity and rarity, I am an absolute sucker for. And with that in mind, you know, the fact that this is rarer than many of the other stones that I bring you on a day-to-day basis, it's always going to entice me. And therefore, I can be swayed quite easily by a gemstone. And I think some of us can be swayed quite easily by certain things. Sometimes, you know, you might be swayed by sparkle. So you might not really like the colour of a stone, but if it's a really good cut, you're drawn to it, if that makes sense. For me, rarity will sway me towards a stone, but actually with this stone, it wasn't just the rarity that captivated, it is that boldness and uniqueness of design that Mother Nature has applied to it. And it is Mother Nature because it is natural. When you're looking at this, there is something which is so decisively different from other stones, and I think that's really nice to be able to add to your jewellery. Bringing to you that elite uniqueness, that individual independence, if you will, bringing to you. Wow. Your wonderful chrysocolla at just £29.95. If you want to go and have a little look at this online, absolutely and completely do feel free to do so. There was one design that I saw the other day that I was like, I love it. Where on earth is it? I'm sure it was Matches Fashion. It is. Okay, so when we talk about Matches Fashion, we're talking about, well, I'm sure you're well aware of that website, right? Basically, well-known website which takes lots of different designers, lots of different sort of accessories, bags, homeware, etc., and basically puts them out there to a wide audience who want to get that fashion look from big, well-known brands. I actually saw a piece of really high-end chrysocolla jewellery on there, and it was £200 worth in a cuff, and it is divine. I'm just looking at it now. I won't show you it just because of the way the branding's on it, but this is something which, when I was talking about those high-end fashion brands that are mimicking this at the moment, those are the kinds of brands I'm talking about, and we are talking at around about £298 for a simple cuff of this, but it's just 2 pieces in a cuff. This is something which is a head-turner design, it really is, and it's very much a stone which I think seeping more and more into our consciousness as consumers. If that is something you like to be a bit ahead of the curve, what a great way to get involved today. $29.95. Let me move on because I've got more to do. We've only got 20 minutes left approximately of the show. So let me give you some more goodies. Oh, whoa, I've not seen this before. Crazy lace agate I'm bringing to you now. Let's just appreciate the individuality of every single stone, shall we? Oh, that one's got a bit druzy. Like I said before, I'm swayed by jewellery quite often, and sometimes I just like one impactful look. But what I really like about this is sometimes, if you notice that, sometimes if you've got something that's got texture to it, a bit like the sort of chevron amethyst that we brought before, we kind of keep it quite textured in its design. With this one, we've gone quite formulaic in the design, but you still get different personality. So quite formulaic when it comes to shape of the cut. I know they're graduating up in size, but can you see how they are so vastly different? That's fantastic, isn't it? So I appreciate this design because you've got that individuality and uniqueness of each and every stone, even so much as in the sense of the same stone, different look on each side. But you've got that formulaic shape to these, which although quirky, are not as avant-garde and obtuse, let's say, as some of the others that we usually bring to you in a stone like this. It's wonderful, that, isn't it? We're going to take it to under a tenner for you today. Because we're live on air and because we can, it is just £9.95. Think of a lady and or gent in your life who might appreciate something like this. How could you imagine them wearing it? What are you thinking? I can imagine one of these as a tie pin could be quite nice. I can imagine more maybe even in a cufflinks. Do you know what? Right, pick your design. Are you going to go that colour? Give it a mark out of 10. Okay. Let's go for this pairing together. Give it a mark out of 10. Is that a 10 for you, B, did it? Yeah, that one. And what about this one? Give that a mark out of 10. I actually think that's my favourite, so I'd give that one a 10. Or an 11. But the lovely thing about a stone like this is, whichever one is your personal favourite, I think it works quite nicely with any of those new twos. All of these 3 were separate. They were the one to own today. They were all brand new, all matte jaspers and all natural. And all £4.95 each. Worth looking back on JewelleryMaker.com, or just asked for the grey map jasper on the mid-show if you want to, and that will be added to your order on the free phone number at the bottom of your screen. £9.95, well done. Let me offer to you now something with movement, okay? Now, if you're wearing something, okay, like think of one of your favourite comfiest outfits to wear. Bruce, do you mind me sharing with the people at home one of your more recent purchases? Yeah, I can tell them whatever I like. Cool. So Bruce has recently ordered a tracksuit. A nice tracksuit, and it is. It's lovely. Not a general tracksuit wearer. In fact, one of the first tracksuits that Bruce has ever owned since he was about 7. And he's bought this wonderful tracksuit, and it's not been delivered yet, but The tracksuit itself, we all know, is going to be incredibly comfortable. We all know that that tracksuit is going to move with Bruce's body. It's going to be lovely for when he goes out running. It's going to be great for when, even if he wants to, just slopping around the house. It's going to be comfortable because it moves with him. Now, let's pick out or think about a catwalk show when you have seen, bear in mind, very glamorous sort of models, let's say, but walking and they almost look like they can't move because they're wearing something so avant-garde and over the top, or they're wearing like big collars, or they're wearing big puffy sleeves and they're sort of moving but they're kind of don't look that comfortable. For us on a day-to-day basis, what would you rather to wear day to day? 9 till 9, let's say. It's probably the comfortable one, right? Jewellery, if it's not comfortable, we won't wear it. That's a general rule. It's not always the case, but it's a general rule. This is one of the most comfortable strands you're going to own, for sure. I love that beauty. I love that this is going to be so comfortable. Literally, I did some memory wire earlier on, a bundle. I'm just imagining that on memory wire. Dead easy, I know, but dead easy. That is going to be so incredibly comfortable. It's not only comfortable because it's a wheel, because you might think, well, Bex, every single wheel shape is going to be comfortable. Actually, though, because if they were too large, then it wouldn't be comfortable. These are, because look how sleek they are to the skin. Look how beautifully, they're not too big and too bold. They're wonderfully smooth and sleek against the skin. This is comfortable. Even if I'm wearing it up against the neckline, that is going to be comfortable. Comfortable. Very comfortable indeed. This doesn't matter if you're going to be wearing it directly against the skin or if you're going to be wearing it kind of away from the skin, for example, draping in earrings, sorry. This is going to be comfortable no matter how you wear it. So if you want something to add to your collection that you know without a shadow of a doubt is just going to work with you, not against you, then this is a perfect one to add in to your collection. And you can do that here and now by simply dialing that number at the bottom of your screen, joining us on JewelleryMaker.com, or downloading and tapping the app for free. It's just £6.95. That is it. You know what I'm even thinking? This is going to be so comfortable. £6.95 for you today at 65 carats worth. Yay! Kaylee's in with us today. Hi Kaylee! Kaylee's saying, hello lovely Becky and JM team. Becky, I want to say I love your hair today. Oh Kaylee, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you so much. My hair always looks a bit better when Spellbinding Laura Binding's in because she does it for me before the show because I'm useless at that type of thing. She's not a hairdresser, no. She's just really good at braiding and doing all of that kind of shebang. I'm just not at all. But that is so sweet of you, Kaylee. Thank you very much. I hope that your March is going fantastically so far, my lovely lady. I really do. £6.95 for you. Kaylee, what are you reading at the minute? World Book Day, do you know? I feel like everyone, if you've not read a book today, maybe you should start a book today. Dan, what is your favourite book and or a book you're reading currently? Come back to you. Oh, don't worry, I will. Well done all. Okay, let's go and get some sapphire. These are swirling, swaying, storming seas of sapphire. Look at those. Wow. Right, go on, Dan, I'm back with you. Come back to you again. All right, no problem. I'm bringing to you today these. Do you know what? B. Diddy, who's my producer, has literally just said the last book she read was the Carrie Fisher book. And what was it called, B? Maybe called The Princess Diaries, possibly. Do you know what? This has got a touch of the Star Wars about it, hasn't it? This almost like inky, jet black night sky with these kind of blazing light beams of suns, you know, from other planets. It's incredible, isn't it? It feels otherworldly, and it most certainly is in many different ways because of the qualities and beauties that you're getting, not only with the shading differentiation, but also due to that incredible, impeccable sparkle effect that you get in. We're bringing to you such a massive amount of that individuality, and we have got something which is very luxuriant in its feeling. I don't know if any of you watch The Crown, and I'll be honest with you, I don't. But I do know people who do. Spellbind Laura Pynton's one, actually, and we were nattering about it the other week, and something I'm planning on getting into. If you think it's worth it, do let me know. The Crown TV show, because I'm into that kind of thing. But I know I'm a few seasons behind. Is it worth catching up, would you say? But yeah, I know that there's a bit in it where Mrs. Simpson's mentioned, isn't it? And for any of those of you who don't know, Mrs. Simpson obviously married the first and only king to abdicate the British throne, and the reason he abdicated the throne is because he wasn't allowed to marry her due to the laws at the time. And one of the first pieces that he bought for her was a multi-tonal colour of sapphire in a bracelet, and she actually had all of her very expensive, you know, sort of dresses that were individually created for her by big brands taken up so that you could see her bracelet. It's a really wonderful luxury, really luxury. So if you fancy grabbing it, this is your chance. You ready? Yes, all of that luxury, all of that significant, out of this world beauty, all of the shading, all of the, even just imagine, all of the hand picking every single one of these, then ordering them in a design and in a shape. What workmanship that would have taken, and it is, sorry, taken, that was the northern, taken, yes, sorry. Not wrong with sounding northern, but I am aware that some people prefer the words to sound like they are meant to. So taken. That must have taken such a vast amount of time, mustn't it? £17.95 for you. Joe, are you 48? Is your code on this one today? So if you do fancy grabbing it, do feel free to type that code in online if the graphics go, or just give that reference code to the call centre. Well done, I love that for that price. When I first started working it, I would never even imagined I'd have even been able to buy a ring's worth of this quality sapphire for that price. No chance. Let's go and offer rose quartz pillows. It's not quite nice about saying the word pillows like that. Yeah, isn't it? Try and pop the p. Pillow. Pillow. Adam, have a go.
Pillow.
Ooh, I like it. Dad, have a go at pillow.
Hello.
Right, fine. Not quite. I am offering to you today your rose quartz in these comfortable looking designs, and they look so wonderful to look at and who appreciate the movement in them. Do you know what, as it is book day, what could this related to in books? Let's think of a book this could relate to. What about Princess and the Pea? Don't all jump at once. Does everyone know the Princess and the Pea story? You've never heard of Princess and the Pea? You, my Disney doll, the princess of all princesses. Your t-shirt literally says, what does it say on it today? Princess Gang. Yeah. Okay, so Princess and the Pea is a fairy tale, and it's basically about... Disney have not made it, as far as I'm aware, then you won't have seen it. Okay, basically the story goes that they are trying to find a true princess. They need to find a real princess, and one of the tests that they do to find a real princess is they stack loads and loads and loads of pillows and mattresses all on top of each other, and they test lots of people who believe to be princesses, and they lay asleep in the bed and they sleep perfectly and soundly, and then they kind of wake up in the morning and they go, sorry, you're not a real princess. Bye-bye. And then one day a princess comes and sleeps on this tower of mattresses, and they get all nice and comfy, and then they start to go asleep and they just can't quite get comfortable. They're wriggling all the time, and and then basically plot spoiler is coming up, but basically on the bottom mattress someone has put a pea, literally like a sugar snap pea, within there, and she couldn't get comfy because of that. So she is a princess, and therefore she's kind of more sensitive to these things. It's more about comfort, etc. But yeah, there's obviously more to it than that. It's quite an interesting and quite nice story actually, but yeah, that's what this makes me think of. So almost the pillows and the layers. So how could you make that into a princess and the pea design? Maybe you could do like a princess crown with these as a little design, maybe just on a bracelet, and have a little sort of crown or sort of motif running through in every other. Maybe because of that rose colour you could do, let's say, Beauty and the Beast with the enchanted rose. We have got plenty of things that you could be inspired by with this, and I think inspiration is a lovely thing that really makes us think outside the box on days such as today. We've got for you 10 by 14 mil. $270 carats worth for you today, and we're offering to you, let's give you a price, $9.95 today of your entirely natural quartz. I've got quartz next. I haven't, I'm lying. Quartz is on screen. I've got pearls next. Pearls next. I like. This is a strand I think you're going to love and adore. I know you've had a lot of pearls. I get it. I know it. I see it. You've had them for the weekend. But look at this. Wow! That is stunning! Look at that! What a quality you have got! That is absolutely divine, isn't it? The beauty and the creativity. Those are natural colours, and look at the intensity of those natural hues that you're getting within here. That is just divine. Let me show you 3 different colours, so 3 different strands you've got to get here if you wanted them individually. You've got the really gentle lavenders, the bold real purples, and then you've got those blushing peachy hues. That is like 3 strands worth of stones in one, really, isn't it? I adore this strand. I think it's got that real on-air that real sort of twist to what is quite a contemporary feel, which in pearl, I believe, I don't know if you agree with this, but sometimes can be seen as quite traditional. We have got for you today, on air deal again, the arrows are in, we're dropping it down. This is definitely, wow, that's definitely a strand for me. Natural colours in these multi-hues. The strength coming through on my purples of this in real life is absolutely unignorable. A real feast for the eyes, I have to say. Do you know what? This is a deal of the day today, is it? The micro-faceted, nearly knocked over the tablet there. I think it might have sold out, but if it hasn't, those would go great in together. I'm not necessarily saying have them next to each other, but you could if you wanted to, quite easily have them in together, couldn't you? Maybe a nut in between each one. That would work quite nicely, wouldn't it? $16.95 for you today. That one did sell out, but it's well worth having a nosy if you so wish. Well done. Let me bring to you now. Oh, I love the movement of this. Let me just hold that there. I'm not going to say the shape. I just want you to look at it. See how it takes your fancy. Look at that. Hello, Rebecca.
Hello.
How are you, lovely?
Fine, thank you. Just getting set up.
Oh, do you mind handing me that multi-stranded one you've done there?
That one?
No, the one behind, the one in front of it. I'm just thinking because I think it'll go quite nicely with this design here. Actually, we've got a lovely Rebecca Spencer on. Oh, I love that necklace you're wearing too.
Good to come down there.
Yeah. Do have a little nosy at this. How great would they be in there? Hiya, lovely lady. I know, I can't stop staring at your chest. I mean it in a good way. Hello, gorgeous.
Lovely to see.
Lovely to see you too. What book are you focusing on tonight?
Abby Hook's Wire Work Masterclass. Absolutely brilliant book.
You're loving it.
It's one of the best books I've ever bought.
Oh, that's amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that's fab.
Takes you right from the very beginnings until some really expert stuff.
That's
fantastic
fab.
range and so much detail.
Oh, brilliant. Well, that's coming up with the wonderful Rebecca in a bit. Thank you, Rebecca.
I'll show you two bits of her.
From her projects.
Yeah, 2 projects from hers.
Love that idea.
Sending them a little bit.
That's fabulous. How cool is this design? That's lovely, isn't it? And you could do that with them quite easy.
They're gorgeous. I love those.
Well, I'll let you carry on setting up. Thank you so much, Rebecca, my love. She's coming up on the Late Show with you in a short while. For now, though, 30 carats worth of your howlite in the hearts. 4 mil, mind you. So if you did want to do like a chain-like look with these, it's dead easy to be able to do. And we are bringing it to you today for under a tenner again. £7.95 for your howlite today. A wonderful look. And if I just show you it with, would you? Could you? Should you? I'm going to say yes, yes, and yes. What about a little bit extra now? Turn it up a notch. What is that film whereby it's all about music and they turn the guitar up to, no, not Sound of Music, they turn the guitar up to, what is it, volume 11? Oh, Spinal Tap! Yes, it is, isn't it? That's what that's made me think of. I'm just, Spinal Tap, what a weird film. Brilliant, funny, weird. Dan, have you thought of your book yet, sweetheart?
My favourite book.
Go on.
Probably The Twits.
The Twits.
Yeah, I used to read that a lot.
Oh, I love that. That's so lovely. Do you know what? Roald Dahl, just amazing, right? Really, really, really cool. Yeah, The Twits is cool. And I love The Twits film as well, you know, like the TV adaptations they've done on it. How many Roald Dahl films have they done? Like films? I'm trying to think. Because I know they've done a lot of TV ones. Danny Champion of the World, right? James and the Giant Peach, yeah. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, of course. They've done that twice, actually, haven't they? Don't know if they did The Twits. The Witches. That was a scary one. Yeah, but I think the SEO Trot was TV, wasn't it? Yeah. Was it around for Christmas? Yeah. Obviously, the BFG they did as well, didn't they? I know that's a cartoon, but that was a feature film. Oh, and they've done that in real life too. Have I seen that one? I'm not sure I have. Anyway, I'm getting beyond myself. I've got more to do. And the thing I have to do is to leave. It's that time already. Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board. I'm going to be back with you now for a little bit of time. So I'm going to wish you a very, very lovely, wonderful, fun-filled weekend. We've got Rebecca Spencer coming up for you on The Late Show, and she's going to be bringing you that book for book club. So for right here, right now, I wish you and your families a wonderful, fun-filled, creative weekend. And for now, Rebecca Spencer's taking over with many more treats and goodies. I'll see you very soon.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com.